Hello, everyone. I think we're live. We are live. We are live. I can see the chat. Lovely. Thank you all for joining us. We have a last minute change of plans. So something has come up and Ty can't join us today. But that's okay because we have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of ground to cover with the witnesses. So how Ty actually got fingered and drawn into this is like a complete mystery when you hear all of the witnesses describing the people. Or it comes back to he's a white guy, really. But we're just going to go through those statements. But there's other clues in there that I think the police have missed, and I'm sure Ty's going to agree with me on that. But so for tonight, we're just going to run through the rest of those statements. This is really frustrating for Ty. He's never said as much, but I can imagine we're trying to get him to go all the way back to the start. And he's right at the other end of 7 years of this. So I want to try and save him, since he's not available tonight, just save him some of the legwork of walking us through some of these earlier things that happened so we can get to the corruption part and get into the meat of the case that, as far as he sees it, and his receipts and things. So we're going to save him a bit of legwork tonight and just go through the rest of those witness statements, because none of them actually point to Ty. And there's also some important things in there. The lady that we were introduced to yesterday, who was a surviving victim that had her throat cut, she actually denied all the way through that Ty was even at that house, so he was nothing to do with it. I think there's more than 10 statements that she's given during a deposition, etc., where she denied that it was Ty. She doesn't recognize Ty as being at the treehouse that night. So that's just one of them. But there's multiple witnesses and people who changed their testimony because they were encouraged to, or bribed, we shall say, by the police. So let's try and knock that all over so that this is less frustrating for Ty when he does come back. We've covered some more of that ground. So yesterday, where were we yesterday? Yesterday we watched the what the police called their main evidence against Ty, which was let me remember the name of it, the Florida Keys electric CCTV. So I'm gonna play through that just one more time because, as I said, the police use this as like main evidence against Ty, that it was Ty, it was actually in this video. However, I will also play the other testimonies where Rory and Travis put themselves in that video, not Ty. But then there's also other CCTV that we need to cover, which is kind of where the car was parked. So when he was telling us about which direction everyone was going, and that Travis had moved the car and put it somewhere else, and then come back in this Florida Keys electric video, come back to get Rory. So we'll play through all of that footage. They're not very long, they're just a few minutes each. And then we'll move back into the let me get us back to I got to find the spot in the footage for you. I think it's here. Let's get us back to there and share the screen. So share screen. So let's just do a quick revision on this, because switch it around. Let's get me out of the way. Quick revision on this, because this footage and the next footage that I'm going to show you are literally connected. Not just in who was at that treehouse that night, but also who the witnesses are describing that were at the treehouse that night. So in this footage, as I understand it, that is Travis walking towards the treehouse. He's wearing a hat here, is all we can see. But his hair is actually described by one of the witnesses. So this is at 2016. As far as I understand it, Ty said that this was after the attack had occurred. So we'll bring this forward a little bit further to... Right, this is also Travis coming back from moving the vehicle. So we're going to come to another CCTV where the vehicle was actually parked. We don't need to sit here and watch a blank screen for all this time. So three minutes later, they both come walking back away from the treehouse. Now, at this point, Rory can't exclude himself. The reason he can't is because he's the only black guy in this footage. Everyone else have described a black guy called Detroit. He admits that he's a black guy who goes by the name of Detroit because he came from Detroit, apparently. And this here is not Ty, this is Travis. And I think Travis actually admits that this is him in the end. So this is them coming back at 2019. So the footage that goes with this, I believe, is, let me get that up on the screen for you. Video 1. Share this tab. Close that one. Are we on the screen? We are. All right. So I'm keeping an eye on any questions you have in the chat. So I'm not sure that I can answer all questions, but I think I've got a bit of a grasp on how to answer the questions at least. So this, I believe, is... I'm going to take it back to start because I haven't actually watched it myself. I believe that behind one of these boats is the black vehicle that's supposedly the getaway car. So we're watching for someone coming and going here. I'm not sure where though. Could be in here. Tell me if you see something that I haven't. And this is it's only 1 minute 32 of footage, so it's here somewhere. Oh, it might be over here. Wait. Oh, there it is. There's the black truck. Rightio. And it ends up here. There's someone behind that boat. Oh, it might have been cars going past there, actually. Oh, there we go. 2 people walking away. So that's the vehicle that Ty was talking about. He had his vehicle broken into. It had scratches up the side. This becomes significant when I get to that video. Now we go to this video. I think this is afterwards. This is them returning. Hang on, let me just Wait. What time have we got on the clock here? 19:45. So this is right. This is before the attacks actually happened. And then we go to the next video, which is 19:51. This is before the street footage of them walking up and down the street. Whoops. I forgot to hit share tab. So this is all prior to them walking up and down the street. I believe this is them coming back. So probably looking in here this time for them returning to the truck. Oh, it was very quick. All right, so someone was actually running through there. Let me just show that again. It's kind of a blur. Let's make it bigger so you can see it. It's a little blur in here. There you go. Someone running back. So we know one returned. All right, so that matches the video we just watched. One person went and moved the car and came back to get Rory. So that's that one person coming to get the car. Let's move to the next video. Which is... Sorry guys, I didn't have this planned out, so give me 1 sec while I work out where we're going to next. Only difference between this and Karen Reid is a lot of video and recorded statements. Yeah, there is, Misty. There's a heap. Motion to Scream says, I watched the full trial after I saw Ty on another channel and I was doing a lot of screaming. Right. So the reason I'm showing you this video here is because Ty explained that this is the video that they had where it shows the truck pull up and two people get out and go into the treehouse. And then one comes running out and then the other comes running out later, but you can't see the truck where it's parked because it's behind a boat, blah, blah, blah. But the point being that they sat there and narrated through this video just like they did in the Karen Reid case. So you'll remember the counting drinks video I did in the Karen Reid case where I forget his name. Was it Bikwaki? Sat there and told us that Karen was drinking drinks that we couldn't actually see her drinking. This is the same kind of deal. So, the cops are sitting here narrating what's going on in this video, somehow concluding that there's 3 people in this video. And we just saw for ourselves there was 2 people leaving and 1 person coming back. So they're counting that as 3 people, just like Bikwaki counted drinks that Karen Reid didn't actually drink on the screen, right? So these are some of the reasons that I found this case so compelling as far as the corruption goes, because not only is there no evidence putting Ty in any of this, just as we've got no evidence putting Karen in any of this, her case, but we've also got the cops doing the same crap. And this is just one of those examples. Bukwaki, yes, Michelle. I'm not saying the other word because it gets stuff demonetized. I'm trying to be careful with how I'm going about things because I seem to swear on every single stream and I seem to manage to screw up every single stream. I haven't been paid for a stream in a long time, so I'm trying not to do that. But anyway, the phantom drinks, exactly. So let me just dig up the next video in this sequence that we need to look at. I think we need to look at the rest of... Oh, hang on, there's a third one. Wait a second. I don't know what the third one is, but let's come back to the third one. It's only 30 seconds, so we might as well watch it together and see what we notice. I'm not sure what's in the third one. Share this tab. So this is 1953. So the one we were looking at is 51. So this is 15 minutes after we see one person return to the vehicle. I guess this is where we see the other person return to the vehicle. Watching for this space here. There we go. That person is also running. Now that vehicle should pull away shortly, I guess. Oh, don't. All right, so that definitely shows two people, but I can kind of see where they're creating the confusion here, because in this other video, it kind of looks like he's going to collect Rory. Hang on, let me just come back to this video. It kind of makes it confusing how they end up at opposite ends here, right? So now you got one coming back and the other one coming this way. So, wow, they were running rings around each other that night. But this is how they created the confusion that there were three people. Because you see two at the car, you see one come back, grab Rory, and those two walk off. Presumably the car is back at the warehouse by this stage. But what's really weird about this is that Rory's boss hid the car. Sorry, not Rory. Travis's boss hid the car. So for a while, nobody knew where the car was. Yes, if I'm just not getting the ad revenue, but I still get the super chats and the gifted memberships. It's just the AdSense, correct? So, I don't get a lot of, from you and Joseph, I get a ton of gifted memberships and whatnot. So that is much appreciated. But I'm not a big super chat channel. I don't get the super chats, etc. Speak of the devil. Thank you, Joseph. You're a sweetie. So yeah, I do get those. It's only the ad revenue that I don't get. And it sucks because you guys are still exposed to the ads. I understand you're still seeing ads. My streams are still interrupted with ads. So, but anyway, I think this is how they created the confusion that there had to be three people, because two returned to the car, and then you see one coming back, grab Rory to come back. So they're assuming Rory's still at the treehouse. So I don't know what these two did in between. As if Ty was here, we could ask him, does he know what they were doing in between? But I believe that's how they created the confusion there, essentially. So let's move on to okay, testimonies. So we heard Paula during the where's that footage? We heard Paula saying that it was a black guy and a white guy, right? But Ty was telling me that we needed to play through more of this video, that there's more that's said through this video. There's more noted and more said through this video, which is the first police officer on scene. Let me just share that. Let me just make sure we've got, victims all out of this now. Because I don't want to have particularly victims who have passed away on the screen. Let me just work out. Okay, that's where she is. So she is still talking. All right. Sorry, guys. Just let me get past Paula. We've heard what we need to hear from Paula now. Share this tab. Gosh, I hope I've got the right spot and we don't do any unkind things here. So
then April lives in the back, the very back.
Okay, you haven't seen April yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She lives in the very back.
Okay.
So this witness is saying April lives up the back. Now I think she's talking about the April that was evicted the few days before, the person who Paula thinks caused all of this to happen.
Eleven 18.
1118.
Are there any units available to come to my location? I need to search this whole property for any other people on scene.
1118 requesting additional at the Treehouse location.
Okay, so notice I have picked this up from where we left off, minus a couple of frames of Paula, but notice when she went upstairs, she didn't go inside the treehouse. She just checked the verandas and the stairs. And now she says she's going back to clear the scene to make sure that there's nobody else there. So notice what she doesn't do during this check.
25. 125.
Hey, get back.
Oh, so notice what she does do. She is actually sealing the crime scene. We are now half an hour into 50 minutes into her being here, and she is only just now sealing off the crime scene. A lot of people have come and gone since then. Most of everybody from the treehouse have fled, including the assailants. So it's already been this crime scene has already been like infiltrated.
I have a 40 DL, you can pull it up to the record. Right. 1262 161 1125, I copy, I'll let it in the CAD.
I don't think so, Mr.
Well, one and I dealt with a while ago, I even want to have one in Detroit.
What's that?
Three arrival. 2051.
So that building she just went into, just there, that's what Ty was saying. He lived at Linton.
1125, I copy, I'll let it in the CAD. Well, one and I dealt with a while ago, I even want to have one in Detroit.
What's that?
One of the,
Three arrival.
that's very good.
2051.
That's one of the places that is connected to what Ty was looking at renting there when he went and looked at it.
Any additional available?
1202, can you advise? 1202 or any additional unit that can assist 1118 at the Treehouse location to check the property.
That was the downstairs of it. Let me just see. I think that's the downstairs where there were 4 people downstairs who heard the screaming.
Any additional available?
I also noticed she's been on scene for 50 minutes and she's only now asking for backup.
12-2, can you advise? 12-2 or any additional unit that can assist 11-18 at the Treehouse location to check the property.
It looks like the first floor of the Treehouse just went in.
Negative, hold what you got. 1125 and route 1118. And position in the city. 1121 standby. We'll have a unit over there.
Their cabins that Ty was talking about. He said there's a toilet and like the cabin was part of it, and then the toilet and the shower was sort of like separate.
Got that.
USPD was sending a second or a third unit, I believe, according to their radio traffic.
Yeah, they're showing up now. I'm trying to play something.
$11-18, you can disregard the backup. Property's here's clear.
Somebody asked me yesterday, do we get to see what the Treehouse layout and looks like during the day? And we'll try to do that today. I forget which video it's in. I'm pretty sure it's one of the witnesses testifying through the day. They go back through the day to testify. We also understand this whole lot has been labelled to abandoned. Yeah, so it doesn't no longer exist.
Hey, stay back. Blood dripping down under here. I didn't want you to get it.
Copy, David. We're
I cleared this trailer. This guy says he lives in this trailer. I'm going to ask him if I can go look in it, just make sure no one's in there. We're missing one resident and one possible victim.
Is there somebody in the very back?
There was not. It doesn't look like anyone was back there.
1125.
Do you mind if I search your trailer just to make sure that no one's in there?
Well, you can go. The dogs are right there. You open the door. The dogs are going to go.
Okay, I just want to glance in there. Make sure
look, yeah.
no people are in there.
Just to correct her, she's actually been told that there's three victims, sorry. She's got Paula and then Matt, the owner, who's passed away. She's also been told about Roger so far.
Puppy. Nobody in there.
I told him the one I dealt with. He's in jail.
At this point, no.
That buzzing sound you can hear, I don't know if it's a charger, I don't know what it is, but it's pretty much in all body cam footage, so not sure what it is, but it could be charging.
If you have enough to get 18 right out there for a track.
It's not me, right?
Emma was
available.
As far as I got.
Emma was just before this, and that's the reason a lot of these people were homeless and looking for cheap accommodation, including Ty.
Got 2 males left on foot, unknown direction, and no vehicle. I did. The treehouse has been secured. There's other residents that live here. I'm keeping them off the property until I get a major crimes unit.
Bravo 2 to 1118. Select all the identification of any person there on scene. So they don't disappear.
Copy that. I already got it. My crime scene safe.
1125. Just clear that gate. Come on back to me. We're going to try to go into the second area. Second area.
Coming back. 1201 close involved. Reference my F is jail.
1118. This victim that was conscious is insistent that it's by Hogfish. The only warehouse by Hogfish is the Bama Seafood Warehouse. This might be a criminal worker.
Or any additional unit, I have a fight in progress at Tyrone, Thompson, Tyrone. Single caller, so female advised they're about to cut each other, then the female hung up on the call tape.
So I think we're pretty close to where Ty wakes up and goes to the store to get cigarettes, because he said he noticed up the end of the street all the lights flashing from the police cars. So pretty sure he knows ambulance from police flashing lights. Now is the only time that another police officer turns up. So I kind of feel like this coincides with the timestamp that he was getting up and going to the store to get cigarettes. Coincides with Travis having returned to the warehouse as well. So I kind of feel like we're in that sort of vicinity, within minutes of that vicinity. It's called, here we go, Kevin's giving us some info on the camera, the body cameras. It's self-noise. The cameras have a high gain to ensure they capture audio from people standing away from the camera. There you go. Didn't know that. Learn something new every day. So, yeah, so I think we're sort of in that vicinity now where there's more than one cop car there. And this seems like the time that Ty actually got up and went to get cigarettes.
Upon callback, the female was advising that she did not give any information and that they were fighting now. Thompson, 27.
1202, copy. 1125 and 1121. Respond to that area and see if it's connected. Copy that.
27.
I'm sorry, man. What was your first name?
Ben.
What is it?
Ben.
Ben. And you said you know this guy Detroit?
I don't know.
You
I heard him say. Didn't Paula say his name? I heard Paula said his name. Something about Detroit. I don't know anything.
But you seen him around here, or?
You know, to tell the truth, I've never actually seen him.
Okay.
I've been in my RV, and I've heard him talk and heard them say his name before.
Yeah.
I don't associate with him.
I get it.
I don't want to be a part of that vibe.
I got you.
It's bad.
Any chance you've heard them say where he lives or where he works or anything like that?
Does he have a job? I don't even know if he has a job.
Does he come around often?
Maybe a few times a week, maybe.
Like, has he always come around? Has it been like recently?
The past several months, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
A few times a week for the past several months, people have noticed Rory or heard Rory coming and going.
Oh, man, I try to. I always tell them to keep me out of that.
So that's fine. Did I know Anastasia Clay. I know that name. She used to live here?
Yeah, April. Yeah. She was the one staying in the very back room.
Okay. So she still lives here?
She still does, but
okay.
I headed to Tom Saw earlier
during the day.
I've actually you searched
earlier.
Since when? Earlier today?
It was like 4 something, around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
There was a foursome around 4 o'clock. He's not talking about right, Misty. He's not talking about sitting around the billy having a chuff. He's talking about a literal foursome, and he's not the only one that says that. We will come to that.
Apparently this is related to Anastasia Clay, aka April. They kicked her out of this complex, and she's upset, and she apparently knows the suspect male at the foot.
So I do have, which I'll hopefully get to today, the witness statement that they took from Anastasia Clay, aka April the 2nd. April the 1st is actually Rory's girlfriend, just so don't get confused with the names, but Anastasia is her real name.
Copy. You guys take it off?
Yeah. That's crazy.
That is the video muting something out that we shouldn't hear. Hang on, let me just check that is the case. Yes, it is. Something being said there that we apparently should not listen to. Obviously, it's key in the case, or they wouldn't have muted it. That's all of them standing around going, "What the actual H?" I think I know what they muted here. But we'll see if we come up with some filler footage that explains what's being said here. Gory details. I think there might be there might have been another operation going on this night, and it was involved watching this house, the Treehouse. So, I mean, since it's not filling us in on anything, let's get to the
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to the hospital.
Okay. Are they flying her out, or?
She looks superficial.
Okay.
I mean, lower keys, I wouldn't be surprised, but
Okay.
it was already. She looks fine, just like actual
She said she went to the hospital. Thanks, Brandon.
6475.
I gotta stay here till someone gets here. Thank you.
21.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I'm supposed to be to work by 10. Am I supposed to stick around here?
Well, I can't let anyone on the property until Major Crimes gets here and assess what's going on. It's gonna be a little bit. Do you have somewhere you can go for the night?
No. Well, I mean, I gotta go to work, but
What time you go to work?
I gotta be there by 10. But
wow. she's actually getting major crimes in, like, straight away.
At night?
Yeah.
Where you work at?
The Chevron on Truman and White.
Okay. We'll make that happen. You change your clothes?
1202 1201. Are we talking about
my dogs
the
are all right.
red warehouse on 2nd Avenue towards the end there, where the apartments are? 2nd Street, just up from Tom Thumb.
So Tom Thumb is, I think he said, where he went to get his cigarettes. I can answer that for you, Redhead. Michelle's fancy name flare is oh my god, it just jumped out of my head. It's text. Oh my god, Michelle, what's the word I'm looking for? So if you want to tag her, you actually do have to drag over a name so that you can copy and paste it, but you can't actually tag her with an @ and regular characters. But it's created using look up fancy text for chat, and you'll find how Michelle did that. So it does make it difficult for people to tag you, Michelle, just so you know that, if they don't know how to tag you properly by copying your name. But yeah, if you don't see your name highlighted when people are commenting to you, like in a really busy chat, that's why, because they don't know how to do it with the fancy text.
Oh, Matt's all right.
I believe we're out the location you're talking about.
When I heard it woke me up, got me out of my trailer. I was sleeping.
1125 and 1121 on you.
Jack 4.
What's up? It's over off 2nd Street.
Where's that?
Well, that 2nd Street there?
That one is?
Yeah,
All
so
right.
you take it pretty much directly across Maloney.
Right.
You'll go by Tom Thumb,
Yeah, I know what
and it's
you
a warehouse on the left.
mean. Okay.
Huh?
They're 155 on tax 4. Where do you see me on
You're aware, but all those warehouse apartments have rear entrances.
Where'd that one guy go?
He had a bike?
Huh?
This one that I don't even know what his name is. There's another one weirdo.
That guy was tattooed across the stomach.
The guy started biking him. They didn't let him leave.
Well,
He knew what was going on, if anybody.
fortunately, I was the only one on scene,
Oh, well.
and I was a little
I
preoccupied.
never need my well, and it's too late now, but I would have tackled the guy and helped him.
That's okay. I got his name.
Because, I mean, he knew what was going on more than anybody. He was the one yelling at me that there's 2 of them and there's one still up there. And I'm sitting with I got a bat right in my hand. I'm in my boxers.
He's talking about Todd here. Todd has already fled the scene, so to speak.
And he's like, just call 911. So I went up. I'm getting back into my RV.
So he was up there.
Out here. I don't know, like, what happened?
Well, I got the
Exactly
call. I got the call to meet him out here.
Yeah, I don't know how that. See, I don't even know what happened exactly.
But I don't know if he was there in the treehouse.
But let's see, when I came out here, because I heard him yelling out here.
How you doing? Hi. I'm just people.
Hate it when the wind blows across the line.
This is the scene here. I haven't let anyone in since medic's cleared. I cleared the property, no one else is there. The actual crime scene's roped off.
Inside or?
It's inside the yard. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it from here, but this is Treehouse.
No, I'm not gonna.
Well, you can see it right here.
Okay.
That Treehouse is where it occurred.
And how many victims?
At least 2. There's a possible 3rd that is missing, according to one of the conscious victims.
Okay. Are we gonna put up a crime scene or
I have the crime scene secured here.
inside?
Inside.
Okay.
No one's
kept itself.
I'm guessing on scene they're all going down 2nd Street here.
Because
You go past Thompson, there's warehouses, and that's where the suspect lives.
okay.
They have that place surrounded. I'm not sure if he's there.
Right.
There's
All right.
2 possible suspects. One we have an ID on.
Who are you interviewing? Who are you interviewing?
This guy lives here. I was just talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He barely heard what happened
All right.
and came out and didn't see it.
I just want to point out, see how these boats are all parked along here? That's see how they're all parked on an angle like that? So we know Todd came running out. I'll play his interview shortly, but he came running out and then went up there, and then he was yelling at someone to call 911. And then when he saw the white guy come out and take his mask off, and I think he went that way, he only saw between these boats the white guy coming out, take the mask off and head off in that direction. He didn't see where he went from there because of these boats obscuring his view. He says that later, but I just thought I'd point that out as to where he was when we play through his testimony.
There's
All right.
2 possible suspects. One we have an ID on.
Who are you interviewing? Who are you interviewing?
This guy lives here. I was just talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He barely heard what happened
All right.
and came out and didn't see anything, except for maybe 2 people right by.
I understand there's a death. There's a death.
Not confirmed yet, but
Okay. Over at the hospital. Okay. Okay. So has the medical examiner been called?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I've been on scene. I'm the only one on scene.
Yeah. Well,
And everyone else is securing a perimeter over there.
okay.
We called the city in to help, and there's some
Right. I saw him out there.
detective units also coming. That's who just drove by as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, this is the scene then, so I'll just stand by. Go ahead.
They're waiting. They're fine. They're waiting for the confirmed 6-7 from the hospital before they call the ME.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna step back and stand by.
Okay.
I presume a confirmed 6-7 from the hospital means confirmed deceased person.
Want a water or anything? I guess I'm
Oh yeah.
They're not cold.
That'd be great. That's fine. Yeah, it's always happening. Thank you.
No problem.
I can tell you why, Kevin. I hide the chat on replay purposely because otherwise, I know you're watching the drama going down on X at the moment. People come back and they highlight things that people were saying in your chat, and then they get targeted with the dramas that are going on because of stuff they said in your chat. So that's why I turn my replay off. So if you're in the chat during the live, you get to see it, and if you're not, you missed out. It's just to protect my chatters, really. I don't need anybody being held to whatever random thought came to mind while they were watching a video. Yeah, it's an option when you set up your live stream.
470 policy.
Send it.
The third helicopter to hangar has a light that we can use to light up the area. Do you have a need for it down there?
Not at this time, only because we're focused in the dark.
Copy.
We have no real name of any suspects right now. We thought we had one that proved negative. It's possible that it's a shrimper or something like that down on Front Street. We're going to start getting that area and shooting around the trees to pull it out.
Right, so they're still looking for a suspect. They get confused because there's another person that goes by that they know that goes by the name of Detroit.
You know, when they pull up.
Yeah. Okay.
I was outside too, you know, like we were out here.
You didn't hear anything before then?
No, they were pretty quiet. I mean, they usually like a little loud, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, he told me that I guess somebody died, right? Or something like that.
Well, we don't know yet, but yeah, it doesn't look good.
Oh, man.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
God, this eyes wobbly.
Working on it here for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Getting
Pacifico, go again with the hawk fishing
right there.
Okay.
My bike there. My other bike here.
Okay. Were you here earlier today?
Yes, ma'am. I was working on my forklift earlier today.
Where's your primate scene?
It's in here. All right. Thank you, sir. Well, I got the whole yard, and the main crime scene is this treehouse. I have that ripped off, and no one's been in the yard since I secured the property.
You got a crime scene log going?
Well, no one's been in, but no, I haven't started one officially.
You probably should, because the detectives are going to start.
All right.
So she has no crime scene log. She does have, everyone that she's seen coming and going before she taped it off, but she doesn't have any crime scene log going. She's now told by her superior to do that.
We have case number yet?
I don't think so.
All right, so this is Phelps. I think this is Phelps. This is the one who Ty sued and she lost just before he went to trial. So that's who I think that is. Pretty much looks like her. I could be wrong, and I will correct myself when I come to the right part, but I think that's who it is.
Yeah. And don't you dare put my name on that
Wait a minute.
We have case number yet?
I don't think so. Yeah. And don't you dare put my name on that
So they don't have a log number for this crime scene yet. And she says, don't you dare put my name on against that, or I'll kneecap you.
I'm telling you, the conscious victims support this too.
They're not.
Cat.
We gotta steal it.
Hey. The conscious victims swore up and down that it was the warehouse next to Hogfish.
White House next to Hogfish?
The warehouse next to Hogfish, which is the only one there is the Bama Seafood one. Which a bunch of people since the hurricane, half of it blew off, and a lot of people have been staying in there. Yeah.
Here,
oh, please.
I will.
So if she ends up being, if Phelps ends up being the lead detective and she doesn't turn up until 21:20, which is an hour after this particular police officer has been there dealing with the victims and hearing the first statements and everything, like, I don't understand. Hang on. Let me just clear my thoughts. Zip. Start again. I understand how she got confused about who was who. Yeah, that was Detective Phelps that said that. So I get how she gets confused as to who was who and gets a mindset on it being something different than what we're actually watching in this footage. But she has access to this footage, so it doesn't really explain how she went so far afield with this. So other people that she was involved in the cases, yes, I hope so too, but I don't know. I know she's been fired. I know that that's happened, but I don't know what's going on with any cases that she was involved with.
Now get away from here. You
Who keeps putting picture on phone Friday?
I know, because it's going to stop.
Well, picture things.
Alex, this is Captain Phelps. Give me the incident number for the thing on Laurel Avenue. I need a reference number.
Okay, she said, this is Captain Phelps. She's talking to someone on a radio. This is Captain Phelps, and she wants a different incident number, I think.
I'm giving it to Mola because she's got the original. Yep, assign one to Mola. She's got the original. And then tell me what it is when you got it. She's ready with her pen in hand.
You know, Russ was with.
I bet it starts with MCSO 17 OFF 00 7954. Thank you, sir. And it'll be Hull and Mo. Have it. All right. Thanks, Al.
All right, so whoever's in the audience, is she talking about the same address that the treehouse is on? Or is she assigning a different incident number to the treehouse address? Because we just established in the few minutes before that they didn't have a crime scene number yet, an incident number yet to assign to it. Now she's calling, I think it might be dispatch, and saying, what's the incident number to a specific address, and we're going to assign this incident to that number. I'm sure someone said they're local there, so they can help me work out whether that's the same address as the treehouse, or if they are pulling a Swifty here. Well, I wouldn't say pulling a Swifty. It's just that there was another operation going on, and I suspect, I'm not entirely sure, I suspect it could be assigning that case number to this, that incident number to this. I don't know. Just a guess, but yeah, that's what it sounded like to me too. Oh, come on. We want to hear what she has to say. Damn it. She's got a whole lot to say that they don't want us to know. Still a whole lot to say. Damn. Wow, there's a lot missing, right?
The possible third victim we're looking for is Roger Ruggett. He has not been found.
Talk to Anthony already?
Hello, sir. No, Anthony ain't been here.
Talk to anything already?
She has
Right
not
there?
been here.
Oh, okay, 'cause I was talking to her on the phone.
Who's right there?
Can you check if I
Alright, we got a call back.
So he just said he was talking to Anathea on the phone, and then Marla says she hasn't been here.
Supposedly, here's the deal. Before you call her.
Go ahead, just let me get her on the phone.
Paula said that her and Matt kicked out, who's the deceased guy, kicked out Anathea Clay yesterday. She's pissed. She brought this guy to Detroit around
Hello?
and to problem.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just nothing on the car.
What,
It's all just information.
Okay.
Who's?
Alright, I gotta hear all that again, because they got freaking Anathea on speed dial. So I think this is the first clue that we get that Anathea is a confidential informant of some sort. I think it's her. I don't know. Let me just go back and listen to that again.
Paula said that her and Matt kicked out, who's the deceased guy, kicked out Anathea Clay yesterday.
Talk to Anthony already?
Hello, sir. No, Anthony ain't been here.
Talk to anything already?
She has
Right
not
there?
been here.
Oh, okay, 'cause I was talking to her on the phone.
Who's right there?
can you check if I
Alright, we got a call back.
Supposedly, here's the deal. Before you call her.
Go ahead, just let me get her on the phone.
Paula said that her and Matt kicked out, who's the deceased guy, kicked out Anathea Clay yesterday. She's pissed. She brought this guy to Detroit around
Hello?
and to problem.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just nothing on the car.
What,
It's all just information.
Okay.
Who's?
She apparently got
Right here.
so she apparently got kicked out, and she brought this other guy around to
Okay.
rob them.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
Negative, last player contact is from Marie here.
So it looks like Marla's the only one who's got the story right. Yeah, I think that's where it goes. Like, you're already putting the pieces together. So I remember in my conversations, like I had a lot of offline conversations, obviously, with Ty, and there was one part where he said that there was an initial op on the house, and that Anathea, not just Anathea, I think several of them were actually confidential informants. So, but there's a lot of CIs in this. It's not just her. There's multiple confidential informants. So we're going to put those pieces together without Ty, just from the information that we can glean today, and then he can help us clear up, things that we still have questions for when he comes back. Okay, so. But they got her on speed dial, and that generally spells CI to me.
1118, we have Anathea Clay on scene now. Sierra 150 is talking to her. Hey. Stop singing Christmas song.
That's not on, right?
That's not on, right? Quickly switches it off. Freaking hell. So Phelps likes to say a lot of shit without the body cams on, which defeats the purpose of the body cams, right? We don't know what they're cooking up in the background here. Wait. Why does it keep doing that? Have I dropped out? Nope, I'm still here. I know what's going on here. When will Ty be back? As soon as we make another day for a stream. I haven't done that yet. It was just very last minute that he couldn't make it. So it probably would have been a lot less last minute. But I had stuff to do this morning, so I didn't get the messages until last minute. But when I get back to discussing with him when he's available next, I'll let you all know. We'll book it. I don't actually know what's going on here.
Hear that?
What was that?
Confirm. TOD.
The first. You still have one, right?
Yeah, that was 167. Confirmed.
Okay, so we still have one that's...
Do that?
Copy, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
They have another John Doe, so that might be the second.
Do you have one
the third
here?
victim missing. No. Everyone went to Lower Keys.
Okay, that's the guy then.
The 6'7", his first name should be Matt.
Okay. Where's this guy?
Huh?
Is this place at? Where's this guy?
Yeah, this guy in the ponytail lives in one of the trailers. He had nothing to do with anything today. The guy next to him owns this forklift and came to work on it.
Sounds good.
Supposedly they ran out of the yard this way. As soon as I could, I secured the treehouse where the initial crime scene happened.
Oh, it is
and
a treehouse.
I secured. Oh yeah, it's a heck of a treehouse. Double decker.
Hey, that's
I got
the treehouse.
just crime scene load. Pictures here. We're just about to go.
Captain inside?
What's that?
Captain Paul's inside?
No, no one's inside. No one's been inside.
Go in just 1 second. Were you able to get me here to clear them?
I did.
Okay. Good job.
All the trailers? By yourself?
Couldn't get anyone else here.
That's a bad job. But good job for doing that.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, I would have held this motherfucker and said, you get real to me. Yeah, I get you. You don't have that Tony Lopez drop. Hope you're on mute. Alright.
I know.
Nah. So I need my partner. Are you coming in?
He said, I hope you're on mute. Hang on. Let's just go back and catch what he said.
What's Cat at?
She went with, what's her name?
What did we search on this property?
I cleared everything.
All the trailers? By yourself?
Couldn't get anyone else here.
That's a bad job. But good job for doing that.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, I would have held this motherfucker and said, you get real to me. Yeah, I get you. You don't have that Tony Lopez drop. Hope you're on mute. Alright.
I know.
Nah. So I need my partner. Are Are you coming in? You want to sign this crime scene log, if you don't mind?
I ain't coming in there.
Yeah?
I don't need to go in there.
I was just, you're here. I didn't know.
I need to go in there, or these two guys. Not me. So do you know about the people we have in custody and what people we're looking for?
I don't know anything that we have them in custody. And then we were talking to one down a hog fishing person and yelling. Yeah, we're about stabbing him in a fight.
Crush that.
Right, so they're talking about, I think they're talking about another stabbing and a fight there. So, right, Kevin. So I think they're talking about getting another guy getting into a fight somewhere else, but they've got nobody in custody yet. So that's what the essence of that was. She cleared the property on her own. He obviously knows that there's some kind of policy against that. But what we did know when she did go through and clear the property, she still hasn't been upstairs yet. So there's that. And now we got her mute button on again.
Supposedly they came running out this way.
We know who owns this property?
Believe the deceased. He at least built the treehouse, I know that.
Right. And where did the deceased live?
In this trailer.
We had a sex offender that lives here. Here? Yeah.
Is that the guy out front? Because he's the other one that lives here.
What's that?
The guy out front lives here.
Does it? Maybe him.
He lives in that trailer there. He at least built the treehouse, I know that.
Right.
He said we have a something that lives here. What is he talking about?
And where did the deceased live?
In this trailer.
We had a sex offender that lives here. Here? Yeah.
Is that the guy out front? Because he's the other one that lives here.
What's that?
The guy out front lives here.
Does it? Maybe him.
He lives in that trailer there.
Can you guys make out what he says? We had a 6-something that lived here. Yeah, that's probably a good point. Can anyone make out what he said? That we have a something that lives here, a 6-something that lives here. It's cop language, obviously.
He works down at
There
Chevron.
was a guy that lived on the 3rd.
That's Paula. She's a chick. She's on that
Well,
living.
maybe he doesn't live there anymore after the
unless
hurricane.
it's the missing victim, Roger. Who we can't find. Who Paula swears was stabbed.
His what?
She swears he was stabbed.
1202 to all units, we'll get some information that subject needs to trace, possibly 6'2", dark black male.
Where did it actually occur?
Over here.
Low facial hair and bald. That subject currently left once they got on scene down towards Laurel Avenue, or correction, 2nd Avenue area.
It occurred in or out?
The first victim, the deceased, was on this platform here.
Okay.
Paula was at the top screaming, stabbed in the neck. So I think what happened was...
What was his... Do you remember his body position? Face up, face down?
Face down. Sounds like, according to the first witness I had on scene, the RP, he was sitting down here, he heard a ruckus. The guy who lives in this trailer said, I'm going to go see what that was. And he went up, and the other guy, the RP, heard another ruckus. And then he saw 2 people run out. He saw the guy laying there, and he heard Paula screaming. That's when he called it. He went over to CVS to get help.
So we had 2 people leave.
Yes.
One of those possibly the other guy stabbed. So we have no...
2 suspects.
Well,
2 suspects. 3 victims though?
Well, one We haven't been able to
One
locate.
just magically disappeared.
According to Paula, he was here.
Can I see that for 1 second?
Unless he's further up. I mean, I looked in the treehouse. All the medics were up there with me.
Well, I'll go up there and I'll go to the top.
That's where Paula was. I mean, I'll show you. You'll see the puddle of blood here.
Yeah, look at the blood on this.
Well, all the medics were in and out of here.
Are you like?
I am. My battery's dying though. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like going down the middle. Gotcha. So she was here.
He was here, face down. Stabbed, it was like in the back and the shoulder.
Right here?
Yep.
Now we go around and I'm following you. What stuff is that?
That might be Rogers, I don't know.
Blood on the railing right here. We got blood droplets here going. Can't tell which way they're going, but.
Hey Scotty, no, Ty's not here. He's last minute had to change plans, so we'll make another booking for him. But we're just going through, we're going to try and get through the pre-incident before he was charged, how he got sort of pointed at, trying to knock that all over while he's off doing whatever it is he's got to do. And that kind of helps him out a little bit, because we've asked him to go all the way back to the beginning of something that he's at the other end of. So I'm going to try and knock some over tonight so that these are parts he doesn't have to revisit. He's probably going to give us some extra details that we've most likely missed while we're watching this, these statements and these things. So but he will be back with us and he will fill us in on some more of what we're missing here. So this just saves him having to go through every single gory detail. So yesterday when we went through the Paula parts, it was upsetting for him as well. So we're going to try and skip through the parts that are upsetting. So get that out the way. What did you need help with? Which sentence? I took it back, Les. I rewound it a couple of times. So you're about a minute or two behind me, so sorry.
More? You got a flashlight? No, I was talking about the one behind you. Clear.
So there's a lot of blood up here because this is where Paula was. She was here screaming on the rail, trying to get someone's attention over there. So she was sitting there when I came up. She was walking around.
Yep.
She said she fought with the guy.
He was deceased.
Deceased's name is Matt. 1118. If that's the RP, the first person I called in with the ID, we need to talk with him. He was on scene.
He's out front now.
There he is. He's right there. He was here when it happened. He's the one you need to talk to.
Alright, I'm going to go meet with the captain and everybody, and we'll get a game plan started on this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Carter, you've done a great job doing this so far.
Thank you, sir.
Really good job. Well, we're going to hold this, and if you can work the crime scene at the gate, that'd be great.
Okay. These guys were here when it happened.
They were?
But they didn't hear anything until they heard Paula screaming.
Gotcha.
I can show you the deceased. The deceased lived here in this in the front door of this one.
Okay.
Okay. The guy out front lives in that one.
What?
The guy out front, he lives in that one. Supposedly Anathea Clay lived in the back, but she got kicked out. All the doors were open when I walked up.
There are no doors, lady. So we might just wait. I might just natter for a bit because some of you are saying that I got kidnapped by the Starlink. I didn't see anything at my end that showed I was being kidnapped. So let's just wait and see that you're all caught up. And yes, it wasn't. I only saw parts of the trial, so I do agree he did a good job, per se. So I saw, I think, maybe opening statements and closing statements. And I agree, he's actually one of the only pro se defendants I've ever seen that actually did a good job, knew what he was doing, addressed things, at least half right. A lot of people were saying that, oh, he's a narcissist because he argued with the judge. He had every right to be arguing with the judge, kind of like Jackson has every right to argue with some of the crap Bev pulls. But we'll get to the reasons that he argued with the judge in some cases. It was there was a lot of background stuff going on that he's trying to bring in, and the judge won't let him, and it's relevant stuff. So, but I think a lot of people took the bantering back and forth between him and the judge at various points to be, well, narcissistic is what they were saying on the comments. But I personally agree with Scott. He did a very good job as far as pro se goes. So, yeah. That's okay, Les. There probably is a lot of smarties, but, I don't put up with too much. I don't suffer fools gladly. Let's just say it that way. So, yeah, I'm not having a go at you. It's some words I think are like police codes, like a 6-7 obviously is to do with a decedent, something to do with a decedent. So yeah, some of the codes I don't understand. I'm absolutely sure if Ty was here, would know exactly what they were saying in that point. But we will have Ty back, so we can actually ask him when he does come back. So yeah, so for those who don't know, Scott used to be, one of those people who carted people into the courtroom, the defendants from their jail cells into the courtroom and back out again. So he would have to sit through the trial and prevent them from getting violent or, dashing over the bench and attacking the judge, for example. So that was his job for a little while. So he says he saw lots of crazy trials while it's charged with keeping custody of the defendant themselves, right? Yeah. So we're all caught up now, and we don't have any more kidnappings. I need to look back at my history and find it and let you all know. Yeah, if you can work out what they're saying. So he's saying someone at the Treehouse was a 6-something for them. I'm assuming CI of some sort. I don't know what number they give to CIs. So, and I don't even know if it's different between police departments. It could be Scott McGuinness might be familiar with one in Massachusetts that the cops might use for a CI versus the ones in Florida. So it could be that too. Did you ever get to shock anyone with the ankle thingy? That's funny. All right, so we don't have any more dropouts, and we seem to be all caught up. So we only got, we are at 30. We've only got 10, 15 minutes left. So, it's okay, Liz.
11:18. As far as that, he at least built it.
You have the other victim, right?
Hey, friend, that's correct. The deceased is going to be Matt, M-A-T-T.
Scotty, do you want to come up and help me decipher what's going on here? I can send you a link if you like. We've got a few videos to get through, but this is kind of all like at the scene and then coming back to interview witnesses and so on. But you might be able to help us with some of the cop speak that's going on. Let me pop you a link. Let me send you a link. Whoops, here you go. If you want to jump up and help me decipher some of this cop talk, please do. If you don't, just ignore it. I sent you the link in the usual spot. But if you want to, the floor is open. And it's probably good to have someone else speaking, you know, filling in when I get kidnapped, which you do a pretty good job of. So come on down if you want to. So while we wait for Scott to catch up and hear that message, we'll just keep playing a little bit further through.
We don't have a name. I told him to call you right away. I had all kinds of stuff going. Trust me.
I have it. I have his name.
Yeah, but it was. I'm letting you know. It was the first thing I said. Is I said let Lima 1 and Lima 2 know what's going on.
I already called out
because I didn't have time to talk to no one. Everybody's all fluid. You know what's going on.
11:18. The deceased Matt Bonnet. Bravo Oscar November Echo Tango Tango.
And I wanted you guys to know that I had at least one down and what was happening. But I can't do. You know, I can't make phone calls in the middle of the mess.
Copy that. So it's unknown if Lower Keys have a second male. Lower Keys is saying they have a deceased male. They don't unknown.
That guy, I think there was a male is deceased.
I know, but they don't know if it's an additional at Lower Keys or not.
Well, the female is still there. This guy here said he's talked to her at the hospital. She's being treated, so she's still alive.
I know. Over there. I think.
We know. She's still alive. We got that. Would you... I was an investigator, but give it... Oh, okay. While waiting for Scott, would you consider a one-on-one with Scott on the incredible women he worked with in the prison system? That's a great idea, Kevin. There you go, Scotty. We got a request. Can we make it a 7... What are we up to, 11? Can we make it an 11-hour live stream? We'll hit him up when he gets up here, Kevin. That's a great request, though. I like it. Please, oh, thank you, Kevin. Hey, wait a second. Hey. Thanks for that, Kevin. Police codes. So we're looking at Florida. So we need to go down to the 6s. 6-7 is an accidental injury. What? 6-6 civil matter. 6-5 shoplifter. 6-4 larceny. 6-3 impersonating a law officer. 6-2 racial trouble. 6-1 gambling. 6-0 sniper fire. 6-9 loose farm animal. And 6-8 police service call. So it might have been a 6-8 police service call. All right, Scotty's here. Dude, thanks for joining us.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. What's happening over your side of the woods?
We had a busy week, a couple of court dates last week, and then we did our meal of food gathering last night, where all the free can read peeps showed up and several of the creators. So it was a good night.
Right, right. So I'm looking at the Florida police codes here. He said we had a 6 something, and we didn't get the other number because her thingy beeped. But I'm looking through this list for all their 6 codes. It seems to me like a police service call maybe previously. We had a 6-8 here, is kind of what he said. We had a 6 something here.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of police departments around the country, they use different codes for radio calls. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, radio.
Yeah, yeah.
So we are
Yeah.
in Florida. Let me just look. Palm Beach, we're looking Key West. So it looks like it's just a standard Florida code. So it would be a 6 something, but none of those other 6s match what we know is going on there. We could have been sniper fire, but I don't think there was any reported treehouse snipering going on. No gambling, no racial trouble, impersonating a law officer, larceny of auto parts. I mean, could have been, I guess. A shoplifter, could have been, I guess. A civil matter, don't know. And an accidental injury, which we know 6-7 they've used for Matt the decedent. And then 6-8, a police service call and a loose farm animal. I think we can write that one out. So yeah, we're just looking at the possible codes. So what we did know was
Well, see, like a lot of these codes, like the codes we used to use, every code was 10 dash whatever. So 10-7, 10-99, 10-21.
right.
But a lot of the officers shorthanded. They drop the, you know what I mean? You just say 99. You don't say 10-99.
Yeah, right. So Florida, they're not telling us what Florida's first 2 codes. Oh, the 10 codes. There you go. Gotcha. Here we go.
Yeah. So sometimes officers are just shorthanding stuff.
Yeah.
They're not fully saying, oh, this is a 1067. They'll just say really quick, 67.
Serving a civil process is 67.
Yeah,
Legal.
I'm just looking at the list that's on the screen, just pulling one out of the hat.
There's a 6-9, send a narc agent, which because we know the treehouse. See that one probably fits because we know the treehouse was a well-known trap house, essentially. So you could be right on the 10. So thanks for filling that in for us. What else is here? Revised official APCO 10 codes. What does that mean?
I'm looking now.
10 codes, APCO code, 10 codes. And then in the 60s, we have 60 squad in the vicinity, but we know he said 2 digits. Personnel in the area, 61, 62, 63, making a written copy, 64, message for local DEL, net, message assigned, message cancellation, clear to read, dispatch information, fire alarm, advice to fire, advise nature of fire. Oh, we're going past 60s now. Okay. I think actually the most
Some of the 10 codes are funny because they kind of overlap, like universally.
yeah.
But these Florida codes are far different from anything I ever saw in Massachusetts.
6-9 down here. 6-9 is message received. Yeah. The only one that looks even slightly relevant could be send an arc agent, but I don't know. They had a 6-9 there. One of the people in the house was a 6 something. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, narc agent could be plausible if they believe it was a drug house, right?
Yeah. So we do know it was a drug house, and we do know that they believe the robbery was related to a cookie of meth.
Yeah, so even a local police department, they would have their detective units, and then you have your narc detectives,
Yeah.
and your criminal detectives. Like even if you go back to the Norfolk County DA's office, state police detective units,
Yeah. Yeah.
there's a division of that detective unit that's like drug task force type. And then the other guys are the murder police.
Right. Right. Thanks for the what is it? It's a super chat. It's a membership. Sorry. Thanks for the membership, Les. Thanks for the appreciation membership. All right. So let's go back to the video. So they're saying a few codes here that are a little confusing, but the reason I'm doing this, just going back over this particular footage, which is long and drawn out, is that this is the initial contact with the scene and the victims and the witnesses. And Ty believed that the rest of the video was significant. So maybe you can help us point out the significant parts. So far, we got the lead detective in the case threatening people like, leave my name out of that, which is not a good sign. She's the one that was sued. Were you here for that part of the conversation yesterday, Scott?
Yeah, I caught some of that live, and then I was listening to some of it on replay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
essentially, he sued her. She sued him for defamation, and then she lost that, and then she got fired. So the detective who takes over, she comes in way late. She comes in like an hour in.
Wasn't she testifying in the trial post her being
Dismissed.
fired?
I think so.
I do remember that from watching the trial.
Yeah. So, that's just
I
another.
know when it's going to happen, maybe to Proctor and Karen Reed trial too. You might have to testify after being fired.
Right.
We hope.
Yeah. She's the captain. Yeah, but she's also the lead detective for the case. But as I was pointing out, Misty, she turned up an hour late. So it seems to me Mola seems to be getting a story right here, particularly in what she's telling other people that the victims just told her and the other witnesses have relayed to her. So how it goes from here into this big twisted other story is what we're going to try and like wrap our heads around. So she was supposed to testify, right? Did she testify? We're going to come to all of this with Ty. That when we invite Ty back again, we will come back to this. What we hope to do here is just save him from this legwork of going back over.
I watched a lot of this trial on Broken Baker,
Right.
and I do sort of remember that one of the detectives, and I think it was her, was testifying after she had been fired or demoted, but she was obviously a crucial witness in the case, and she was on the stand. But I might be misremembering.
Yeah, well, we'll go back over it and work out what happened there. Like I said, we don't have Ty here to ask those questions to today, so we're going to have to leg it along and clock up those questions, whether or not she did testify, as we go. But yeah, there's still a bit to go on this one, and then I'm going to go to the Todd guy who's actually left the scene by now, but the cops in another part of town actually do catch up with him, and he gives himself some more context in those. Plus, then he gets visited the next day, and he gives some more context. So we'll try and get through all of those witnesses tonight if we can. If you haven't got time for that, that's fine, Scott. But that's what the plan is.
Okay.
Whatever. Let's go.
No, not yet.
Smith was going to send somebody.
Is that all right? Don't know? We don't. We don't know yet. Can't give you that information yet.
She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a couple of things wrong, but not. She's kind of like done a pointedly like in the Karen Reed case, if that makes sense. So in the Karen Reed case, you know, for those who are just new here from following Ty's case, we had what we called weaponizing competency. I'm not picking that up with this lady. I don't feel like she's incompetent. I feel like she's come into a situation, probably dropped a few balls, but nothing like that I would put in the same category as what we've seen as weaponizing competence in Karen Reed's case. Do you agree with that, Scott? I think
Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
I think it starts from this Phelps character. I don't think it's in this area like this. This is more about what the witnesses initially said rather than Mola has done anything but specifically wrong at this stage. But we shall continue. What are we looking at? So skipping through to you talking again.
Is this a dash cam?
This is her body cam. And
Body cam? It's not moving much.
I'd also point out that by this point in time, there's no flashing lights going on here. So Ty said when he went to the Tom Thumb to buy cigarettes, there was a lot of flashing lights. And so I sort of pulled the video up just before you came along, Scott, and showed people like where I thought that time frame might be. Here, their lights are all off. So obviously this is well after. So we've got a time frame now of when Ty says he woke up, had no cigarettes, and decided to go to the Tom Thumb. And the reason that's significant is because he actually goes to the Tom Thumb with one of the suspects. So he believes he went to the Tom Thumb after the crime actually occurred. And this should match up. If they'd have gone to the Tom Thumb and got the footage from there to see him buying the cigarettes, this should match up with the times, right?
Right, and Ty said that the footage from the Tom Thumb store was not available.
Missing. Mysterious.
Yeah. Sounds like Canton.
Sounds like Canton. Somewhere in that mysterious CCTV black hole.
Man, you still got to be at work at 10?
I don't think that's gonna happen. So I texted, and I think somebody might be there. A little while. I told her I'd be able to be there eventually. I hope I will be.
Yeah. What do you need from your place?
I was getting my bike, my backpack, my phone, and my shirt.
Okay.
And some food too, like.
All right. Hang on. He needs to go to work. He's asking if he can grab his shirt and bike from there and go to work.
Walk him in. Get whatever he needs to get him out.
He was here when it happened. He heard Paula screaming and a ruckus, and that was it. He didn't see anything other than two possible people.
Can we get someone to go to CPS in a second and check any trains over there in the back that are facing this way?
They do have some over there, but I don't know which way they're facing.
Yeah, I know they have one in the front. They do have one by the front door.
Actually, could you do that first?
Yeah, I can do that because he's got him, and you're going to deal with this guy?
Yeah.
And you're going to walk him in and get his crap, get him out of here.
No, we're going to interview first.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. He's going to do. Still one.
Get his crap and get him out of here. Would you walk him in to get his stuff for work and his bike and stuff, Scott?
Well, it seems they're pretty confident he's eliminated as a suspect, right?
Right. All right, just asking. I don't have an opinion on it myself, but I would let him get back to work. But I'm a little bit more compassionate than a cop might be.
But where is his stuff located?
He lives in one of the vans below on the ground floor. He lives in one of those cabins out at the side, sort of thing.
So his stuff isn't in the actual Treehouse place, right?
No. Very separate. So, and I don't think he ever ends up being a suspect either. So,
once you take care of him, then let us know. Okay, and you just make sure for now, just hang out here, make sure nobody goes out.
I got the crime scene log. You got stand by with my camera on?
Yeah, please. Sir, can I get you to come sit here for a minute?
We're gonna try to get you out of here, Ben.
I mean, but I don't blame them for detaining him and keeping him separated and talking to him as much as they can.
right, exactly. So he was there. He heard some screams, but he didn't come out to check anything. So I think he actually left the scene too, but and then he was coming back as everyone was being questioned. So.
What's your name? Ben? I'm Matt Pitcher. Give me just a second, alright? Do you mind if I do a little recording? Ben, do you swear everything you're about to tell me is accurate to the best of your knowledge? Yes. Help me out here. Can you tell me what happened tonight? From what you know, I know.
People were attacked.
Okay. Where were you at the time?
RV.
RV?
That separate one right there.
Okay.
So he was in the RV.
Where did it
I
happen?
was sleeping, actually, and I heard somebody saying, so I came out, and I was like, what's going on? And somebody was running out the gate. So I came out, I grabbed my baseball bat I got. I still am a boxer. I didn't have time to put anything on.
Right.
And I came out here, and that guy there was over there, across the street. And he was talking about that he's like, where did the other one go? I'm like, what other one? There's two people, right? He said, I guess there was two people that were involved in the attack. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by that, but he said there was somebody still inside. And I was like, shit. So I went in there and I was asking, I shouted up in the tower. I was like, is everything okay up there? And Paula said, call 911. I think it was Paula that said that, call 911. So I went in my room and I closed the door and I called 911 because I thought something bad's happening, obviously.
Right.
I heard somebody got stabbed, and I wasn't sure exactly who. I was worried about Matt.
Okay, so he didn't leave the scene. He just went back into his own trailer, basically.
And he ended up attacked, I guess. I've known Matt for a while, we're friends, but all these other people.
So Matt's the owner of the property.
Do you remember what time this was about?
I don't know, I think it was before 9.
Okay.
Yeah, around 9-ish.
Okay.
Maybe.
And you said when you first came out, you saw somebody running out?
Yeah, somebody's going out the gate.
Do you remember what they were wearing, what they looked like, anything like that?
No, it looked like some tall guy.
White, black?
I think it's black.
Okay. Did you see his hair or anything like that?
I didn't have a flashlight or anything. There's barely any light. It's very dark in there.
Okay. Would you recognize him if you saw him again, or you only saw the back of him?
Seriously, no. I recognize the person.
I know it was dark, but did you see him carrying anything like that?
No.
Okay.
When I came back in, that one guy came back in, and somebody was coming down the steps, and I think that was the guy who had the knife.
After all this, there was still a guy there?
No, when I was going back into my room.
Like after you came out and saw?
Yeah, I was like right there in the doorway. I didn't actually leave the property. I was standing right there.
And then there was a guy coming down then with the knife.
No, I ran in there, and that guy came as I was going inside my room, and he was going towards the treehouse, what they call the treehouse, and somebody was coming down the steps, and I think he had a knife or something, and the other guy was like, "Oh!" Like, was he attacking him or what?
Did you recognize?
I didn't want to stick around. I don't want to be out there in like in a dangerous area. Like, I don't want to get attacked. I know I had a bat knife. Right. I probably could have defended myself. But if somebody, I just don't want to take the chance of getting hurt.
Do you remember what the guy looked like that you saw? The second one?
Was his no, what he's wearing or anything. It was a black guy.
Okay.
That, what I heard, they said it was Detroit. That's the name I heard.
You know a black guy named Detroit?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you saw the knife. How big would you say the knife was? What did it look like?
I didn't actually see the knife, but that's what happened. Some people got attacked, and the guy was, I don't know if he was attacking that guy. I was like, whoa! Like he was coming at him or something. You know, and that's what I was going inside. I was going to stick around out there to get stabbed myself.
Right. Definitely understand. Is there anything else you can think of that I need to know?
No.
Do you have any issue if I...
Anything stand out with that to you, Scott? Hello, am I here?
Yeah, I don't know. He's saying a lot of things that he saw, but he didn't really see anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
He heard things and saw a guy coming down the stairs, but I didn't see a knife. But I heard that somebody was stabbed.
Yeah.
It's kind of his story really isn't giving any solid facts. It's not identifying who the person was. It's not saying that the person had the knife in their hand or whatever.
Yeah.
So I just find the guy's story here is
it's wishy-washy.
It's not really helping.
Yeah. It's wishy-washy, right? But he does
Yeah.
say, I believe it's two guys and one was black. So I mean that's because he heard Paula saying it. Basically.
I mean, they're getting some information out of the guy, but it's helping, color in the story a little bit, but it's not like
right.
The guy's a key eyewitness to what happened and has like really solid things to say.
Right. That's right. A theme. He's given a theme. But I guess it's enough to say, like, he's not involved. We can let him go. Let him get on his way so he can get ready to go to work, I guess.
Yeah, obviously, if he was involved, I don't think he'd be talking to the police this open and freely.
Right.
I mean, these police officers, they kind of can tell if they're experienced when they're talking to somebody like this.
Yeah.
If it's an actual suspect or somebody that's involved in the crime, trying to talk their way out of it, or somebody that's just saying this is what they sort of witnessed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just feel it, you know it.
Yeah.
Later on, did you get his phone number?
I did not.
Can we get his phone? Just
305. Sorry, I'm not that quick. Give me a pen. Oh, it's over there. Was it 305?
304 0553.
Oh, whoops.
Ben, do you have somewhere that you can go for now?
Well,
he's got to go to work.
Working, I'll be a little late, I'm sure, but...
Okay, he can go to work. I'm not going to keep you.
He's got to get his shirt and bike.
I gotta go.
Is there any way you can get your shirt and bike for you? Do you mind walking me these people?
I'll walk him on scene and...
Just let him get his stuff and just make sure we're...
Yeah, just get whatever...
I lock my room and everything.
Okay, so Todd's still hanging around just here. Todd's still just here.
I'll walk him on scene and...
There he is.
Just let him get his stuff and just make sure we're...
Yeah, just get whatever...
I lock my room and everything.
Just whatever you got to get to work. Just bare minimum. Five after 10.
I'm sure y'all have heard of Treehouse, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been here before.
It's not a good vibe. I try to stay away from it. Hey guys, we're gonna have to be good. You okay if I get some soup? I think that should be good for tonight.
Okay. You got everything.
When am I going to be able to come back up? Oh, I'm going to find the light. So,
I don't want to let these guys out.
Listen, I'll tell them to go back up. But, okay, you guys, come on. You got plenty of water, food. Yeah, that's going to be good. Top of the ceiling. When will I be able to come back?
What time's your shift in?
6 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm turning this off.
I mean, he might specifically know more than he's saying. He might know like more frequent visitors to the treehouse.
Yeah.
He might even know specifically who some of these people were, but like, how do you prove it? You know what I mean? If he's just gonna water down everything and say some guy, and even if he might know who he is, because they might be regulars to the treehouse, and he might even be a regular to the treehouse himself.
Yeah.
But I mean, these police have questioned him long enough to basically say, yeah, he's not directly involved. We've talked to him enough. We got, a decent amount of information out of him, but he might be minimizing and hiding things. But even if they believe that he's doing that, he's not directly involved in the crime.
Right. He's just doing it so he stays out of everything.
Right.
I'm sure by 6 he'll be.
I know I should move. I should have moved a long time ago, but it's like cheap rent and it's so damn hard to find. Can you check real quick here? Make sure that. Can I close my window there?
Yep. When I checked your place earlier, a cat ran out of there.
Oh yeah, Jesse, you're gonna have to go outside. You wanna go out that way?
Yeah, that could end up bad. Looking at
man, it's bad drama around here. It wasn't always like that. When I first moved in here, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that's kind of what I just said. He might know a little more than what he's revealing, but the police are like confident enough that he wasn't directly involved, and they're letting him go to work.
He has not been associated with. I'm pretty sure that's all. I'm pretty sure y'all know all that.
I've been here before. I've spoken to him that. I know Paula.
Yeah.
To the point where I see her around and.
Okay. Yeah, it's not good. And that's the only one out of all of them I consider a friend. None of the other ones I even want to have nothing to do with. Man.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your cooperation.
Glad I need to really get out there and get involved, head on with the guy, He had a knife and I had a bat. I don't know who was in it. I might have been able to knock him out. But
Ben, what was it? I'm sorry, give me your given name. It's Ben.
Benjamin, or is it the proper? People just call me Ben.
All right, I think we can do without any more personal details from Mr. Ben. I think we can move on. I'm not sure what we were supposed to pick up with watching that, but we've watched it. I'm sure Ty can fill us in. I think it's just the fact that Mola knows the owner and the victim so far. So let me pull up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Even if you were to look at him in the most suspicious eye, where he might know more than like he's truly saying, like who certain individuals are or whatever.
Yeah.
The police are pretty confident he wasn't directly involved in the crime. Talk to him long enough that they're comfortable enough to just let him go to work.
Yep. Interview 3 with Todd. Let me just get all the Todd interviews. The one I wanted to show you is where they give Todd, they try to identify who it was. So they give Todd the could have been solved on night 1. Jake Brady Todd interview. I think it might be this one. Interview 1. Hang on. This is the night of. All right, let's go to this one.
112 for TOT.
We just shut these down because we don't need them anymore. All right. This is Todd. So the guy that in the very first video at the front of the CVS saying, I was there, I heard it all upstairs, I ran out. That's Todd. He goes off and puts a white skivvy on from that footage we see at the front of the CVS. He's got no shirt on. Then he goes and puts a white
per lower key.
Negative contact with anyone.
How's it going, guys? You guys didn't see any suspicious activity while you're down here on the street, did you?
No, sir.
No?
No, we were at the hospital.
No guys with blood all over?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
We're good.
Wait. Now he's acting like he didn't see anything. That's the
You didn't see
guy.
anything suspicious, like somebody all covered with blood running by you with a knife?
The thing is, he did. He just.
I know.
Fuck.
While you're down here on the street, did you?
No, sir.
No?
No, we were at the hospital.
No guys with blood all over?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
We're good.
This dude that he's with is who he left. So he was originally going to meet this dude to have drinks with him somewhere. So when he was leaving, that's when all the commotion broke out. He'll tell you another story in a minute. That's who he was going to meet, was this dude. But yeah, that's freaking weird that he did that. Look at the time.
You guys know anybody by the name of Detroit? Goes by the name of Detroit?
I've heard about it already.
Oh, you already you talking to my partner down there?
Yeah, April brought him to that house.
Who did you hear this from? What you're telling me?
I was there.
Oh, you were over here?
Yes, at that house, the same one where that just happened.
Okay, where the incident happened?
Yes.
Okay, did they get your information?
About a week ago, yes. But no, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about a week ago. I was there.
Oh, a week ago you were there.
You're asking me how I know Detroit.
Okay, gotcha.
So
All
I'm
right.
at the house. April brings this guy over.
Okay.
Just some random black guy, pretty big, big head.
What do you look like? I mean,
black, very
black. About what height?
Typical nigger, dude. Come on. So
I'm recording here. Be careful. Okay. So anyway, give me your best description.
Big, ugly.
Approximately how tall?
Lima 2.
6'2".
Okay.
6'2".
Hairstyle?
None. Bald.
2140.
Bald. Okay.
But this was a week ago, bro.
I know.
Okay, so he
can't grow his hair back in a week though.
So.
And he went by the name Detroit?
I didn't even know that until the next day. I was like, who was that? Because he was real. He gave me creepy, creeped me out. So like the next day, I asked Matt, the owner of the place.
Matt.
I'm just going to duck out for a second, visit the ladies' room while this is playing out.
This Matt? Or the other, another Matt?
That Matt.
This Matt.
You're the owner of the house.
Oh, the owner of the house. His name is Matt?
Right. We wake up in the morning, and I go, who the... he's gone after we had to run him off. He just badgered everybody all night.
Okay. If you don't mind, can I have your identification and information so just in case...
She got it already up there.
Who's got it?
The young lady, I don't know, when I was coming through there.
Okay, so she already spoke to you.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
What's your name, sir?
Todd.
Give me 1 minute. Let me check the computer real quick.
Fort Myers, man. I unloaded my boat.
Oh, you're on one of the shrimp boats here?
Yeah. I'm on a shrimp boat.
Yeah, well, we're thinking that maybe this might be somebody related in a shrimp boat or something like that. I don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, officer, I've been down there for the last 2 days now, and I have not heard or seen anything as far as suspiciousness of that.
Okay, well, if you guys hear anything...
The next day I wake up, who was that creepy motherfucker? Oh, that's Detroit. First and last ever.
Do you know what Detroit looks like?
Yeah, he just told me. It's 6'2", bald, ugly,
big,
and very black.
So they both had Skeletor Halloween masks on.
Okay, but
well, that was tonight, not last week.
You pull the mask and everything?
Dude, I'm the one that called. I was standing across the street. I seen him run out of the thing, and one was a white dude. One dude never took his mask off. One was a white dude. They split up when they came out. The white dude took his thing off, and I was yelling, "Help! Help! Somebody call the police!" While I was on the phone with 911, and then he took off in the truck.
Which way did he head? The white dude.
On Laurel. He went that way. Come out of the gate and went that way.
Wait, we're facing the guy's house. We're facing. If we're facing.
If you run out of his house, you're looking at CVS.
Right.
In between Keys, Yamaha, and the
right,
other one,
right
on Laurel, right there.
Okay.
Come out
So
of
which way does the white?
He bangs a right and goes toward.
To the end of Laurel. Okay.
And that's when I lose him.
And what was he wearing?
Okay, but did he turn the corner and come down second?
I don't know.
Or did he keep on going straight?
I didn't keep looking. Let me tell you what I did.
What was he wearing?
So I go across I leave CVS. I go in there, up the fucking stairs. Matt's laying in a pool of blood on the second tier, all stabbed up. Paul is up there whimpering. I don't know. There's some other guy, random guy, doing something.
So you got to take notice of what he says, because he does give several statements and they don't all match from what I understand. So take notice of what he's saying.
Get to the top of the stairs, and here comes the second one. Only one had left, and I thought they were both going. And he tries to get me, and he hits me. I put up my hands and block it, and he hits me in the pinky.
The black guy did that.
Yeah.
That's tonight.
That's tonight.
Okay, I thought you said you were only there a week ago, not tonight.
I was, but I wasn't. I just witnessed it.
Okay.
So, I told the lady the.
So you were there when the stabbing occurred?
No. Well.
470.
After.
Okay. Hold on.
I hear him yelling.
470. Go ahead.
I just go there to check. See what's going on.
I know you're busy, but I need you back here at the crime scene. We need to
for an hour. I'm just repeating now.
Copy that. I'll be there momentarily. 1118 is the only person I have there on scene. I also got a subject here that said he spoke to 1118 already, but he was there right after the aftermath. Give him more information. I'm assuming you're going to want to talk to him.
We're walking up there anyway.
Okay. Do you have any weapons with you, anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
What I'd like to do is take you with me back over there. There's a detective sergeant for homicide wants to speak to you. Is that all right?
Homicide?
Yeah, there's 2 people dead, or one's dead.
Matt died?
Somebody died. The guy that was there.
Hey, well, I just talked to Paul at the hospital. I know it wasn't her.
Well, Paula got
stabbed in the neck.
In the neck. Yeah, she's still being treated, but the other guy is dead. Is that guy named Matt? What's his last name?
Property, Matt.
Matt what?
Are we talking about that stilt home over there? It's got the thing.
The Treehouse.
Okay. All right, listen. You're gonna have to pull it together and talk to us, okay? Because we're losing time here.
Yeah, we're trying to find out who did this, and we don't have much time to go on.
Verse 38.
Do me a favor, just relax, keep your hands out of your pockets, all right? I don't know what's in them, I don't want to find out,
Sir?
okay?
Was this gentleman right here with you?
No, I was going to meet him. But I left out of there, and this all happened at the same time.
All right, so you have a shrimp boat down here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I just went to pick him up.
Did you talk to the other deputy as well as he did, or not?
No, I didn't. I don't know anything about the situation.
No, he
you know
was at the bar. I was outside.
What I need you to do is go on back to your boat, and he'll hook up with you later on.
You know where I'm at, right?
He'll hook up with you later on. All right.
All right, John.
Okay. What if?
Sorry, I was fucking muted. So what he's basically said is that he didn't see anyone running around with blood on them. Now he has seen someone running around with it, pulled their mask off on the way out, which is what he...
Yeah, I mean, didn't he just place himself at the crime scene, like right after the stabbings?
Right, and he's just said that to back at the CBS to the first officer Moller who turned up. I was there. This is what I heard. I went upstairs. I went, did all this stuff, and then ran across here to the CBS to get someone to call 911. So he's kind of sticking to that story, but he's just all over the shop. And I'm not too surprised because he's in shock. He does say here that one of the guys stabbed him in the pinky. And we do see that, they go back the next day and talk to him again the next day. And he kind of shows where he got stabbed in the pinky. But he kind of...
Wasn't he saying that was Detroit that stabbed him in the pinky?
Here he's saying it was Detroit that stabbed him in the pinky. So we'll get to his next story, his next interview the next day, because I think he says not Detroit. I think he says it's the other guy. And then he starts embellishing like he actually laid a few in and punched the guy. So he's not saying that in this particular part. But again, this is very close to the incident. You could argue, he's in shock or whatever, but he's just gone off and met his mate and gone to the pub. Like, it doesn't gel. You know what I mean? There's stuff going on with this dude. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the...
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the chat, some people insert themselves
Yeah.
to be special.
Right.
Other times it's just people confiscating and obfuscating because they are involved in some way.
Right. Then there's the third sort of scenario where it was a trap house and there was drugs going on. So people are trying to minimize their association with that as well. So you also get that side of it happening as well.
Yeah.
We've got several interviews with this guy.
What's your first name again? Todd. Okay. Obviously you know them. Okay. You said Matt and Paula. Okay. If you had to guess, what would you guess this was over? Why did this happen? If you had to guess.
Money?
Go ahead.
We still need the QS units at crossing US 1 and CVS on the highway.
Let me tell you two.
Negative. You go ahead and have them break down. All city units can break down until we get other information. We're about done here.
Let me tell you, there's a feud going on between Paula upstairs, girl upstairs, and April, the girl that rents downstairs, with Matt in the middle. So April keeps threatening Paula, I'm going to videotape you. You're living, I don't know, you're not supposed to be up there living.
Okay, so it's like landlord-tenant stuff.
Yes.
Okay. But not over drugs or anything like that. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm thinking anyway. I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any weapons on you? What's in the backpack there?
A headlamp, and that's it.
So I would say at this point we're up to 3 suspects from what we've gleaned from the crime scene. We know there's a black guy. We know there's another guy and a smaller white guy with him. They're both wearing masks. And there's a feud going on between Paula, the woman upstairs who has been robbed and had her throat slashed, and April downstairs, who's also called Anathea. And this Anathea has been threatening. So Anathea got kicked out that day, or some people are saying a few days beforehand. Like, they all seem to be confused about when Anathea got kicked out. But apparently there's some kind of feud going on because Paula was instrumental in getting Matt to kick Anathea out. So it seems to me the 3 suspects are Anathea and these 2 wearing the masks. Does that sound right to you so far, Scotty? Like, just what the cops are hearing so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, as I've been watching your last 2 shows, I'm trying to recall what I did watch of the trial and trying to put it all together, the big picture.
Yeah. So when we get to the trial part, what I'm doing here is trying to get through footage and stuff that was excluded from the trial. Some of it was included, but also some of the bits that were included were connected to bits that were excluded. So I wanted to kind of put it all together so that we see it's kind of like the Karen Reid trial when we went through.
It's like any trial. There's so much
right
pre-trial info that comes out that never gets into trial itself.
Right. And why it doesn't get into trial is kind of similar to the reasons that we've got here as Karen Reid's trial too. So I just wanted to keep those pieces together, and we're watching it as Ty understands it. He probably understands it a lot deeper, but we're watching it as he understands it when he went to trial. So, but yeah, I got 3 suspects now just from listening to what we've listened to so far. So a black guy with a mask, a white guy with a mask, and Anethea knows them both. And she's got an ongoing feud with the one upstairs who got robbed and her throat slashed. Seems like Matt just jumped in to save Paula and got himself offed, basically.
Okay, just for my safety and the fact real quick.
Yep.
Turn around for me. Okay, I'm gonna put you in my car and we're gonna go over there real quick. Yeah, I wanted to, because they're still down there.
Okay.
Do you mind standing here for a little
Nope,
bit? I mean, and he wants me down there to.
Well, that's a good point, Misty. He probably did meet up with this other dude, like, quick, take my drugs, man. Go. And the cops just let him go just then. So now, let's keep going with who's up next that night. Share this tab. Wait, I didn't. Did I share it? Hang on. I need to come back here. Oh, we got it. All right. So this is called The Treehouse Murder Could Have Been Solved in One Night. So this is that night.
Homicide's on their way down. Kellenberger's last at like the 24, so he's probably at the 15 now.
Did the homicide happen down there?
It happens on Laurel, okay? But they turned to left coming back to this way. Somebody had mentioned something about a guy named Detroit. But obviously that guy is not the same guy. They were wearing masks.
And driving a black SUV.
And no, black sedan. A black sedan.
Look, black sedan or black pickup truck?
No, black sedan.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, no, I think it might be the guy that's down over here. But he owns it or whatever. Right?
He owns what?
So we got this like little game of Chinese whispers going. It's a black truck that they're looking for. Now he's saying a black sedan. So that's a little bit of Chinese whispers. Mola was told a black truck, wasn't that the case? Do you remember that? Or do I just remember a black truck because I've been having other conversations with Ty? Does anybody?
I'm still trying to catch up on what I remember of this case from watching the trial. Right. I've been like speed reading through your last 2 shows here.
Yeah, right. So now, like I said, we know that I think it's because of what Ty said last night. So Ty said that Travis had a truck that got broken into. And now this guy is repeating it to this cop, asking what he's seen. He's saying a sedan, but it's not. It's a truck. So,
yeah, that black truck there, is that the one that got scratches all down the side of it?
No, that guy was with the guy that got scratches down the side.
Oh, okay.
Now the guy that I dealt with that got the scratches, his name is John Johnson.
He just got out of jail or something.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Well, he's saying that guy's in jail, and
we arrested.
So this cop here has just been in contact with the suspects. The truck with the scratches down the side, that's Travis. The John Johnson is actually Rory.
5 in one day, out of one room up there.
Okay, well, that's why, see, that was what led us to here, because somebody mentioned Detroit.
Right.
Okay, so that's why we had thought it was connected to there. Well, then we found out that guy is in jail.
Right.
So now we're back in the dark. Now we're thinking that it may be a shrimper, okay, or something like that. We have no clue who it is right now, because that was, the name Detroit came up from someone on the scene. Okay, it might be somebody else that goes by Detroit. It just might be a coincidence. Okay. Because the guy that goes by Detroit and that we identified is in freaking jail, so it's not that person.
Yeah, he's one of the 5 we arrested.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So that Detroit is out of pocket. Okay. So we're looking for another, black male that goes by Detroit. And
is he a black male or white male?
There's a black male supposedly with a white male. But my thing is, if they came there, it sounds to me either drug ripoff or vendetta, because they came there prepared wearing masks.
Because there's a black guy in this apartment complex here too, and I got him on my video on my car.
And this thing here.
Yeah.
He's saying the guy that owns the black truck with the scratches on it says those people aren't here. That no one's there except for him. That all those people got cleared out and arrested.
The black man and the black woman live downstairs in the bottom apartment right there, that door right there. And the other guy lives upstairs.
This guy here?
No, the guy John lives upstairs. The one with the scratches on.
Oh, okay, yeah. He said he kicked everybody out. Well, of his part. That's a different part over there, right?
Yeah. All right.
Well, whatever you got, we'll turn over to that mic, because right now we're shooting in the dark. We have no anything on what's going on where. So, but something was brought up about, and they're calling down here. He said two guys were down here arguing about a fight they just been in with a knife. So, it sounds like either they may still be down there or this was the target area. So,
okay.
So my guess is.
Do we have a 7?
Yeah, I would double check.
He's at the hospital?
Yeah, I don't know. It's 12:02 to 11:18.
So, Scotty, did that clear up anything for you? Listening to those two guys, those two cops?
Not really.
Kind of.
So I'm asking questions in the chat. So
yeah.
the other victim, the female, right?
Yeah.
She was hospitalized.
Yes.
With the slashed neck, right?
Yes, she gave a statement at the scene, and she's given multiple statements, which we will go through those as well tonight, as well as in her deposition. She says absolutely was not Ty. So.
Yeah, because I don't know. I was trying to remember if that was shown during the trial or if she testified via Zoom from her hospital bed.
She testified, I think, via Zoom from a hospital bed, which I do have that footage here. So we'll get.
I think Ty was being criticized for calling her as a witness.
Right. So here's the thing. People.
Yeah. So I'm trying to rebuild the memory of this whole thing. That's all.
Yep. People find it
coming back to me piece by piece.
When it comes to pro se, people find it icky that he's going to be questioning the victims. But the point with Ty was that he was very good. He became very good friends with the victim. First of all, because she knew he didn't do it. So she asked to do coffee with him at I think a Dunkin' Donuts or something. She asked to do coffee with him and to talk about it because she knew he didn't do it. So he became very close friends with her. What happened was the victims, all of the victims in this that survived, became witnesses for the defense, not for the prosecution, because none of them believed Ty was involved. So this was not one of those icky situations where you have a pro se cross-examining the witness and it gets all icky. It wasn't one of those situations. It was the opposite. She was testifying for him, not the state.
Yeah, well, but I suppose if you're anti-Ty, you're going to paint this pro se defendant,
as icky.
calling upon the witnesses that's in the hospital dying as icky,
Yeah, exactly. It made a lot of people feel icky. But there's a lot of cases that were going at the same time where that was icky. I can't think of the names of them all, but there was that black guy with the crazy hair doing cross-examining his own freaking kid in his wife's murder. That was icky. That stirred people up. That was really icky. There was also who was the other one that was going on at the time? The guy who kidnapped his own wife and dragged her out in the scrub and beat her up. He was cross-examining her. This was all sort of going on at the same sort of during the period. So
no, I've seen the exact same thing. I've seen inmates in my custody that are pro se and they're cross-examining a victim of theirs, and it's so gross because they're guilty of, and they're trying to twist it the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. And so people do get that straight away ick factor as soon as they hear pro se, oh, he's going to be cross-examining his witnesses. But at the end of the day, this was a different situation because they were testifying for Ty and saying Ty wasn't involved. So just so everyone gets that straight. These guys just confused the hell out of everything. They've just dismissed the vehicle that was actually involved in the crime and the black guy called Detroit who was actually involved in the crime.
1118, code 5.
1118, go for it.
1202, 1118. Just to recap, we'll make sure we got one signal 7. How many other people are stabbed or injured there?
I have 167. I have one stab in the neck. And that one says there was another person stabbed. He has not been located. 167, first name is Matt.
Copy that. And the other subject stabbed in the neck, he's already ambulatory out, right?
That was followed.
That's weird. There's no 1118 in these notes.
1202, copy. Yeah. 1202 to Sierra 150.
Go by.
Re-advise.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe if possible, can we have one of your people to go over to the hospital and try to meet with the stabbing victim over there and see if we can't get any more info out of them as they get out, any spontaneous utters, etc.
Right, so they completely confused the whole issue. They did actually speak with both of the guys in the car, and they tell you there's only 2 guys in a car, but they've written off that car saying it's not them for whatever reason. That cop there is witnessed to only 2 people in the car, not 3. So that's why I wanted to play that particular bit of footage.
That's why I wish that, because I watched most of this trial and it's starting to come back to me piece by piece. I wish my remembrance of the trial was more fresh and I would be more like up to speed on it, but I'm catching up.
Yeah, we'll get to the trial parts next, like when we've got Ty back talking with us about what he was doing during those parts of the trial. But this is really just to fill in prior to trial rather than trying to fit these pieces to trial because some of them aren't in trial. At trial, they did say there was 3 guys. That cop just there, you heard him clearly say the truck with the scratches, there was 2 guys in it. And the truck with the scratches is the getaway vehicle. So so I was making a coffee. That is what we just heard that cop say, right? We did hear that there was 2 guys in that vehicle. All right, let's get over to this one. We got it. Yes, I've got it. There we go. All right, so this is now the first interview with Todd O'Quinn. And I'm just going to press the play button and mute myself for a second. Give me 1 sec.
Last name, Todd? O'Quinn. O-Q-U-I-N-N. O-Q-U-I-N-N. And date of birth, please. 8/10/68. Now let me put this down. Todd, you swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? Yes, sir. Alright, if it's alright, I'd like to talk to you about tonight and see if you can fill me in on what happened. I'm still trying, I'm on the back end. I'm just trying to get caught up, okay? Start at the beginning, if you don't mind.
The plan was, I had gotten, you probably noticed the piece, not really the work of the piece
piece of wood that's sit at the top of the stairs leading up against the thing.
Okay.
All I've been complaining about people going up into her room or something up there when she wasn't there, this and that. So I had that thing, I was going to mount it on the stores as like a solid door. You could have a hasp and a lock and stuff.
Okay.
You could lock it when she's gone, lock it even when she's there, so she won't have people going up there. So that's why I was here today. And but I had the wrong hinges. The door was too heavy for the light hinges that I had, so I needed to get a new set. So Matt and I, a girl came over, and Matt and I watched movies and played chess, and we.
Do you know who the girl was that came over?
Made some chili. You know, she's been there. She was there before. A lot of so I don't. It was just like I would probably know if I saw her.
Okay.
So, anyways, she just pops in. It was one of
Do I need to boost volume
the
here?
other girls' girlfriends.
Okay.
And came over.
I think we might need to start again and boost the volume. What do you reckon? Let me hit the volume booster. I forget how to work the volume booster. Actually, here we go. Volume booster. Let's get that up a little.
Can I get your name real quick?
Todd.
Last name, Todd?
O'Quinn. O-Q-U-I-N-N. O''Q-U-I-N-N.
And date of birth, please.
8/10/68.
Now let me put this down. Todd, you swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Alright, if it's alright, I'd like to talk to you about tonight and fill me in on what happened. I'm still trying, I'm on the back end. I'm just trying to get caught up, okay? Start at the beginning, if you don't mind.
The plan was I got, you probably noticed the piece, not really a door, but the piece of wood that's sit at the top of the stairs leading up against the thing.
Okay.
All I've been complaining about people going up into her room or something up there when she wasn't there, this and that. So I had that thing, I was going to mount it on the stores as like a solid door. You could have a hasp and a lock and stuff.
Okay.
You could lock it when she's gone, lock it even when she's there, so she won't have people going up there. So that's why I was here today. And but I had the wrong hinges. The door was too heavy for the light hinges that I had, so I needed to get a new set. So Matt and I, a girl came over, and Matt and I watched movies and played chess, and we.
Do you know who the girl was that came over?
Made some chili. You know, she's been there. She was there before. A lot of so I don't. It was just like I would probably know if I saw her.
Okay.
So, anyways, she just pops in. It was one of April's friends, or it was one of the other girls' girlfriends.
Okay.
And came over. Matt and I had made some chili, and we ate. And then so I had to run across the street to CBS. So I'm going to leave. Matt hears. Or we hear this coming through. I think it's Paul. I hear help. Or I can't make it out. My hearing's not too good anyway. So I just hear a woman's voice.
Where were you at when you heard it about? Were you in the yard?
I had already passed the thing and was fixing to go through the gate, and I turned back and I saw Matt come out and go up the stairs. Now I make it to here. Now I hear Matt yelling, "Help! Help!" I stand there. I see one guy come running out. Blacked out. Shorter guy, lighter guy.
When you say shorter, like
my height.
let me stand up.
Yep, exactly. Your height. But skinnier, way skinnier. Maybe,
and when you say
maybe 145, 155.
And when you say mask, can you describe the mask a little
Black
more?
mask with a white imprinted skull, like a Skeletor skull.
Okay.
With three little lines coming off each side.
Okay.
Black long pants, black shirt, long, black.
Was he carrying anything?
A knife.
Can you describe the knife for me? Can you size one?
I mean,
yeah, I know.
So anyways, he bends the corner right here. He doesn't see me on the thing. He bends the corner right there. White hair, brown. White guy, brown hair. So,
did you see what he did with the mask? Did you see what he did with the mask?
He kept saying. Then these boats were in the way, so obviously I'm standing right there. I can't see him. I see him right through here, where there's no boat. Right. As soon as he hits the bow of this, which is about that telephone pole, I can't see him anymore.
Okay.
Plus, I'm yelling now, and he starts to pick up the pace. He's getting somewhere.
Okay.
So then I think it's over. I shoot off the wall. I make it up to the second tier. Obviously, Matt's face down in a pool of blood.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
I go to check pulse, check on Matt. I look up. Here's this other one coming down the stairs at me.
What does this guy look like?
Bigger.
White guy, black guy?
Black. He said something that made me think he was black, but obviously he had a mask on. So
you remember what he said?
Do I know you, or who are you, or I'm gonna get you, something you. I look up, and he's coming at me with a knife. He takes one down thing on me. I block my here. And he hits me in the pinky.
Right there?
I'm up. Yep, I'm up like this, and somehow the knife blade actually slid in between my two fingers.
Hold on 1 second for me.
See, there's a cut on this side too.
Give me a
So
second.
I felt the blade go through my fingers, bro. Like this. I'm up here like this, and it comes down through.
Do me a favor, just hold still for a second.
Which way?
Just where's the cut at? No, it's this. Did you also get your shirt? Was that there before? Is that new?
You know what? So, like that. He's on me.
Whoops, I had the mute on. He's got blood on his shirt. His shirt, he wasn't wearing that shirt. That's interesting. He's got blood on the shirt because he wasn't wearing it earlier. When he come running out across the road to the CVS and called 911, he wasn't wearing it. So,
That is weird.
yeah, I have to wonder whose blood is on that shirt. But that was a fair dollop of blood. It wasn't just a smear.
I roll away from him, and in 2 steps, I hit the bottom of the stairs. I'm on the ground. I roll up. I'm on my flip-flops, and I run back across here again, and they say at the top, and I'm calling them.
Okay.
And then I don't see him.
What did the knife look like that this guy had? Do you remember?
Black handle, steak knife.
Awesome. What would you say?
A steak knife. Best I could see, because it didn't look wide or thick like a hunting knife or a blade. It was just like a serrated. I don't know. I don't know.
Now you don't live here though. You're just going to do some work.
Yep.
You hang out here quite a bit.
Yeah, I do come here. Sometimes. No, I'm not. See, I'm not down here very much. I live and work in Marathon.
Okay.
So I just happened to come down for the offshore boat races last week, and was just stay. I'm not in a hurry to get back up there. I was going to stay till Friday. Today, I was going to leave today on the bus, but Paula had been complaining about people coming up there, so I was going to mount the door for her. I kept putting it off. I was going to catch a bus out of here and go back there.
I want you to keep that in mind, all right? And I'm not accusing by any means of anything. But I'm not a narcotics detective. I don't care. That's not my forte anymore. I'm here for, when somebody gets stabbed, something like that. Now, obviously, I've heard rumblings and things that go on here. And when you say about Paula wanting the door up, do you know, did she have any kind of beef? Why would she have beef? Who she had the beef with?
Beef with that chick that just walked by, the one that rents the room in the back.
Okay, tell me about that.
And there again, from just being there intermittently, catching.
So all the background noise that you can hear, it looks to me like this has been sent to someone, and then they are screen recording it, so you can hear the person watching the screen record background noises. I've got myself on mute because my son just brought home some takeaways, some Kentucky Fried Chicken. So I've got myself on mute so I can eat it while it's still hot. But all that noise, just so you know, that's all in the background of whoever's recording this body cam.
Yeah, that's not me either.
Sorry?
And it's not me either.
It's not Scott. It's not me.
What's going on, so I can't really put it together. But the last thing I heard when Paula say,
Well, the Paula was that April was threatening her.
What was she saying? Do you remember?
That's what I'm saying. I don't really know
Right.
the specifics of what they were saying. I just got the tip. I'm like, oh, what's going on? Oh, well, they're fighting. She's threatening her. So,
Do you know why they were fighting? When it was over? Anything like that?
I mean, I'm not there really enough to know that much of it. That's what I'm saying. But
When
you
was
can
the
tell
last-
there were some bad vibes between them.
When was the last time she had talked about April threatening them?
The last time I was over there was about three days ago. I don't know. And then again, it wasn't like I don't think it was a physical violence threat. It was a threat of administrative threat. What's that about? By that I mean, he wanted to evict her out of there. She was going to call the county, and I'm not saying she was threatening her like I'm going to get you.
Right.
She's saying I'm threatening you to get you out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you.
Who's going first? Either you're leaving or I'm leaving, and then same with Matt. When Matt kind of took Paul aside, then she jumped on Matt and was like, well, I'll get you too, and I'll call the city, and they'll shut this place down. You know, because you know.
April has no rights to this property.
She rents a room in the back.
She rent. April does.
Yes.
Okay, so she usually lives here too.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she also live somewhere down there as well?
Well, I have no idea. All I know is that's the beef between the two that live here.
Okay.
Paula and April.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, and it wasn't like a. This definitely. I mean, I wouldn't. If I had come since I wouldn't say that it happened on that.
Right.
But there was that. You know. But you never know.
I want you to do me a favor and think really hard about the two people you saw. And I know it's traumatic right now. And it's hard, but think it may have really stood out to you when you think back about any identifying feature, anything like that. Earrings, maybe. Tattoos. I know it's dark, so that's a little bit harder.
Head to toe, every piece of skin covered. They did, but they.
Now the other guy.
I want to say they didn't have gloves on though.
Okay.
I know. I don't think I saw gloves. That's how because I think I saw the contrast between the blade handle and his hand.
When you were at the fight
Yeah.
with the one was he wearing a mask at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. I got
No,
you.
when I saw the mask off was after he was facing away from me and going that way. He ripped it off. I could tell he was white.
Okay.
My butt's 100%.
What was the mask like the second guy was
They
wearing?
both had identical
They were the
masks.
same mask. Where did the second guy? Did you see where he went, or you were still?
I think he took a right. That's
went
why.
opposite.
That's
One
why.
went
When
that
she,
way and one
listen,
went
I
that
would have been here waiting on you, but he came here by her fucking self, dude. These and I thought. I swear to God, I thought he was hiding in the bushes waiting on me, trying to get
She
me.
came here by herself. Who came here by herself? Oh, I got
You know what I'm saying? After this dude, he hung back the whole time, dude. I swear to God, that guy left. It was like a minute. I was like, man, I better go check on Matt.
Okay.
He's still up there.
I got you.
I was like, I don't know if there was 3, I didn't know if there's 4, I didn't know nothing. So I gave her my name, my number. I said, I'm out of here. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
So, as far as you know, Paula got stabbed. Is that correct? In the neck.
Yes.
Did you see her stabbed, or
Nope.
no? Okay.
Never saw her. I just called her phone at the hospital to see if
And
she
you
was all
saw
right.
Matt was stabbed.
That's gone, yeah.
Is there anybody else that you saw, or besides the 2 suspects that was there? Anybody else that was just hanging out?
I think there was one or 2 guys up there with her
Okay.
that were laid down. I didn't see them. I saw him when he came across the street. His shirt was ripped. He had a big knot on the back of his head.
One of the suspects or somebody else?
Somebody else. Somebody that was hanging out with Paula.
All right, so somebody hanging out with Paula.
Yeah.
They had a big knot, you said, on the back of their head. And
He told me, I was like, what happened to you, man? He's like, man, he hit me in the back of the head and told me to lay down.
do you know who that was?
He was standing right here. She was here when he walked out. No, maybe she wasn't here. I don't know. He may have left. I don't know.
No, understand.
If he left, I don't know if he left before she got here.
I think he's talking about the one missing one, which is Roger. We still haven't found Roger yet. I think that's who Todd's talking about. I just thought I was muted and everyone missed that.
He might have.
Was he bleeding at all? Was he stabbed? That you saw?
He just had a shirt.
Okay, I got you.
I can imagine what it was like for him. I don't know.
Well, hey, I appreciate you talking to me very much. That's a huge favor. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
noise is it?
305.
All right, I got my mouth full, but that's the first story Todd tells. It kind of matches up with what he's previously said, but it's got more detail in it. And that's because he's sitting down for an interview and adding the extra detail. So let's go to the next one, which is the second interview. And in the second interview, we get to see what the treehouse looks like through the day. So Todd actually takes us through the property and the steps that he took, but he's got a little bit more going on in this one than he's just said in the last one. So let's get that one up.
Where is this Rocky motherfucker?
Huh? We got a hold of him.
He witnessed everything. He was laying on the ground the whole time.
Okay. See, here's what I need your help, and this is how we're gonna do it. Okay. You're gonna really be able to help me out a lot. Okay. We're gonna start, and you're comfortable in there, right? It doesn't look like it. So I want you to tell me where you were earlier in the night, and we're just gonna walk through it very slowly.
Let me correct one thing too, because I've already talked to Paula.
Okay.
Okay. Paula says that she told you that Detroit was here earlier that day.
Okay.
That's not true.
Okay.
Detroit I've only seen him here one time on the property, and it was last weekend for one night, and I have never seen him again.
What does Detroit look like?
Black.
Okay.
Big and bald.
How tall? How old and how tall?
The other witness, sorry, thought I was muted. The other witness who they let go to work said he'd been for 3 months coming and going 2 or 3 times a week. So that conflicts with what Todd's saying.
Probably a little younger than me. He's probably early 40s,
okay. Late
30s, early 40s. I wouldn't say solid, kind of, not flabby, but wide.
Okay.
Not humongously, not real tall, not humongously tall, but wider. Intimidating.
Gotcha. How do you know? Or just from here?
He gave me the creeps the first time. He kept, just like I said, he kept harassing everybody at the house. Yeah, I guess he was on something, and he kept running back and forth, back and forth. I don't really go up too much. Okay. Okay. I stay down here with Matt.
Hold on one second. Because I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, go ahead. Just like we did last night. Can I get your full name and date of birth?
Todd Sumner O'Quinn.
Okay.
My date of birth is August 10th, 1968.
Appreciate it. And do you swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Okay, so before any of this,
there's Roosevelt's bike.
That's Roosevelt's bike right there?
Roosevelt was another person that was here.
Okay.
Still down here.
So, before anything happens, okay, you're here earlier at night, you're just chilling, everything is great, we're having a good night.
Yes.
Let's start there. Take me to there and we'll go from there.
I come here early. Paula's been complaining about people coming up and stealing stuff out of her room and whatnot while she's there, or while she's not there, and just everything. And so I come there, I find her a door, which is right there. It's still leaning right there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and walk up there. You alright with that? It doesn't...
So, I got her in my arms.
Yeah, you don't have to walk past here if you don't.
And obviously, I'll give you my shoe prints too, because I probably stepped in all this coming. Okay. Now, I come to hang the door. I have the wrong hinges. The door's very heavy.
So you're up there on the steps.
This is earlier in the afternoon.
Right. Okay.
You're saying,
like,
how did it lead
what
up?
time?
It's I don't know. It's afternoon. 2 o'clock, 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. So then I come here to try to do the stuff. Find out I got the wrong hinges. So we put that on the back burner. I go back downstairs and watching a movie with Matt.
In the trailer right there?
He's got a movie thing set up there. I'm sitting on the couch.
Let's go down there. We'll go.
Okay, let's start there.
Yeah, perfect.
So,
hold on one second. You walk faster than I do.
Sorry.
I'm holding out of shape. And this is Matt's place?
Yep.
Okay.
There's his shoes. They were up on the deck.
How the shoes end up here?
I have no idea.
All right.
Because they were up there.
Gotcha.
Because I thought those were mine. I ran up out of mine when the dude was chasing me with a knife.
Hold on, just because it's going to make me really confused.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So you guys are chilling here?
Yep. Matt's here. Roosevelt's there. I'm there. You see the we're watching TV. There's still chili in the crock pot. We made chili.
Okay.
And we're eating chili. Had a couple beers, and it's starting to get dark or whatnot. And we hear some thumping, rumbling, whatever. So that piques our attention right then. So we can hear it's coming from up there. Next, I hear this muffled kind of from Paula. I know it's a girl's voice. She's the only girl up there. I know.
And you're in here at this time.
We're watching TV.
Okay.
When we heard the thump, we just both looked at each other like, what the fuck was that? But we're used to it. There's a lot of shit going on. Okay, so that really wasn't no big deal. And we hear Paula, help, something, help, get off me. I don't know what that was, but we could hear some distress in her voice.
Okay.
Matt says, I'm going up there to see what's going on, help Paula. I say, okay, I'm leaving. I gotta go across the street to CVS.
All right, so.
And to get something.
All right, so you go to CVS.
Well, no. Matt leaves out first.
Okay.
Okay. I put on my shirt. I collect my phone, my headphones, and I'm probably a couple minutes behind him. He's already up there. I know he's already up there. Walk out. Now, I don't hear any more. I get about to the shower. That's a shower in that little thing right there.
All right, let's go. Let's walk up there.
Come in here. Now, I get to about right here, and I hear Matt, help me, help me.
Okay.
I turn, I run to the bottom of the stairs. And I look up, and I see the white door, and I see two silhouettes. I see Matt is pinned up against this railing on this side behind that black bucket, and I see a guy or somebody face to face with him. Looks like to me like he's punching him.
Okay.
So I say, hey, get off him. And I bound up the stairs.
Okay.
And I hit the guy.
Now, let's go. Where was he when you hit him?
Top of the stairs. Right here.
Okay, and then what happened?
So this part where he hits the guy, he doesn't go into this much detail in the previous night's interview. Seems like there could be some embellishments happening when he gets to this part.
Matt was here.
Okay.
This, trying to keep him off him. The guy was here. I didn't really see his whole body because he was like this.
Okay.
And I came right here. I stood right here. Boom! I hit him. He turns on me and tries to come around the thing, but he hits this thing right here.
Okay.
And he comes to get me. I block. He stabs me in the pinky. Showed you that last night, right?
Yeah, it's just it was dark, so I wanted to get.
Okay, I am inclined to believe what he's saying here because he's putting all the actions behind it. So generally, when you got someone who's not really telling the truth, they're not acting it out while they're doing it in like he is graphically. Would you agree with that, Scott? Scott's not with us.
Yeah. No, I mean, he looks like he's telling the truth and,
He's
acting it out with his body language and.
Yeah. So generally, if you got someone who's lying, they'd probably just stand there and point at things and get a little confused as to what was where or whatever, but he's not doing that. So,
and even he might not, exactly remember, exactly where he was and how it all went down.
Yeah.
But he's obviously not lying, I don't think.
Yeah. It just seems weird that probably not weird. It's probably normal. Like you go from this shock experience, and then as the day goes on, or the night goes on, and then the day goes on, you're remembering more and more of the details. So that might be what we're seeing here.
Because I can remember being involved in, major incidents where it's all being recorded.
Yeah.
And you're from your memory, you're remembering, oh, this is where the guy grabbed me, and this is where I fell.
Right, and then in your memory you
Right,
get
and then you watch the video, and you're like, oh, I was actually over here, and
right.
you know,
Or you get too far ahead in your mind, and then you're like, hang on, back up again. When I was over here, this also happened. So
yeah, because when you're under stress during an assault,
yeah.
your memory of exactly what happened, it's not like he might be lying. It's just, if this was recorded, where he's showing you this happened might not have exactly happened that way, but that's what his memory is coming up with.
Right. You probably did hear that. In this case, we can take it to be a witness statement and not an excited utterance.
Okay.
And a matter of fact, the years I worked in the prison, the first thing they would do is replay the video. So if you were involved in an assault or whatever,
Yeah.
they would have you watch the video before you started writing your reports, because if you start writing the reports on the memory that you have from an incident where you're under high stress, you start writing stuff that once you watch the video, you're like, oh no, okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It ends up being
But he's not gonna, this wasn't recorded, so nobody's gonna know what actually ever happened. Exactly.
yeah. I think he seems like I said, acting out what happens there. But there's more of Todd's interviews. He does like heaps of interviews.
It's swollen here. I kind of threw my hands up like that, and I'm gone.
Okay.
I run up out of my flip flops, and I'm gone. I'm across the street. I hear Matt fall behind me. I hear Matt fall behind me, and I think it's him.
Gotcha. You think it's the bad guy?
Yeah. I turn around and nobody's there. So then, but I see Matt. So I guess he somehow Matt got to be. He either pushed Matt or Matt fell. Whatever. I don't know how that happened. Because I'm assholes and doubles going. So I'm getting out of here. I go this way right here.
Okay.
I run up out of my flip flops.
Which way do you go?
I go this way. I go this way. Lost my flip flops. One there. I found another woman at the bottom of the stairs. The other one was right out here. I come out here. See where that guy's standing right there on that ledge?
Yep.
That's where I go.
Let's walk over.
What's up, Red?
Hey, can you excuse us? We're going to stand over here for a minute. Can we trade you spots?
I'm standing right here where Red is standing. Exactly right here.
Okay.
I'm behind the van a little bit. Like about here. I see a guy come out of the gate.
Okay.
When he reaches about that telephone pole, he pulls off his mask. And I see it's a white guy, thin build, with light brown curly hair, short cropped.
Okay, now.
Light brown, curly, short cropped hair. Right? That's what he describes. When we see photos of Ty dragged in for questioning that night, I think it might have actually been this morning. At this hour of the morning, or it might have been a little bit before this, his hair is completely cropped. He's got no hair at all. He's just got a prickle cut, basically. I don't know what you guys call that over there, crew cut, whatever.
Yeah, I guess.
He has no hair at all, so that's. I can pull that picture back up again, or not. I don't have the picture of it, but I'll come back to that anyway, because we do have Ty being questioned once he's in there anyway. So,
was he up against the fence? Was he out towards the road?
Nope, he was right on the side of the road. He was just casually walking. When he pulled it off, I started yelling. He took one glance at me, and he booked, and he bolted. Okay. Now, the girl in the white pickup truck that called 911, I'm going back and forth looking. She's on the phone with the thing. Well, I know something is wrong with that, because I already saw the blood before I left, and I know it was serious. So I said, I better go back up there and help him. I make it to the second tier again. I go back in there, make it to the second tier. He's face down, unresponsive. I feel no pulse. I didn't flip him over
another one comes down. There's two of them. I see another one down. This guy's a lot bigger, heftier, and he says, "What I told you last night, who are you? Do I know you? Something." And he's coming after me, or he's just trying to leave, and maybe I'm just scared, and he's coming after me. Either way, I haul ass again, and then this time I went into the parking lot, and I didn't look back. That was it.
Did you ever go into CVS at all?
Not in. I stayed right here with the girl, the young girl, and the young guy that called 911. Right here. And then Roger comes, and then Roosevelt comes bolting out, and then Roger comes bolting out. And I, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "What happened?" "I don't know." And he left.
Okay.
Huh?
I tell you what, let's go back inside the property now.
All right. So what I'm picturing now, just regarding that blood on his sleeve, when he said he's leaving the apartment because he hears the noise, he says, "I grabbed my shirt, I put my shirt on, I'm going out to meet my friend." But then I hear all this commotion going on. Just now he says he tried to turn Matt over. So he's probably got the blood from there. But then by the time he's made it over to the CVS, he's got no shirt on. So I'm thinking maybe he's whipped his shirt off and stuffed it in his back pocket. You know how they do? Adrenaline, obviously, would get you to that point where you want to take your shirt off and cool down, right?
Possibly, or he's trying to hide the bloody shirt. I don't know.
All that, right. So I'll quickly go back to that first few seconds of the CBS footage, but we'll finish watching this first.
Well, that's all running out.
Both of them. It was the last person running out. I mean, that's what I saw.
I think Roger was the last one. Roosevelt went to CVS, and I was sitting there talking to him the whole time. And then Roger came out after that with a ripped shirt.
Hey, hang tight right there for a second. Just... Go inside this fence here. Get in the shade, how about that?
I'm going to pause this for 1 second, quickly jump over to this screenshot and share it, because the yard that you're looking at right now, this is what was found in that yard. See that? That is what they found in that yard. That is a marked $100 bill. See how it's marked? Hang on. That's a feather. Wait, where's the mark? Hang on, I got to read the article to tell you how it was marked. Let me see. A marked $100 bill was found flopping around the scene that night. An officer is heard saying, "Oh, it's mine. Check the serial numbers. If it ends in 27, it's mine. 27A," something like that. And the number on this bill, what is it? 27A. So this is just another clue. This is before they get Todd in for his second interview. They find this bill on the lawn. So is it this blue stripe here that's marked? Is that or is that?
Well, isn't it 72A?
728. That's the mark then. Because I don't know what a United States bill normally
Yeah,
is.
no. The only thing I see unusual about the bill is that it looks like a crucible or like a red pot with like feather on it.
Yeah.
That's not part of a $100 bill. All the other markings are.
Right, so including that blue strip down the middle, that's normal.
Yeah, it's like a security strip.
Yep. Interesting. So it's only by the 72A that he's saying it's a marked bill and it's one of his. So what is the cop doing with a marked bill on the premises? That's a question that Ty was asking. We're all asking it now, but I just wanted to show you that because it's very interesting that it came from this yard that we're looking at right here.
I won't fall. Did you know the people in the car that called 911? You said call 911. Do you know how they knew something had even happened? You told them. What did you tell them?
I said, call 911. Somebody's been stabbed.
Okay.
And I've got blood. I mean, they knew.
Let me see your knuckles, by the way.
They knew something was up.
Which, you're right-handed?
Yes, sir.
And which hand did you punch the guy with?
This one.
Close your fist once. We'll worry about that later. How long have you known Matthew?
3 months, probably.
3 months. Okay. You were staying in Marathon before, right?
Yes,
okay, down here. All right. You understand? I'm not a narcotic. I think we talked about last night. I don't. It's not my line of work. You know, I go after people that have killed people, seriously hurt people, that kind of thing.
I'm not gonna lie and say it doesn't go on here.
Right.
But I'm not also not gonna lie. That's what it was specifically over, because I can't speculate and honestly tell you if that was over, if that way it was over.
When?
Because she does. I mean, it's nickel and dime stuff here. It's not. There's no quantity here to warrant somebody coming here to even try to rob somebody. I mean, they're poor. I mean, you're talking about minute amounts that, a prostitute will come over here or something and just a couple hits, party a little bit, an hour or so, and they're gone.
Was Paula supposed to pay you for the work on the door?
No, I was just doing.
What time did she call you?
We've been talking.
Were you calling or texting?
Both.
Both? Okay. And what did the text messages discuss?
Well, they're.
Don't. It's one thing.
They might have said, "Hey,
listen,
here's a little something."
Here's the one thing that I want you. You've got to be honest with me, all right? As long as you're honest with me, I will go to bat for you.
Right.
The minute you start lying to me.
Oh no, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, when the girl showed up, she wanted some stuff.
What girl?
I don't know her name.
Is that the one who actually called?
No, the people that called.
That was you.
They were just happy to be the first person I ran into. They were getting in their car to leave CBS.
Let's back up then, and just be honest with me, man. Like I said, I don't work narcotics. I'm not. That's not why I'm here.
I texted. I don't know the. There was dollar amounts mentioned, and there was probably. I don't know if there was any drug mentioned. I said I need something.
What were you looking to get? How much?
For the school. I honestly. 40, I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. Rock?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the girl?
Her name's Belinda.
Okay. And what time do you think that was?
Talking pretty close. Pretty close to when it happened. Within an hour, because what happened is Paula said I couldn't come up there. She said to give the money to Roosevelt, the black guy, and let him come up there. Really, I was just the one with the
middleman.
I was just the middleman with the money. I wanted some pussy. She wanted some stuff.
Okay.
I called Paula. I said, "Listen, do you have it?" She said she didn't have anything. She said, "I'll be back in a little while. Whatever. I'll see if I can get it." And to send Roosevelt. I don't know anybody. People's been stealing my stuff, and I said, "Fine." And then the next thing you know, we're waiting on her, and then we hear the ruckus, and this is what happened. So it all happened pretty close.
So was it Matthew, Belinda, and you in that room? Just you and Belinda?
Me, Matthew, Belinda, and Roosevelt. All of us.
Oh, okay.
We were all there, all together, freaking with this work.
So, having a foursome is what freaking means. I know that this foursome thing isn't really that big a deal, but let me just show you this. Apparently, you guys do something similar, like your Federal Reserve does something similar to us. So sometimes you have like a we will have the Queen's birthday, for example, and all the 50-cent coins for that particular year come out with a special commemorative thing for the Queen. So we got like the Silver Jubilee, for example. It's a 50-cent coin. It looks like all your regular 50-cent coins. It's just the front side. They changed it for that particular commemoration. It's for the Queen's.
Yeah, that must be what it was. It must have been a special issue $100 bill.
Right. So it looks like it was a 2009 tribute to something in 2009 by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So
I just never came across one, so that's why it looks so strange to me. But it's obviously an inkwell and quill pen.
yeah. So I'm looking at, all the different things here. It doesn't necessarily tell me, like, it's just telling me a lot about the series and the serial numbers and the common elements. It's not really telling me about these watermarks and, what particular years.
No, if that was a special issue $100 bill, then there's really nothing unusual about it. That was just like they do that with quarters in the United States.
So when
every year they come out with a special edition quarter.
Right.
They did all 50 states, and now so they do that, I guess, with paper bills. They do special editions. I just never came across that particular special $100 bill.
So when they do like a sting like this and they're going to sink money into it, they would sit down and write down all the serial numbers for all the bills that they've planted in that sting. That's what we're talking about here, isn't it?
Right. Well, I was misspeaking in chat because when I said, "Oh, that's strange," the inkwell and quill pen.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed right away. But people were talking about, well, does that mean it was a marked bill? And I was saying, if law enforcement marks bills, it's going to be far more discreet.
Right.
Almost unnoticeable, So, like, if somebody looks at $100 bill, they don't know it's marked,
Yeah. So they just sit down and note they either get the reserve to give them a bunch of notes in consecutive numbers, or they've got their bunch of notes and some poor bugger's got to sit down and write down all the serial numbers. Imagine having that.
Yeah, I think if law enforcement uses marked bills, they're probably so discreet as to make the serial number like a specific serial number that isn't a real issue bill, and then they can prove, in a court of law, these are the marked bills, and why are they marked, quote unquote marked?
Yeah.
Well, because look at the serial number; it's not an issued serial number.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. I'm juggling a lot right now. I'll grab it in a sec. I just finished eating my Kentucky Fried Chicken, so I'm a bit behind. Let me hit the play button again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's street talk.
No, I know
we
exactly.
All engaged. All of us were engaged with her.
Okay. How much did you pay her?
It never transpired because I made the phone call. Roosevelt never left, and then this stuff happened. No money, no drugs, nothing. It never came through.
Okay. Who was Paula with up there during this time?
Roger.
It was just her and Roger up there?
Yep.
Okay. So, the commotion happens. Where's Belinda in this whole thing?
We're all there.
And you all come running out?
No. Matt goes first.
Yep.
I go second. I never see Belinda leave. I thought she was still in here. I never saw her leave. Roosevelt tucked tail and hauled ass. Wouldn't say a damn word. Didn't try to help. Nothing. And then after I'm over at CBS the second time, because I guess it took longer for Roger to get up because I guess the guy hit him and made him lay down on the floor. So, and then I told you the one left. The other one fucking stayed up there. I don't know how long. It seemed like a long time, but when I came, like I said, when I came back to check on Matt, then the second one comes out. So Roger, I think, was pinned down for the majority of the time, and that's why he came out quicker than Roosevelt. Roosevelt came out of the trailer, Roger came from up there. But the second perpetrator was up there, stopping Roger from leaving. So Roosevelt came out first, then Roger comes out with a torn up shirt. I go, what the fuck happened? He goes, man, he hit me in the back of the head, and made me lay down on the thing. Well, where are you going? He goes, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I said, bro, you got to tell them what you know. You're the best person. You were there the whole time. You witnessed everything. And he left.
Okay.
He hauled us.
When you were at the top of the stairs and you punched the guy, did you see the knife at that time?
That's when I saw the knife.
What did it
when
look
I punched
like?
him and said, get off of him. That's when he turned on me and tried to come around the thing. And when he went back like this, that's when I told you I knew he didn't have gloves on, because I saw the knife through his hand.
What did the knife look like?
Like a steak knife. Just a kind of skinny, serrated, kind of looking like a steak knife.
Okay.
Didn't
And
really look like a buck knife or a hunt knife or a machete or.
What did his hand look like?
Just a hand.
Like white, black.
Yeah, white.
White.
Right.
And that was the big guy or the little guy?
That was the little guy. I didn't know the big guy was. He was up there.
Okay, so that was the little guy that you met at the top of the stairs.
From what I recollect with Paula, the little guy was there to watch out and to keep everybody subdued, while the big guy jumped on Paula and was beating her and had the knife to her throat, saying, "Where's the money? Where's the dope? Whatever."
Okay.
That's what I heard.
All right. And who told you that?
Excuse me?
Who told you that?
Paula did.
Paula did. Okay. So you see the guy tonight. So obviously, when he raised it, you ran. Did you look back at all?
Yeah. When I heard the thud, I thought he was jumping down the stairs after me. But when I looked back, it's Matt laying.
Was he falling? What was he doing?
Falling. Yeah. Well, he had hit the stairs one time, or. I mean, that's kind of interesting to explain. I don't know. All I heard the thud, whatever transpired. I looked back. It wasn't the perpetrator. It wasn't the guy in the mask. It was Matt. It didn't matter. I'm gone. I'm out of there.
Okay.
Didn't matter.
And then you went and saw the people in the car. And what did you tell them?
I said, somebody's been stabbed. Call 911. They're killing my friend. I'm pretty sure is what I said. I can't remember. Again, I can't specifically remember what I said. Then while we're on the phone with them, and I'm standing there, I'm standing in the middle.
Are you in the
yelling
parking
to
lot?
them, but I'm looking back this way. I'm going back and forth like a tennis match. I'm going.
So what we'll do is, in between all of Todd's, I think there's like 5 interviews, we'll switch over to Roger, because Roger is the one who's missing still in all of this. He's one of the other victims. And when it came to trial, the cop said, no, we got no interview with Roger. It doesn't exist. And yet we have an interview with Roger. So we'll slip over to Roger next, and then back to the rest of Todd's multiple interviews.
Hey, call 911, somebody. And then I'm looking back, because I'm thinking this guy's coming after me still. So I'm like,
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then I see him come out. And that's when I left to come back in here on my own.
Okay.
But I only thought there was one.
What made you, obviously you saw the knife, I get that part. How did you know, besides falling down the stairs, because I know they were in a fist fight when you saw them, from what you said.
I thought they were in a fist fight.
Right. How did you know he got stabbed?
Because when I come up the stairs at first, they're still in the scuffle. Well, it's looking at me, and I see the red blotches start, you know what I'm saying? Starting to get bigger. I could see.
On his front side?
Yep.
Okay.
And then, but I hit him and it stunned the guy, and then I saw it, or I saw it and then I hit the guy.
What do you mean?
What? How I knew he was,
Where'd
when
you
I
see
determined that it wasn't him, it was poking.
Where'd you see him stab him? Can you point?
The dude was moving his hands so fast everywhere.
Like, just give me a general area.
Everywhere in the torso.
So he was.
But Matt had his hands up.
So he was hitting him somewhere here, not back or anything like that.
No, he was pinned against the back.
Okay.
He was pinned against the railing.
Okay.
And the guy was right on it. And I mean, just his hand was moving so quick, I thought he was hitting it. And then between seeing the red marks start getting bigger, and the dude and the flash of the knife, the turning with the knife, it clicked.
And that's why you were coming down the stairs.
Fast.
Okay. And then you saw, did the guy go in this little lot over here or anything like that? He just
went.
See, now he's saying the guy that was doing the stabbing was the first guy, who's the little guy, ran out the gate behind him and pulled his mask off. Or am I getting confused here? Is that what you're hearing? Are you hearing the same thing as me, Scott?
He's confusing me a little bit.
Right, because everyone else has said it was the black guy that was doing the stabbing. Now he's switched it to it's the white guy that's doing the stabbing. So, and originally...
Yeah, that's right. I was in the middle of typing. Like, I'm starting to be suspicious of this guy because the way his story keeps
Yeah.
transforming.
Yeah. I feel like... I mean, obviously he had a kerfuffle with someone up top of the steps. I feel like that part's true, but I think he might be confusing which one he had a kerfuffle with. I don't know, because
he's either confused who he had the scuffle with, or he's purposely saying it was identifying somebody else.
And everyone else at the scene who was there is saying that the black guy was the one doing the stabbing. So this is weird. This is weird, because I don't know that Travis actually got convicted for the stabbing part. But anyway, we'll move on, because sooner we can get through this, we can go to Roger, who's the other victim. This guy's a witness. He did get his hand cut, so he kind of semi victim, I guess. But we'll go to Roger next and see what he says.
Down the road.
Okay.
He
Did he have
never
anything
turned
in
off
his
any
hands?
which way.
Did he have anything in his hands?
His mask. That was it.
Did you see him get into anything?
Nope. Never saw a car. And then after I ran out the second time, I seen the big dude come out, and he went that way. The white dude went that way. The black dude went that way.
Did he go up that way or down that way?
I didn't see him turn on this way.
Okay.
Because again, all those boats are lined up, and I can't. My field of vision is very narrow. I've got one little field of vision,
Yep.
and once you reach past a boat, and I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to check on him. Dude had me scared beyond belief, bro.
I mean, it's awful. I can't believe it happened to Matthew.
Look. I mean, that could. I had no doubt he was going to kill me. I had no doubt he was going to kill me.
It sounds like Matthew went to go do the right thing.
Absolutely. And then I went to go help Matt.
Yeah. How far behind him were you?
Not too far, because you could see all I made it to was right there, and then I heard it. So it wasn't. I'm talking minutes.
The worst thing
literally
about
minutes.
The worst thing about all of this is, to me, it sounds like there are probably a few people that, in the grand scheme of things, were kind of making some minor bad judgments, and maybe it set something up, and then one person lost their mind.
The thing of it is it's nickel and dime here. There's no weight here. There's no nothing, dude. You half the time she can't even get nothing. Half the time it's nothing. I mean, you have to understand. You have to understand what would drive a person. What would drive a person to rob a bank? Would you go rob a bank and they only got $10 in the register? It's not worth it. You feel what I'm saying? Set the dude off to come up here is not money or drugs. She didn't have any. That's why I don't think it's that. It's not there.
And that's not what he said the night before when the police asked him if you had to have a stab at pardon the pun, if you had to have a guess right here and now what you think it was about. His first answer was money. Yes, what we discussed yesterday. That's what I thought too. I thought the same thing. So Kevin bought the t-shirt. They ran out of LV ones. Oh, you're talking about something different, I think, Karen. All right.
I wonder if someone could have called him, let him know, and someone that was getting drugs from her.
Now that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it was something set up, and they had something prearranged so that she would have something on her. Because I know she doesn't keep anything up there. She may have the contacts, the ability to get something major, but she didn't have it at that time.
Maybe somebody just knew she had the money,
Maybe
something like that.
She had the money. I mean, still, the most I've ever seen her with is a couple $100. Is that enough to fucking kill somebody over?
I mean, that's the whole thing, and this is where.
That's
like,
this is the part I don't understand. That's the part I don't.
This is the part that concerns me. Is I have a feeling, you know, we've all seen the side of things. You know, maybe there was a robbery.
It's Paul.
Ask her if you can call her back in a few minutes.
Hey, I'm talking to the detective. Can I call you back, please?
So we know just from having Ty on here yesterday that there was some money involved, and that the person that she owed it to, the person that did these things with her, these transactions with her, ended up in jail with Ty. So he did tell us that yesterday. Or actually, I don't know. Did he tell us? Did he tell all of us that, or was that just something that he said quietly on the side to me? I think that's what he said to everybody. I hope it is. Whoops.
How's she doing? She was really shaken up last night.
Yeah.
I forgot. Do you mind if we look at your phone? Is it locked, password or anything?
Yes. And I'm going to tell you now, I erased all of the
Okay. Do you mind if I give it to my captain over here and have her look at it and keep talking? Give me 2 seconds. That camera and I do not get along. Captain! Just hang tight for a second.
Tell her if it locks up on her, it's a check mark to undo it, or the screen locks pretty fast. Was it unlocked?
I told her it's a check mark if it does, so we're good. So, you know, before I came down here, I was a cop in Charlotte, North Carolina, a little bigger than down here, and we unfortunately dealt with this almost every single day. It seemed like.
Happened down here.
I know, and that's the crazy part of the whole thing. But
Karen, he had something else come up at the last minute. And I am trying to get through some of this stuff that is traumatic for him, so that when he comes back, he can get on with the police corruption part of the story. So, but it's not why he didn't come on tonight. He's fine talking about it. He just had something else come up that was, you know, real life gets in the way. You guys know I always say real life comes first and the internet is second. So yeah. But he will be back with us, and hopefully we can cover some ground so we can get on with like the part of the story that he really wants to tell, rather than being dragged back through this stuff that happened over 7 years ago. This is all over 7 years old, 6 or 7 years old. So, yeah.
But the one thing that I always saw was people would find themselves on the wrong end because they didn't want to be completely honest. I mean, even something like you just did a little bit with the dope and things like that, which I very much appreciate.
I'm not scared to tell you that.
Yeah.
I dabbled in it.
You know, that's not why we're here, obviously.
Look, I dabbled in it. I work a full-time job. You can call my boss at the marathon. I do not hurt for money. I do not steal. I don't rob.
Yep.
I don't do anything. But I'm a grown man, and if I work a full-time job and I want to do a little something on the side, I don't drink very much. You know, I smoke a little weed. I dabble a little bit with the hard when the girls are around.
Right.
That's part of a little freaky nature, if you want to say.
Yeah.
It's like
it's a vice.
There you go.
It all happens.
But it's not my way of life. I do it, and every now and then. But it's like every 3 months, you know what I'm saying? I work a full-time job.
Yeah.
But when I'm down here, I hang out with Matt, and I help him try to fix the place and do things,
And Ty said the same thing. You know, he had a couple of $100 in his pocket as well, had a full-time job, didn't need the money. So same kind of deal as this guy. So Scott is saying, Scott, you're up here, say it.
No, that officer's last question, it's like, okay, sometimes you're involved in stuff where you're worried about getting in trouble yourself, or you're covering for your friends that are involved in illegal activities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I just thought it was a good line of questioning, because the officer was trying to kind
Getting
of dig into him a little bit,
yeah, open up.
because his stories are starting to get embellished, and I think the interviewer is kind of starting to poke at this guy a little bit
Yep. So
and
he's
trying to make him feel uncomfortable, and like, hey, I get it. If you're
right.
involved in illegal activities, drug use, you're trying to protect your friends that are involved in illegal activities. You might change the story, minimize. That's where the interviewer is going with him.
Yeah. So he's picking up the same vibe that we are. That's why he just took his phone and didn't have a panic about that. So, but now he's actually.
I mean, because it's quite possible that he ran up those stairs onto that deck,
Yeah.
and he got injured by the knife wielder, but for some reason he might be friends with the knife wielder. It just like happened.
Yeah.
And, and if he's really covering for Detroit, if that's who people believe the real suspect is,
Yep.
everything after that he's been saying is a lie. Like he was down on the street, took his mask off. It was a white guy with short cropped hair. Is this guy covering for Detroit, even though he did get his finger cut by the knife?
I don't know what he's doing, to be honest. Like I said, he does 5 interviews, and then there's just these slight changes in each of the interviews. Kind of like Kevin was pointing out, like someone always wants to be the hero in the story, so they just add that little bit so that they seem just that little bit more heroic, I guess. But he has admitted here that he dabbles a bit in the meth occasionally, smokes a bit of weed, so that could be minimizing. I don't know, because he lives at a trap house. Like, someone who just dabbles a bit doesn't necessarily choose to live in a trap house, right? But he also has
I mean, I'm going out totally off script, but even if this guy is like good buddies with Detroit, and he hears this ruckus going on up on the deck, and he runs up there to like pull Detroit out of the situation, and then Detroit accidentally stabs his finger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He could totally change the story and say, I was trying to save him, and he came at me. Look at my finger.
Mm.
You know what I mean? You get a situation like this where if you don't trust anybody, including the top person you're talking to, interviewing,
yeah,
and then if he keeps embellishing his story and
right,
changing things, then if you're interviewing him as an investigator, you're starting to lose like confidence and trust in him. So now you're trying to pick at him a little bit.
Mm. But you must have come across a lot of this in your travels, like dealing with prisoners, telling your stories, and then next time you see them, it's a different story.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I guess that's why I'm really pessimistic.
Right.
Because some of them can really be very verbose and very particular and very, they make their story sound super believable.
Yeah.
And they're just lying to your face.
Mm-hmm. Let me hit the play button.
So I can see why this. I believe it's probably an officer interviewing him here right now.
Yeah, this is. I can't think of his name now. I can't remember which one.
He's basically saying to him like, "Hey, listen, like I get it. You might have been involved in something here where you're trying to minimize or protect people, or even yourself."
Right. I think he opened it with like, you know, I don't care about the drugs or whatever. I'm here about a murder. So, sorry, had a dry throat. I need to press the play button so you don't hear me drinking.
Hey, it is what
and,
it
and
is.
hang
Man.
out, man. He's a great guy, dude. And
there's not a person in this world that can tell you they don't have a vice. Honestly.
So I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And have I gotten stuff from her? Yes. This is where you come to get it.
Yep. Exactly. And that's why you were here that night.
Well, I was here to hang the. But it well.
A combination.
Exactly. It didn't.
And to get
I
freaky.
didn't plan it that way. But then when the girl showed up, oh hell yeah, it's on and popping. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that just fell into place. That's what I was looking for, and that's what.
Now, had you called Belinda that night? Is that on the phone at all, or anything?
Yeah, Belinda's on there.
Okay. Who else did you call that night?
I called Crystal, my buddy. Remember when I told you that? Just another girl.
Yeah. Just seeing who you can get with, right?
My buddy Josh, who works on the Queen, the Miss Annie at the marina. Actually, that was the reason I was leaving here, was to go meet him to have some beers and a shot at the Hogfish.
What do you mean when you were leaving here?
That's when I was leaving. When I was going to CVS, was to get Paula a phone charger, and.
Now, when were you going to CVS? Because we forgot about that part.
No, it was all right when it happened. I told you, Matt left out before me.
Right.
Matt says, I'm going to check on her. I said, okay, I'm going to run across the street to CVS.
Okay.
And then I got to go. He already knew I had to go to the Hogfish.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to go get a thing for Paula and drop it
and
off.
That's when you made it up to the front and then turned around and came back.
Right.
Okay.
We were right behind it. I was minutes behind Matt.
Okay.
So just to add to what Misty is saying here, I actually have family who work on the fishing boats, and she's exactly right. They go out to sea, they make the money, they come back, they get their paycheck, and they go and party it all the way until they get back on the boat and go back out to sea again. But the people who live in this house, they're not working out at sea. The people who live in this house are all, I don't think he said he was a shrimper. But the people who live in this house are all like unemployed, except for him. And the ones who actually came into the house to attack them are the ones they're saying with the shrimpers. It might have worked on the trawlers. So, and that, you're right, they do go out for a couple of weeks at a time. It depends. Sometimes it's overnight. Depends on what sort of size boat they've got. They either go out overnight on a small boat, or they go out for several days on a big boat. If they're on like a massive mothership, they might go out for a week and then come back. They get their paycheck. They offload their fish, get paid by the kilo, I think it is. Well, for you guys, the pound, is it? I don't know. It's pound.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
I didn't even realize there was shrimp fishing at Key West. I thought it was more like Florida Panhandle, Louisiana, Alabama, Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it either. So, but the night before, someone had said, and the cops had said, it could be a shrimper. So that goes by the name of Detroit. But yeah, just, you're making a good point there, Misty, that, yeah, they come in and they party. So they're probably looking for a trap house to get the party goods from. So.
So right on my phone, I talked to Josh like 2 seconds before that, and his text says, come have a drink at the Hogfish. I said, okay, I'll be right there.
Okay.
And then it's like, boom, everything just kicked off right there.
Yeah.
So then I come down there, he's like, what's up? I'm like, bro, I'm fucking, look, what do you mean what the fuck's up? Look at all this shit, dude.
Who said that? Who said that? I'm sorry, Josh. Okay, so after all that, and
I gave the cop, she showed up, the one female officer that was here, showed up by herself.
Yep.
And I told her, I met her at the thing. She said, what's going on? I told her everything. Gave her ID. She got all my information. I said, I'm going to have a drink at the Hogfish. And then after I left the Hogfish, they had the road blocked off at Front Street. And the officer, asked me if I had ID. I said, yes, sir. I said, but I've already given it to the officer up there. He's, what do you got? I said, well, I was involved in that stuff. Oh, well, you need to go back up there. And then that's when I met you.
Got you.
And that's where we're at.
So, obviously we're gonna, luckily for us, we have, this is good. We have video cameras all around here, which is nice. And that's definitely playing a huge role right now. Being honest with you, obviously we're gonna pull your phone records. We're gonna pull everybody's phone records. I'm sure you already knew we were gonna do all that.
That's why you're right. It's better not to lie because it's all coming out.
Yeah, and it is, and it will, especially something like this. being that I expect you not to lie to me, I won't lie to you, okay? I do have concerns with everything with you right now. Not major.
Like what?
That you're holding back a little
Like
bit.
what?
Like what? What do you want to know? Tell me. Ask me.
I want to know the guy at the top of the stairs. I want to know. So here's
Dude,
my
they had
concerns.
masks on. How am I gonna? How am I gonna?
So this is Phelps here. And yeah, me too, Scotty. I'm actually on an Apple Mac, so when it popped up, I was like, wait, what? I was confused as well. So, yeah, whoever was screen grabbing this for Ty, that's all their noise that you can hear in the background, and their whatever ran out of charge. So, but it did confuse me as well. But this woman here that's just walked up to him, kind of talks and swagger of a man. That's Phelps, Captain Phelps, the main person who like twisted this all around. So this cop sitting here saying to Todd, you know, I got a question mark over you right now. He's like, wait, what? And then she walks up. So she knows there's a question mark over this Todd guy, yet somehow they've ended up back at Ty. So this is still weird.
It's a check mark. Listen, bro, I'm not here long enough to meet anybody, and I can count on the number of fingers on one hand how many people I mess with. Paula, April, Matt, Roosevelt, and Crystal I just met. And
what's the deal with it?
I've been trying to fuck her for a couple months ever since I've been here.
Did you talk to her much that night? Not at all?
They were already going through the beefy thing, and like 3 days ago when I was here, Matt, they decided to evict her. That's when you saw he said, Todd, can you witness this eviction thing? I'm going to go put it on her door and stuff like that. That's why in the paper, and I witnessed him put it on the door, and we took a picture.
Gotcha.
And that's the extent. April gets dope too. So you know, and I was trying, when you get here, you know, you listen, sex, girls, whatever, and dope come hand in hand.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
If you want one, that's what they want, so you have to cater to, you know, to get what you want, you have to get them what they want.
Yeah,
that's my involvement. This is where I come to get pussy.
Okay.
Do I do shit with them when I'm here? Yes. But that's about it. Do I know that motherfucker? No, he had a mask on, and two, if it was Detroit, I still don't know him because I only met him one time.
Right.
So, and she doesn't have anything.
Have you ever called Detroit?
Nope.
Are there any of the numbers when we pull the cell phone records? There's no number on there that's gonna make me go, what the hell?
Nope.
Okay.
Let me just fill in the blanks here for you, okay? They were downstairs having a foursome. He's just there for the sex, all right? He's been trying to balk. Balk, is that what it is? He's been trying to get in the pants of the other chick for 3 months. So, yeah, this is all please demonetization. Well, I'm trying my best here. We're all trying our best here. And yeah, I Phelps with the swagger, Scott. But yeah, there's some weird stuff going on downstairs. But I mean, nothing that rises to murder, obviously. But they're swinging downstairs, like full party swinging by the sounds of things. I think he says it a couple of times. He says foursome, which is very, okay, bonk, not balk. Balk's eating and bonking's not. Trying to get the language right for all the different countries, because currently we have UK, Ireland, America, and Australia all in the house at once. But no matter which way we go about it, I'm trying not to lose my monetization this time. So you'll get the picture, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. You're gonna have Crystal on there? You're gonna have. I don't even know if I have April's phone number. I don't even think I have April's phone number. You're gonna see Crystal. You're gonna see Paula. And that's it. Those are the only two people. I know. I know 4 people on Stock Island. Now I know 5 with Josh. I know Paula.
When did you meet Josh?
I met him about
Don't ask me
3 months ago when I was
here.
I was at the Hogfish. When I'm here, I like to go to Hogfish and have some drinks. Well, he was
I like
there,
to go to Hogfish.
and we had met. He lives in West Palm. He's a shrimper, and out of the blue, he calls me 3 days ago, says that they just made a run and they're in town. I say, hey, I happen to be in town for the offshore powerboat races, and what's up? He said he wants to party. I say, well, you know as well as I do, I can't get nothing. I said, but you know, I'll go there and see what I can do for you, and whatever, and it just didn't.
And you have Josh's number
It didn't
in your
materialize.
phone?
Yes, Josh's.
All right. And there's no way Josh would have been in contact with
Josh has absolutely no idea who these people are.
All right.
I don't even know.
That's who it
All I'm
is.
saying is, when I come here,
That's the dude he was going to meet at the bar that night. So when we watched the last interview with him, the cop said, you can just go back to your boat and your mate will catch up with you later. That was Josh.
this is where I come. If I walk out that gate, I don't know anybody on this whole island. These are the only people that I know. I really don't even, besides going out here into the Hogfish, I go to Dion's and Tom Thumb. And if it's not that, I stay at Cots at the homeless shelter when I'm down here, and that's it. I don't know anybody else on this whole island.
Okay.
Period. Believe me, if I knew who those motherfuckers were, I would have got them.
Yeah, the only reason I'm concerned
I would have
a little
no problem
bit,
giving them up. No.
Part of the reason, or I should say part of the reason I'm concerned a little bit, and you know the good news for you is through video and phones and everything else, we're going to be able to verify your story completely and you're good. And plus the fact that you're being so cooperative is obviously huge. The reasons that I have concerns are just a lot of the other witnesses pinpoint saying that you should know who these people are. I don't know why.
I'm the newest one in the group.
Yeah, I don't know why, because obviously
I'm the money man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I make shit happen.
Right.
But listen, that motherfucker gave me the creeps the whole time. The other day, and he kept hounding me for money and this and that.
Who's that? Who are you talking about?
Detroit.
Oh, Detroit.
Yeah, I was like, bro, I don't know you.
Can you excuse me just 1 second? Detective Pitcher. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm talking to somebody right now. Can I call you back in a few minutes? You got it. Bye.
Dude's got an Australian ring.
Sorry about that.
Pretty sure that was Wild Horse.
And that's what I told Paula. Paula's swearing up and down it's Detroit. I said, I kinda get where Paula might know because she knows Detroit more than I do.
Yeah.
But bro, if I was to put on a mask, you couldn't say it's me.
Right.
If I looked you right now, but as we're talking and you know my voice, and I put on a mask and kept talking, you obviously would have some familiarity with the voice you would associate the two.
Correct.
But 100%, a mask is a mask is a mask. They wear it for a reason, to conceal their identity. What I mean, say, I know who they are. Would prelude me thinking that I had something to do with setting them up. For one, I wouldn't go up there and try to protect something that I'm not even going to go there anyway.
Right, I see what you're saying.
I don't know them, and if I did, I would give them up. I'm the newest person in the group here, and I know Detroit for one time. Paula swears up and down it was Detroit. I trust her on that. He kind of meets the profile because the dude was bigger. But there's 1,000 big guys. There's 1,000 little guys, little white guys. I wouldn't even have known he was white if I wouldn't have seen him pull up his name. I don't even know if that guy was black.
Did he look back at you at all or anything?
Yes, he did look back at me. But it was a real quick flash. I knew he was white. I knew he was slimmer build, and I knew he had close crop, kind of curly hair.
Well, the good news about that, there's actually a camera on that building right now. On the other side of that boat, up high.
Really?
Yep. So not a lot.
See? And you'll see him pull off his mask, and you'll see him look. When I yell, you'll see me at the top of the thing, and I'm waving my hands and I'm yelling.
Yeah, so where is that CCTV? I don't know that we've actually got that. I don't think anyone did get that. It's kind of like Canton, you know, the black hole where all the CCTVs go and disappear. So, yeah, don't know where that went.
CCTV from where though? I missed that.
Just over the. I think he said on the mast of one of those boats. Let me go back a little.
Oh no.
Let's go back 30 seconds.
Quick flash. I knew he was white. I knew he was slimmer build, and I knew he had close crop, kind of curly hair.
Well, the good news about that, there's actually a camera on that building right now.
Where?
On the other side of that boat, up high.
Really?
Yep.
So on the other side of the boat, up on the building, there's another CCTV.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
See, and you'll see him pull off his mask, and you'll say, "Look, when I yell, you'll see me at the top of the thing, and I'm waving my hands and I'm yelling." So, and you'll see me run back in and out 2 times. Bro, if I even had an inkling of who I thought it was, you would have their name, number, address. I'd take you to them right now and get in the back of your car and do it. This Matt was a good friend. He did not deserve that at all.
Right.
Paula, you're in the game. You live by the sword. You die by the sword. That's my creed. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I feel for her too because she's kind of old and frail and helpless. But hey, this is what you do. You have to know that this is the potential is there to do it. Yep. Would I think it would ever materialize or manifest into this? No, because she doesn't do anything worth doing it. Yeah. What are you gonna go beat up an old lady for $20 hit or $20 in cash? No.
Understand.
It doesn't happen. He would have coming down there and hit me. He would have got a lot more.
He didn't know that.
I had $700 on me. That's why I told him I never showed him any money the other night.
Hey, just a little side note, I wouldn't carry around that much cash.
Say it again?
So a little side note, I wouldn't carry around that much cash.
Well, I just haven't been. I'm down here. I gotta go to the bank.
Yeah, understand.
Now that this happened, I'm not. I'm fixing to go deposit it right now.
Can I get you to?
You don't have to ask me that. I will do anything you want me to.
I'm going to give you a piece of paper. And Belinda, everything you know about, like just how tall, color, hair, everything that we'd like to find her.
She's on Facebook. I can call her.
Oh, perfect. I'll get her phone number once we get. Yeah, once we get the phone back. I don't know where Council went, but then we'll do. I'll get you. But still, if you would just physical description. Or I guess if you can get me on Facebook, don't worry about it. We'll do it off of that.
She's Spanish, Cuban. She's Cuban. She's got jet black hair. She's about.
Hey, buddy.
Little rockin', little sexy.
Are you guys hungry?
Like I mean.
All right, well, I'm gonna shower up and eat. Okay.
My mistake on wording on that one. Outside of that, was
she's a nice girl.
Was she acting normal?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. She was just here to. I guess she had gotten in a fight with she kind of goes both ways. She has a lesbian girlfriend. I guess
know what that was.
Usually, I think she lives down in Bahama Village, but they were going through it, and and I was actually looking for her. I had known her. I had ran into her here a couple months ago, and was like,
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Interested. So, but I didn't have her. I thought I had her on Facebook and Messenger, and I guess I didn't. And all of a sudden, she just popped up out of the blue. I was like, dude, it's my lucky day. I thought,
I guess you were wrong on that.
I guess I was wrong on that. So, like I said, we went there. Listen, we went there and partied. She didn't have any stuff. Roosevelt had a little bit of dope.
Where like here, she didn't have any stuff, or did you meet her somewhere else first?
No, listen. We dropped that little blue thing down right there. Right, the little shutters that he had right there. Well, it's up now because we were in there naked and shit.
Right.
But before all that, we drop it down. But we have a direct line when we're sitting on the couch watching TV. We can look. That little 80 time, no problem. The dog's a great dog.
Great alarm.
So, and you know what? And I didn't even hear the dogs bark when that shit. I don't know how to miss them or whatever. Or I would have looked and I probably would have saw them coming in.
Yeah.
Because no, it was up. That's right. Because she was in there. It was down to begin with. And let me finish. So then she got here. We're making small talk. Roosevelt comes down. He's got dope in his mouth. Whatever. He fucking breaks her off as soon as she hits.
Okay.
She's ready to suck. And she's butt ass naked. So we lift the thing up, and then we stay in there about however long the dope lasts. She's all about whatever. And I'm in there with that. We're all messing around. It probably could have been a half hour, 45 minutes. Could have been an hour. I don't know. Excuse me. Run out of dope. She wants more dope. I text Paula, instead of walking up there, I text Paula, do you have anything? I think she said no. But I might have said I need a 40 or I need 100. I don't know what I said. It was in the gist of things. But she texted me and said she didn't have anything. Okay. So I was like, fine. So then I was going to give the money to Roosevelt. Roosevelt was gonna, I guess, do something or whatever so that we could keep going with the girl. And then the shit kept on.
Did you give Roosevelt the 100 or no? You never gave it to him?
Nope. I never gave him any money.
Okay.
Nobody ever exchanged hands. Roosevelt already had the dope on him when he came down.
So when he had the dope originally.
So they kind of had to like interrupt the roo-roo so they could get some roo-roo. So they could continue with the roo-roo. You following? Does this make sense to people? Do you actually like pull out in the middle of roo-roo and go, damn it, I need some more roo-roo? Dude, it's my turn, so while I'm doing my roo-roo, would you like to go off and find some roo-roo? Oh, some of this is a little bit silly. I don't know. You buying it, Scott?
I'm just laughing listening to this guy talk about
the roo-roo
stuff to me that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's not really anything to do with the
Can we get back to the
actual murder, right?
Yeah, what we're talking about.
We don't need to talk about how much you're.
It's like he's bragging about his exploits.
Yeah, right. So that kind of gives you the
sex, drugs, and rock and roll is all he's talking about. If I'm the officer, I'm like, no, we want to know who murdered these people.
Right. But you get that idea that he's like embellishing it to make it sound like he's something he's not. So with the extra information, right? I mean, that's what I'm getting from it. So
how much did you pay him for that?
Roosevelt. Listen, Matt and I are watching TV. In first comes Roosevelt.
Before Belinda? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Roosevelt hangs out here too.
All right.
Comes here, gets his stuff from where I don't wherever he gets from her, gets from wherever, and then he comes here, and he smokes, and he just chills here.
Right.
Okay. So he shows up first.
Okay.
Yada yada. What's up? Hey, what's been going on? He's working all week. Small talk. Next thing I know, here comes Belinda pops up. I'm telling you, it was right out of the blue. Belinda pops up. I said, Roosevelt. I said, this girl is she's down for whatever.
Yeah.
Roosevelt breaks her off. She gets butt ass naked.
So he already had it on her.
Second, we all start like bang bang for Jane. Right.
Hey brother, can I call you back in like minutes? Alright, bye.
Okay, then we're going, like I said, we're doing it. Roosevelt's the other one dope. You know, there's 4 of us. It doesn't last very long. Runs out. We start making plans to get more. I text Paula, yada yada yada. She just didn't have anything. We're thinking about what else to do. I guess maybe I called a couple of, may have tried to call other people. I'm not sure.
Who are the other people you think you may have called?
I don't even, you know what? I don't think I called. I don't know anybody else.
Okay.
But
so there's not going to be any numbers.
I may have called. I was talking to people the whole time. I mean, I was talking to my buddy in Marathon. I was talking to my other buddy up in Palm Bay, up in Brevard County. I mean, I'm pretty sociable.
Right.
I have a lot of friends.
You weren't talking to him while you were fucking, though, were you?
Well, we weren't fucking the whole time.
All right.
I mean, we were, we hit it. There's 3 of us, so I hit her. Then he wants to go, and you know what I'm saying. So we had to take turns and chilling out, take a breath. If I can,
Yeah, you went back.
I had some weed. I'm getting so a little weed, and like I say, get to the grand scheme of things. We run out. We try to make plans for more. I contact Paula. Paula says he didn't have anything. We're thinking about how to get more. We hear the scuffle.
What did Paula say? She said she was about to get more?
Nope,
anything?
just said no. And said, don't let anybody come up here but Roosevelt. So I said, well, she gets like that. She gets kind of pissy. So
Okay.
I was like, I don't give a fuck. Wasn't for me.
Yeah.
So then we hear the scuffle. Matt leaves out. I leave out behind him. The shit transpires. Roosevelt leaves. I never see Belinda leave.
Okay.
And again, that's the end of it.
Gotcha. And that's Roosevelt's bike. So he left his bike and left. You know why he would have left his bike and
pussy
left him
motherfucker.
and where does he live at? You don't know.
So, do we all need to know who went swaps? I mean, really, unnecessary detail.
Again, I see him a little more. Now I know him by name, like I keep calling him Roosevelt. But the dude Detroit there, April brought him here. I met him one time.
April brought who here?
Detroit.
Detroit. Okay.
And
why
they showed up one night
for crack or
sure.
Okay.
So I don't know if it was that, if it was to intimidate Paula. I'm telling you, those two were going through it.
Right.
So I don't know the drama, the domestic stuff behind the. I'm trying to separate the dope stuff from the domestic stuff.
Yeah.
Which it's a 50-50 chance of whatever it is.
It can be mixed in.
It could be mixed in. April could have killed two birds with one stone. Hyping this dude up, who's obviously a crackhead. Oh, she's up there. She's got a bunch of stuff. Go get her. Maybe that's what happened. He didn't know, and maybe maybe she set him up, put thoughts in his head saying like she's got a bunch of money or a bunch of dope. She just went and got a cookie or something. She didn't have nothing, bro. She just texted me 5 minutes before said she didn't have nothing. I know she didn't have nothing.
Okay.
So it's throwing me too, bro. It's throwing me because I'm a detective in my own right. I'm not like
No, I know what you're saying.
For a
Absolutely.
job, but that's how my mind works.
Right.
I overanalyze everything. I'm like, what happened? Why? This, that, this. I've been thinking all night. I haven't slept. I'm thinking, and I can't. Matt just scared the dude. Matt just happened to go up there at the wrong time. Matt's evil. All you had to do was take Matt and push him down the stairs just like that. You got this. I don't. It just blows my mind. And Matt wasn't involved. Well, Matt did put the eviction notice on her door, but I don't know. It just seems kind of weird that everything kicked off right after we put that paper on her door.
Right.
But they strike me as somebody with that kind of potential. I myself think she's harmless. I may be naive. I don't know what, but you never know. You work this job a long time. I guess people will do things that for. Some people will do it out of love. Some people do it for money. Some people do it for drugs. I don't know what motivates, what drives other people.
Some women are just plain bitchy. So I think the story we're getting here is that this all goes down after some money starts exchanging hands. That's the picture that I'm getting, but we don't know how much money because he reckons he only hands over $100, but he's got $700 in his pocket already. She had, I think the charges in the charging documents, it says that there was $1,000 cash involved. So, yeah, I don't know. It seems like everything went down once the money changed hands. And, I'm kind of at the other end of bitchy women at the moment. The things they will do doesn't surprise me. Sorry, Scott.
No comment.
He's a lover, not a fighter. Troy and Scott try to separate the dope stuff from the domestic stuff. What? Yeah, well, I don't know. If you're using the dope stuff to like enjoy the domestic stuff, then they're kind of both intertwined, right? I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on there at this house. Like, there's no doubt about that. This isn't normal everyday shit, is it? Someone was saying Key West.
Think so.
Someone was saying Key West is very well known for STDs and stuff. So it probably is normal everyday stuff there. I don't know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a vote. Who wants to hear the missing victim next, or who wants to hear this April chick who's being implicated by everybody? Which one do we want to hear? So type a 1 if you want to hear missing Roger statement. Roger was missing in a couple of ways. Roger was missing from the crime scene because he took off. Roger was also, one of the victims, but Roger's statement was also missing from evidence, and then eventually did turn up. So type a 1 if you want Roger. Type a 2 if you want to hear from April Anathea, or Anathea, aka April, next. We do have the other April, but she's very circumstantial to the case. Like, she's Rory's girlfriend, so she's kind of She comes later, basically. You want to hear both? Yeah, I want the order. Which order? Which order do you prefer, Scott? Who do you want to hear from first? Two.
It doesn't matter to me.
They're saying April. Let's pull up April
It
then.
looks like twos are popping up. Yep.
All right, let's go to April. So the night. So while we were watching Mola's crime scene, sort of first on scene, like doing her thing, we saw one of the cops said, "Oh, I've got April on speed dial," and then he went off and rang her. And then when Mola was talking with the guy who wants to go to work, he points behind me and goes, "Oh, there's April going now." So this is where she arrives at the scene, and this is her first interview with the police at the scene. Switch it over. Let me just check we're in. Are we good? Okay. So here we go. Hey, come on, where's my sound?
You know who else is here? Crystal Dinklocker.
Who's this?
Crystal Dinklocker was here with Todd.
Who's Roosevelt?
And Roosevelt was here with Matt. Roosevelt, I don't know Roosevelt's last name.
What does he look like?
He's a real thin black guy. It wasn't Roosevelt that got shot.
Alright, 5650 to get clothes and huggies for a shower. Follow Todd to Roosevelt there, and I saw Crystal drinking. Alright.
Mumble.
Alright.
She's not in the treehouse. She's only places to hide.
Okay. Alright.
Is that it? No way. That's it? Get out of town. Hang on. That's really it. What's her name and who she was with? Okay, let me just look. All right, so here we have a later interview in 2019 with the same lady. So they didn't ask her anything at the scene. They just took a name. Like they rang her and they got her to turn up. And then they didn't ask her anything. All she said was she was with Michelle's changed her tune. She wants number one now. They didn't ask her anything. They just took a name. Like, that is freaking crazy. Like, everyone has fingered her as far as being an instigator, and they didn't ask her anything. See, I can understand why Ty was frustrated about this now, but this is in 2019, so this is 2 years later. 2 years later, she comes up for another interview. So this one's a lot longer. Let's leave this one because it's out of the time sequence. Let's leave this one. Let's go to Roger. I don't want to go too far out of the time sequence. So clearly they didn't ask April anything that night, which is holy moly. Everyone surprises me. She's been named by one of the victims. She's been named by witnesses. She's been named by other people that live there. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Kevin. I'll end up getting demonetized because it'll be taken out of context. All right, let's go into this one.
Okay, so we're here to talk to you about what happened earlier today over there behind CVS.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay? Because we understand that you may have been cut or hurt.
No, I'm fine. I just popped a couple times.
Yeah. Did you get hit in the back of the head too? No. Where are you hurt at?
You let me have it, a couple of times,
Can you tell us what happened?
Well, I'm sitting there, drinking beer. And two guys ran up the steps, caught me, and pulled me, jerked me back up on the seat, and they put a knife in my throat, and told me just, sit there, and that's all I did,
Which one told you to sit there?
Guy in a mask, he had a mask on, and death mask,
Death mask?
Skeleton mask. Skeleton mask?
Skeleton mask?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he have an accent when he spoke?
Well, he didn't say nothing. It was nice,
What did the knife look like?
Long and long knife.
Okay, what happened after that?
He caught me. I went through the screen or whatever, and I got up and got out of there,
Okay. Where did you go after you left?
Right here.
Right, he came right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think this is the warehouse, Scott. I think, I could be wrong, but I think this is where he works. Is anyone ever sober? I don't think this is the warehouse, Scott. So, from what I understand, the warehouse is it's all under one big roof, but it's all separate apartments. Like it's got walls between each of their apartments or something like that, and they all got like back entries to their apartments. I think Roger cleared the scene, took off, went home, obviously to sleep it off, and then went to work and carried on about his day. So this is several days later they finally find Roger.
How many people came running up? How many people you said there were?
Oh yeah, also these golf carts in the background. So you will remember when Paula was asked where does Roger work? She was saying he works at the golf place, and you can see there's golf carts here and over here. So this is at work, clearly. So
Two.
Can you tell me what they look like?
No, they were wearing a mask.
Both were they the same mask or different masks?
Well, I didn't see too much of the other guy, but the guy that hit my, that's my throat was wearing a skeleton mask.
Okay. Can you see any of his skin at all to tell what color he may have been? No.
But I know he's black. He was black.
Okay. Was he skittish? Was he tall or short?
My size.
Your size? Was he fat or skinny?
Skinny.
Skinny. How tall are you about?
5'11".
5'11". So is he thinner than you, or was he heavier than you?
He's about my size.
How much about do you weigh?
170.
Did you recognize the voice at all?
I believe Paula knows who they were.
Why do you say that?
The guy that attacked her, was heavy set, black, and she must have known, I just feel that,
Did you see any cars out front or anything? They leaving a car?
No.
Do you know how they left?
Just ran down steps when the other guy came up there, and they took off down steps after him.
Where the guy was at?
The guy lives downstairs. He lives downstairs. He came up there and we started yelling and everything else started yelling and
What were they saying when they were yelling?
Cops?
Okay, so what level were you on? Because I know you go up the stairs and there's a first level.
I was on top. I was on
All the way at the very top?
Yeah. Sitting in a chair, you know.
Because I know she's got like if you go up to the very top, her area's over in the corner here. Yeah. Is that where you were, or were you over off to the side somewhere? Or?
I was sitting right there in a little canvas area, you know, where the bed's right here.
Yep.
You know, a little canvas area, you know, sitting right there, and that's so fast, you know.
So you're sitting there. So just run me through. You're sitting there.
Okay, what he just described, this clears up some stuff, Scotty. You know how I was saying earlier she never went inside to clear the place inside? There is no inside. It seems like it's just a balcony up there. He just described where a bed was, which we saw beside the canvas. There's no inside. So that clears up a lot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is this common in America where it's just like a platform and people live on it? Is that common?
Well, maybe in Key West because of the temperate climate, but no.
Also, because the hurricane too, I guess people were without accommodation for a bit, so I guess anything was sufficing at that point.
I mean, Key West is the southernmost portion of the continental U.S., you know, it's
right. So last time we went through this, we worked out that
basically tropical, so you could basically live on a porch.
The same temperature as Queensland, which we worked out in the maps last time, right? So yeah, you could literally live out on a porch here in Queensland because it's pretty much the same temperature all year round. You just got wet season.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So Under Your Stars says yes with tarps over the area. So interesting. So there was no inside for her to check out. There you go.
And they come up the stairs, and a shorter guy comes up to you. Does he have a knife in his hand already?
Yeah.
Okay, and what happens as soon as he comes up to you? Does he say anything, or does he hit you first?
He nailed me. Yeah, he nailed me.
Okay, where did he hit you at? Okay, how many times did he punch you?
4 or 5.
With the same hand?
I think so.
Okay, then what happened after that? He's punching you, then what happens?
He pulled me back up, hit me again, you know.
How did he pull you up?
My shirt.
Where did he grab it at?
Here.
Okay. Do you have any gloves on?
I don't know.
I know you just grabbed your collar where he grabbed you, but is there any chance we could take that shirt from you tonight for evidence without touching the collar anymore? Is this the one you're wearing, or is it a different one? This what you're wearing?
Yeah.
You can just set it right there. I'm going to grab it, okay?
Was it ripped from the fight, or was it ripped from
Yeah, he ripped my shirt. Yeah, he ripped my shirt.
Alright, but he grabbed you right here on the front of the shirt, you said, right? Okay, so he actually got the shirt in your hand? Okay, we're going to take that from you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard what happened after you left? Have you called anybody or anything?
No, I've been drinking, you know. I was, staying right out of there, right, you know.
What's your cell phone number?
I don't have one.
Do you have a phone number in case somebody needs to call you? Or we need to find you? Let me ask you this while you're looking for that, did they take anything from you?
No.
Nothing from you at all? Hey, kitty.
Go ahead.
Well, just take the house down, you know.
How long were you there today?
A couple hours.
Who else had come by there today?
Just Matt, you know. You guys downstairs.
Anybody else come over to visit? Any other girls or guys come over?
No.
No? What's that? That's yours or is that a friend's?
Yeah.
Who's that to you?
It's my roommate, you know.
He stays here? What does he say at?
He still stays over there at over the state.
You still live there too?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I got some bad news for you. Okay, Paula, your friend, she got cut in her neck.
Yeah.
She's going to be okay, but she got cut bad. Matt, who lives downstairs, is dead.
No.
Yeah. Dead serious. That's why we've been looking for you to make sure you were okay.
All right. No.
I'm serious. Everybody's worried sick about you. We couldn't find you anywhere. You know, and...
Yeah.
Roger, can I ask you, at any time were you bleeding?
No.
No? You didn't get a bloody nose or anything from the menu?
No.
Okay.
No. I just popped in there about 4 or 5 times.
On this side of your face?
Yeah.
Can you lift up your hat for a minute?
I'm fine. Yeah, he's holding my hair, you know. You know what I mean?
Oh, keep your head up for a second.
9 a.m. Garcia.
Yeah, that's terrible. God damn.
Alright, do you need medical attention right now?
No, I'm fine.
You are? Okay. Alright, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and Paula's not in any trouble, okay? Was there any illegal drugs there tonight? Marijuana?
No.
Pain medicine?
No.
Cocaine?
No.
Heroin or anything like that?
I had the beer, yeah.
Okay, what does she have?
She didn't have that.
Okay.
Well, I go there with cooler, you know, with cooler beer, you know.
Yeah. Okay. But is there anything else you can think of that might help us find these people who did it? No? That got me. I'm going to give you my business card, okay? It's going to have my phone number and the lead detective's phone number on it. I would like for you to think about this, and if you think of anything at all, you give us a call, okay? We're going to try to come talk to you either today or tomorrow, actually Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, to get some more questions answered.
Yeah.
His office, 7957-7957.
Picture. This is his phone number right here, okay? My name is on the front. It's easier to read. It's Chuck Kellenberger, Monroe County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit. And my cell phone number is at the bottom here, okay?
We don't need to know all his details. So that's interesting. I'm surprised he remembered his own name, to be honest. And as you all pointed out, he's swaying around there, so he's probably a regular drinker, I'd say. But it's interesting, like, he's a tough old guy. He didn't make much of being beat up. So, you know, went home, slept it off, went back to work. No big deal to him. I don't think it occurred to him that the people he left, he ran out on, had been injured and murdered. But interesting. So the main thing to note there is, again, the black guy. I don't think he knows too much about the white guy. Sounds like he's more familiar with the black guy who hit him in the back of the head. When he says he's running off, he sees Matt going up there, he's running off. So he's already gone by the time Matt's attacked. That's what it sounds like to me so far. All right, so who have we got next? Who do we want to hear from next? Shall we do Anathea's 2 years later interview to see what she changes there? What do we want to do next? There's also April Walker, which I've got from a few days later. That's Rory's girlfriend. Who would we like to hear from next, boys? There's probably an order I should take with this, but what about you, Scott?
Well, the April one would be closer to this timeline, correct?
Yeah. Rory, the black guy's girlfriend, that's who you're referring to. There's 2 Aprils, just to be clear. So Rory's girlfriend is 2 days later by Captain.
See, because I watched this trial, but I didn't see all this stuff. Some of it never even made it into trial, right?
Right, that particular clip that we just showed, they said that it was lost, that it didn't exist. So that one was never even in pre-trial because the cops denied that they had it. And the fact that we are now looking at it from somebody's body cam tends to indicate that they did have it the whole time. But
it's kind of funny just watching the trial and not seeing the pre-trial or not knowing any of this info. It reminds me of the Karen Reed case, because a lot of the people that saw the Karen Reed case only saw the trial itself. They didn't see the pre-trial, or they weren't in on it early.
Right.
So even though I saw this trial, I didn't know a lot of this precursor stuff.
Right. So what we got very clearly from multiple witnesses and victims so far is that there's 2 attackers. There's a white guy and there's a dark guy. The white guy, black guy, Americans would say, we don't call people of color black here. So it's the same as calling people of color the N-word over there. It's just not done here. So if you catch me saying not quite black but other terms, that's why. But essentially we know that there's a black guy that's been pointed out by nearly every single witness and every single surviving victim. So we know Rory's in it. There's no way Rory's getting out of it. We saw Rory in the street footage from the what was it called? The camera on the street. I just can't think of the name of that particular joint, but we've got that camera. We see this white guy go get Rory and come back. So we know Rory's in it. There's no way Rory's getting out of any of this. So last night when we were watching Phelps trying to get Rory to, using the Reed technique, trying to get Rory to incriminate Ty, Rory thinks he's going home, but Rory's not thinking all of these people know that it was a black guy, right? But he's in it. No matter which way you look at it, he's in it. He's not getting out of it. So now it's the toss-up between, were there 3 guys? Did anybody hear anything that indicates there were 3 guys at all? I don't think I never heard anything that I thought could be. Thank you for modding for us tonight, Kevin. Much appreciated. And take care. Thank you so much. So
that's always been an issue, even in the United States. Black, African American. If you go back in history, it was Negroes. I mean, that's always been a thing.
The N-word comes from Negro, and that is specifically
colored.
That's a Spanish word. The color Negro, the color black is Negro in Spanish. It's a Spanish word, and it comes from, I think, as far back as the Spanish Inquisition, when they were going around taking control of islands and natives all over the joint. That it was
Well,
their
in recent history, it was African American, but I think in America, black is kind of like the default nowadays.
right,
Where if you go back 10, 15 years, it was African American.
right. We hosted an African American from off one of the ships, one of the Navy ships that came in to North Queensland there once. It was quite a long time ago. I think my oldest child was probably still in nappies, like it was a long time ago. And I asked him outright, like, what do you prefer to be called if referring to your ancestry? And he said African American. So I've always stuck with African
Mhm.
American. I'm not totally comfortable saying black, but it seems to be everyone is comfortable saying that. So
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. In
hmm,
current, times, I think in America, black is basically, like the in thing. That's what you say.
yeah, yeah. So also, as Michelle points out, Indigenous or First Nations is what we say now when we're referring to our people of color, but also they themselves refer to themselves differently. So there's also
Mhm.
that. If you're talking with them, then it would be polite to use Indigenous or First Nation or person of color, but they themselves will call themselves black. I call myself black. I'm happy to do that. Like, I don't have an issue saying I'm black.
Yeah.
Don't have an issue if someone else says I'm black, but that doesn't mean the next person does. So, I've got cousins who are Indigenous as well, by marriage. So, for those who don't know, one of my cousins is actually made it to the ARIA charts here in Australia, with a couple of hit songs. Then she was injured in a car accident. But on that side of the family is a whole bunch of Indigenous people, and they call themselves black. Like, they're happy to be black. She wrote a song called "Black and Deadly." So yeah, it's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting between the two cultures, but yeah, apparently because the one thing we all can agree on is you don't call a black person the N word. And because I called someone out for trying to crash my chat so that they could call me the N word, apparently that makes me the racist. How that works, I actually don't know. Because, like, over here where I live, black people are allowed to say the N word. But anyway, I don't know how that all works. But the F word stands for fornication under consent of the king. The F word. Oh, gotcha. Under fornication under consent of the king. Following as the anagram. Gotcha.
Yeah, but would Australian Aborigine descent or culture be considered black, like in America?
I don't know. Do,
I
do
don't
we
know either. I have no idea.
does
It's
anybody
just,
fucking care? Like, this is the thing.
I
Like,
don't know.
I had an African American saying to me, they're not blacks. And I'm like, where do you get off saying that? Like, I got it that you've got set in your mind that the color black belongs only to you, but it doesn't. There's a lot of black
Yeah,
people.
that's what I'm saying. You could have an indigenous um, race from a different continent that happens to have dark pigmented skin. That doesn't mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. That's why I get confused.
So up on Melville Island, which is just off of the tip of Darwin, Northern Territory, there's a race of people that are indigenous to that island, and they're blue black. They're like so black, their skin, they look like blueberries in the sun. Like, they're
Yeah.
blue. So then we've also got, just off of the Queensland coast, a bunch of islands out there. So when the British and the French and the Spanish all came to, like, the eastern coast of Australia, they would stop along the Solomon Islands and those places, and pick up blacks from the islands and bring them here for slaves. So, you know, we've got a lot of different cultures here that are pretty
Yeah,
much
mixed in. No, that's basically what America is. The United States.
right. So when it comes down to, you know, America's the only continent on the earth that is allowed to own the English language or even the Spanish language, you can stick that in your freaking pipe and smoke it, because it's not true. I mean, it might be in your little world, but there is a whole world out there. So, but anyway, and as Karen Cole says, we all come from Africa originally, apparently. So, so who are
Yeah,
we?
I guess if you want to go back that far, yeah. Right?
Exactly. All right, let's go to Anathea Clay's 2019 interview. She's had 2 years to make up stories and cover her ass. So let's see what she comes up with. This is obviously this is before trial. So 2019. Yeah, I think this is before trial. So let's have a listen to what story she's worked out to cover her own ass in this time. Let's go.
And the other thing is I spoke to my lawyer, and because this lady is putting everything on the internet, I don't want to be video recorded. Hi, John.
She's lawyered up. Go figure.
It's Anna. How are you, sweetie? I just wanted to let you know the cats at the spot are done. And there should be plenty of water at the fire station. The cats at the spot are already done. And I washed your dishes for you, too. But I unfortunately, I left them home, and I won't be home for probably an hour or so. Okay. I just wanted to, all right, let you know. No, you're all set. Well, I contacted a blind cat sanctuary in Virginia, and they emailed me back. So I sent them pictures, and we're trying to talk about it. First, we have to.
Oh my God, do we care about the fucking cat?
All right, no, I'll call you. No, thanks, sweetie. Sorry, he texted me and didn't know where he's supposed to go tonight. He's a volunteer. He's new and he's really good.
That's good. Well, you want to keep him then. You want to hang on to him. April, you need to know that it's not the state putting anything out on the internet, okay? That's the first thing.
So how are these things?
Because what happens is, under discovery, the state is obligated to give the other attorneys, the defense attorneys.
And so before trial? I mean, I really think she's jeopardizing people's lives here.
And I would not disagree with that. Right now, we are being video recorded and audio recorded.
I don't want to do any interviews on a video, because what I'm going to tell you, I'm going to drop some names.
Okay. I'm going to leave the video running just for a minute, leave Matt here with you, and then call the state attorney's office and get some guidance on this. So I'll just be back with you in a minute, okay? All right. I'll be right back. Have fun talking to Matt about that.
We can't do it that way. My lawyer said that we have to wait.
Okay, not a problem. I'll talk.
Oh dear, eh? There you go. Doesn't want to be talking to anyone. That is Phelps, correct, Scotty? Why is she closing to make that call? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows why she's doing what, but she's got something to hide. Obviously, this lady has something to hide. Yes, Michelle, drive safe. We will most likely still be here when you get home, so we still got a little bit to cover yet, but and we got Scotty on the stream. Scotty's good for at least another 4 hours. Oh, he's not.
Yeah, it's 2:40 a.m. Yeah, I can keep going.
Anytime you need to tap out, you just do it, because it's only 6:30 at night here. So anytime you need to tap out, just do it. Same with anybody in the audience. Tap out if you need to. But I want to get through as much as I can in one sitting, just so that we can come to a place that Ty can take over that isn't too frustrating for him going back over all of this. So we can cover the suspicions and the stuff that led up to trial. So
Isn't on, just so you know. Or it's
No,
on, it's just not recording.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's not me.
I'm just letting you know.
It's just because,
I hear you.
you know, what I know about what happened has only come up on one of the interviews.
Oh, okay.
And I do not believe that person had anything to do with actually killing the man, but I believe he's the one that said, go get my money back from my girl to these people. I'll be honest with you, those two white guys, I've never seen either one of them in my life. Never. I thought, does one have a lame hand?
I don't know.
Tyrone, the Franklin Tucker, does he have a lame hand?
I don't know, to be honest with you. When this happened?
Aren't you Detective Pitcher?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Detective Corey.
You're Detective Corey.
Yeah.
Oh my God, his name.
Yeah, so when this happened, I was working on patrol in Marathon. So I know nothing about this at all. So.
Okay.
So she's officially the first one we've heard mention Tyrone. So nobody else has mentioned Tyrone. Everyone else has said a white guy. Nobody's mentioned a lame hand. I don't know who the lame hand is, but we will look at some of the other white guy who actually was there. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. Why have I forgotten his name? I've probably just said it 20 times. Who's the other guy? Not Tyrone. It's also a T word. Jesus. Help me out, Scott. Who's the other guy? Travis. Thank you. Don't help me out, Scott.
Sorry.
Travis is the other guy. So this is Anathea / April, yes, and she lived at the Treehouse. The other April dated Rory and lived at the warehouse. So just so you get it all straight, Amonra. But this is Anathea, and she clearly has something to hide. The other April also is suspicious. It just seems like she's covering for Rory, but this April here, just go back a little bit and listen to what she said one more time. Where are we? 4-3. Let's just go back. A couple of minutes here.
In my life. Never. I thought, does one have a lame hand?
I don't know.
Tyrone, the Franklin Tucker, does he have a lame hand?
I don't know, to be honest with you. When this happened?
Aren't you Detective Pitcher?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Detective Corey.
You're Detective Corey.
Yeah.
Oh my God, his name.
Yeah, so when this happened, I was working on patrol.
So Detective Pritchard, I think who she's talking about, was the one who just interviewed Todd during the daytime outside of the Treehouse.
Patrol in Marathon. So I know nothing about this at all. So names and all that stuff.
Because if it is one person that when I look at the face, I think that's, almost 20 years ago that I knew of him downtown. You know what I mean? Like I see him, he'd be at the corner store and stuff.
How long have you been in the Keys?
89.
Oh, okay.
I left in, came in 89. I left in 99, went upstate New York and went to college. Then to Virginia, to college. Transferred from community to another community. And then came back in 2005.
What was your degree in?
Science. I didn't finish.
Oh, okay.
I didn't finish. It wasn't I didn't want to finish. When I went to Virginia, it was because my mom was having surgery. And so I thought I would only be gone for the Christmas break. Well, the surgery turned out to be a lot more expensive than they thought, and she needed like 10 weeks of recovery time, so I paid out of state tuition and continued at community college there, and my mom and I have issues.
I gotcha. And then you came back.
Yeah, but all the schooling did pay off, and all the experience did pay off. I learned a lot.
Good. Yeah, I've got a lot of credits as well that didn't formulate into a degree, but I still have the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
I know what you mean.
Experiences. I've learned a lot more working in mental hospitals when I went there.
Not quite, Karen. Rory was with one April. He wasn't even with her, actually. I think he'd left her. But she was due to have a baby. Anna Thea, who we're looking at now, he wasn't with her at any stage. He just used to go to the treehouse to hang out with her. And, well, who knows what happened, like, considering what was going on down there. He might have been there doing the woo-woo. We don't know that. But he was with the April, the girl named April, that was due to have his baby and a 7-year-old child. So we know that part. We don't know what he was doing with Anathea at the treehouse. Just maybe hanging around to get the drugs. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's how it works.
She seemed sort of like bubbly and distracted, kind of like minimizing the situation.
Yeah. She doesn't seem like the same person we just looked at the scene, right? Kind of like maybe she's kicked the habit now. Maybe she's not a meth head anymore. I don't know. Acting all prim and proper, like no longer in that scene.
Yeah, it's weird.
I was gonna say, how do you go from community college to being a crackho? But that might not be appropriate.
First Sunday in New York. I was working I got a receptionist job in the veterinary hospital. I was so excited. Because ever since I was a little kid, it's not like I look for them. I walk outside and trip over them.
Right.
Somehow or another.
Yeah.
It's fine. I can't escape it. I mean, boyfriend after boyfriend, husband, mother, sister, grandmother, everybody. Did you stop? You can't save the world. I'm not trying to. It's just the ones that are right in front of me I can't ignore.
Right.
You know? Some of the police officers at the fire station laugh at me. They're like, you could stay home because I can't leave my house. I mean, they'll hear me shut my door.
Mm-hmm.
They hear my voice. They follow me.
Wow.
I don't know exactly what it is, but when I started working at the veterinary hospital upstate, one of them.
I'm so good. I'm so innocent. I'm so good that my puppy dogs love me. Like that. I know so many people like this. It's incredible, but they're not that good underneath. But it's okay because my puppy dogs love me.
Doctor, she's an internist from Cornell. She asked me if I could fill in some extra hours at the emergency clinic on the weekends. I was like, sure. She's trying to buy money to buy a car, to the upstate New York, fixing the snow. And I guess the emergency hospital, and people would bring their animals in, they'd run in with their animals lateral, down, unconscious, things like that, hit by a car, poisoning, all kinds of stuff. And I just had this, second sense for what was wrong. And they're like, how do you know? Because, I brought this cat back, I'm like, I think we need a BG. And they're like, are you a receptionist, or, how do you know this? I'm like, I don't know. And then I started having these dreams, and, I would have dreams, and I would talk in Latin in my dreams. So I'd write things down as soon as I woke up. So they actually paid for my first semester of college. And, yeah.
Oh, dear Lord. She's special. She speaks Latin in her dreams. That's how she got into community college. Maybe it's because she was speaking Latin in her dreams. She ended up in a trap house. I don't know. Jesus. The stories police here. I'm sure you've heard a lot of these stories, right, Scotty? People paint.
I'm just thinking Latin. I mean, unless you're a certain age, they don't teach Latin anywhere unless you go into medical school or
Law.
Or law.
Yeah, they're the only two I know of. Mostly law is the only one
that
uses Latin.
I don't know, it's weird.
Interesting.
I brought everything, old stuff, as you can see, real old stuff.
Lots of goodies.
Well, unfortunately, lots of them, you know what, when everything started to go bad at the house, I probably shouldn't get emotional, but, the whole thing is really emotional for me because I was just trying to fight for our house, you know, our space. Before she came there, everything was nice there.
Who are you saying she?
Paula.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Here we go. It's all about me. I'm so upset. But she's going to tell us how much she hates Paula.
You know, and then she was only supposed to stay for 2 weeks, you know. I've known Paula. I've known Paula 20 years. You know, I had my issues with drugs. Unfortunately, when I was 12 years old, I started selling drugs to pay our bills. You know, I was 14, I had to leave home. And,
pay your bills, Paula.
And then eventually became an addict, you know.
Yeah.
April, I just talked with the state attorney, and they completely...
Pay your bills, Paula, because I ended up in a trap house because I didn't pay mine. Oh, my God.
They understand that you don't want to be videotaped. What they want to know is if you're willing to tell me what about the videotape that you're really concerned about.
Like being on the internet.
Okay. And you completely understand it's not the state attorney that's been putting it on the internet, right?
I understand it's this Lauren Janai lady.
Okay. And what's your concern about it being on the internet?
Well, because she's making these little, I don't know, she thinks she's, you know, like a lawyer now.
Okay.
Because she's making these little PowerPoint presentations where she's, have you seen it?
No, I haven't been on the internet. So
Okay, just in a couple days, last couple days, she's making these little PowerPoint presentations now of the framing of Franklin Tyrone Ducker. And she's putting my phone records on the internet.
Okay.
She's saying that I called Stacey Medina. I didn't call Stacey Medina. Stevie Jones lives in the complex right next to me.
Okay.
A couple weeks before that, him and Robbie Nevis had come. I was hiding in the shower. That's how afraid I was of the people that were in my back room.
Okay.
Oh, Scotty, I just got the character. Do you get who this character is in the Karen Reed case? Guess who
No,
this is fucking Jen McCabe. She's putting stuff on the internet about me. Can you just make them stop putting stuff on the internet about me?
Oh, that part of Jen, yeah.
And also
Turtle Boy's out to get me, yeah.
Yeah, and manipulating the others. Like, she's managed to keep herself out of, like, she's obviously a prime suspect involved in this. Everyone said it was a dispute between her and Paula. And she's obviously manipulating everybody to not talk about her, even though everyone has. Excuse me. So, yeah, she kind of, this is the Jen McCabe in this case.
Paula kept sending people down there. You know, Robert Frost had called me and said, Paula's got it in for you. I told Matt, I'm not paying his rent. I'm not paying his rent. I owe you. Or the rent. Because I was going to see my mom for the first time in 10 years.
Okay.
For Thanksgiving. So I just wanted to make sure everything in my house was secure. My roommate got.
So you're telling Paula she should pay her bills while you're telling Matt you're not going to pay the rent. Okay.
Broke it into twice. You know, changed our, with quarters in it up to here.
Yeah.
You know, my keyboards were stolen. I would keep coming home and finding my room broken into. Okay?
So,
wait,
oh, no, I'm sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Paula was supposed to stay for 2 weeks. You know, I've known her 25 years. I've known her for everything. Y'all know I've always struggled with my addiction.
Yep.
Okay, I started selling drugs when I was 12 years old. I didn't have a choice. You know, my dad was giving me them to sell. And then eventually caught up with me. I became an addict. But I also learned that at some point I came to this decision that I can't live like this. I don't live in chaos. You know, she's saying I brought people's house. No, I didn't want nobody to know where I live. I wanted anybody to knock on the door. You know? So
April, if
when it became chaotic, and then the first time I got assaulted because someone was looking for her, I got really upset.
Looking for her, looking for Paula?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
First one on the phone was Janine Green. I said, Matt, that's it. I'm not paying you any rent that I owe you.
Okay.
Because I'm paying rent at 2 places now. Now I'm working at my work to stay there for free, which I have all the receipts of.
Okay.
And I'm going to pay your rent too? No, she's got to go. Okay? Then I'm going to pay rent here. Okay? You're going to lose your property if you don't get her out.
Okay.
Okay? So they're going to raid the place, then code enforcement will come, they're going to shut the whole place down. You know, we had tomato plants grow in. In fact, he reduced my rent because I was doing so much work around the property.
Around the property, okay.
I mean, everything in the back was a mess. I couldn't do anything about, you know, carpentry. But tore the vines down. I got everything cleared out. The whole yard was clear. She put the bathroom in a bucket outside her bed.
Listen, lady, we saw the property. There was nothing cleaned out. It was a write-off. Acting like freaking Queen Olivia. So here she's saying that she gave Matt an ultimatum that she won't pay her rent unless he gets rid of Paula. And this is pretty much what everyone was saying, that there was a spat between her and Paula.
She didn't walk downstairs, she was right. And then she would throw it right outside her window.
Oh, wow, okay.
I would clean up the yard. She would sweep her deck off, pieces of chore boy, razor blades. I mean, all kinds of things, right onto the ground. You know, I'm walking in flip-flops to the property to go to the shower. Right? We have 3 puppies on the property. And we got, sorry, I'm a bit of a redneck.
What's missing from this diatribe, Scott? What do you pick up that's missing from this?
Well, I just find it interesting. She's making these derogatory statements, like she pees in a bucket by the bed and trying to attack her character, I guess.
Right. And she's the victim. Plus, Paula, is the victim. Plus, she's not once mentioned Matt, like in the sense of, my friend Matt's dead. I'm concerned my friend Matt's dead. I'm so shattered my friend Matt's dead. Nothing. Just, I'm not paying his fucking rent. That's all she's...
No, she's only concerned about saving her own butt right now. She's not going to talk about him.
Right. No concern for Matt, who is dead, and then dissing the victim whose throat was slashed in this, so...
I'm getting niggers kicking the door in, okay? Alright, we got niggers kicking the gate in. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say like that. But that's how I felt about it. Because I'm not talking about black people, whether it was a Puerto Rican person, a white person, whatever. I'm talking about a drug-dealing person that's coming like a gangster to come look for her.
Okay.
Right? And it was a pregnant lady. She's big, and she's screaming it at me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a towel coming out of the shower.
Okay, that's April. A big pregnant lady, like very close to due pregnant lady, came in there to beat up Paula. Interesting.
And I'm like, she was up there, and I'm trying to go to my room. She's like, go get her. And I'm like, right? So I go up the stairs, just Paula crouched down, you know. I said, there's somebody up here. You want to come up? You know, meanwhile, she's sweating, huffing and puffing, and she's big all around. And I'm like, you want to come up and look? And she's like, you tell that bitch to give us her fucking money. Okay. I don't believe it's the same lady that you interviewed named April.
Okay.
I do not believe that's her.
Okay.
Despite what I saw in the interview.
So April, before we go any further, because what I want to do is, I'm going to let you know that I would like to have this interview videotape, but if you don't want to.
I just don't want it. I've never been on
okay.
I don't want this much involvement in it.
Okay.
And not only that, the fact of the matter.
Okay, she says she doesn't think it's the other April, but when you think about it, the other April's pregnant to Rory. Rory's hanging out at her house, not Paula's. He's hanging out with her, as Karen pointed out, the confusion that one April was his girlfriend and the other one he's having something with on the side. That's probably more likely what was going down. Like, just looking at this from a 1,000-foot perspective, the woman who's pregnant doesn't want a man out there traipsing around. I would say this was actually more about April and Thea hanging out with Rory and April getting jealous. What do you reckon, Scott?
It's a good possibility.
Seems like a more likely possibility than what she's saying. I'm not even really making sense of what she's saying, to be honest. I think she's saying like some kind of big drug dealer came after her, which Rory's...
I mean, she's trying to paint herself as a Miss Perfect, and these people were all no good.
Mother Teresa.
Yeah.
Do you remember everyone's talking about the first thing that everyone was there for was to put a door up for Paula?
Right.
Paula knew that she owed a lot of money.
Okay.
To somebody. And Paula was scared to death. I did not have anything to do with setting up a robbery to get back at her or any of that kind of craziness that they're talking about. I absolutely did not. In fact, Melissa Thomas was very angry with her and kept calling me, asking me, is she home? I don't want any trouble at my house. I tell Melissa, don't come here.
April, can I audio tape it so it's not, so the video's not on the internet? Because what you said to me.
See, if I'm going to tell you a name, do you remember the first interviews that Paula told you there's black people that did this?
Yeah, right.
Right? And if I tell you names and it never comes to fruition,
so
you can't guarantee my safety.
So
but you've heard the name before.
Okay, but if I'm hearing you correctly, your concern about stuff being on the internet is because you're afraid.
Well, you know, I mean, I have a son, I have a sister who's a very prominent lawyer. You know, they don't want to have anything to do with me having things like this popping up every time they go on YouTube and they're connected to me.
Because if I understand you correctly, what you are seeing on YouTube isn't accurate. It's not the truth. What they're saying about you is not the truth.
That was me. Something just fell on my roof. It scared the living. I don't know what the hell that was. All right, I will be AFK for 2 shakes. I need to go see what fell on my roof.
Not only what they're saying about me, other things they're saying about the truth. They're straight up, especially Todd of Quinn, who I didn't even know his name, but I wrote it all down.
Okay.
He's changed his story in every interview he's got. And the fact of the matter is, I believe that he had a whole lot to do with what happened.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go turn the video off, okay? So you're not going to be on YouTube. So if I won't put you in any harm's way. And if you're uncomfortable...
If you put my name attached to anything, and I tell you who Paul owed all this money to...
Okay. We're going to do...
She's protecting them right now.
Paula is protecting everybody?
Paula knows what she did.
Okay.
Paula's supposed... Yeah,
So I'm going to go turn the videotape off, okay?
It has to all be off.
Okay. Let me go take care of that.
Audio
Okay.
and video.
All right, let me go take care of that.
But I'll put it in writing.
Okay.
As long as I'm guaranteed it's never going to get in their hands. Because, you know, I might not even be right. To be honest with you, I was so distanced from her. I wanted her to go on up the property. I wanted to just live in peace.
Let me explain to you.
So I might not know all the circumstances correctly, but from what I do know...
Before I turn the video off, let me tell you what having the video on is going to help you with. Because there are 2 sides to the story, and we only have one side. And we have everybody's side but your side.
Why? Why?
Well, let me ask you this. How long have you been hiding from the police?
I have not been hiding from the police.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Ow.
Okay, so putting your side of the story on video
Why would you ask me if I was hiding from the police?
I didn't know. We couldn't find you. We didn't know where to look for you.
How did you not find me? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so when all this stuff happened and everything, it was really bad. And Corey and I, you know, Corey was coming and spending 3 days with me, and he was working in Marathon. Corey has a really bad heroin problem.
Okay.
So he couldn't stay here in Key West. So our goal was to move to Marathon. And all this stuff happened. We moved to Marathon. We stayed in this disgusting trailer for about a month, and then we got a nice apartment. So I got a job at Marathon Veterinary Hospital. He got a really good job, and I would still come down and work at Straight Cat Chargers, where I was working when I lived in Mass.
Okay.
About twice a week, or whenever they would call me and be like, you know, we got overbooked and we don't have anything clean, and can you come get the stuff? As long as I wasn't working, they knew my days off at the veterinary hospital in Marathon. And sure enough, every single time I would come down to US work, Corey would relapse because he knew I wasn't home.
Oh, so you weren't there to...
And then he overdosed and died.
Oh, I did not know that. Sorry. Very sorry.
Thank you. And that was last May. And then I got injured. And I was in the hospital. I mean, I wasn't hiding. I was in the hospital for almost 4 months straight.
I was injured. I was in the hospital. Notice how she sus on Todd. So she kind of picked up the same things that we did about Todd, right? I get what
Yeah, she keeps saying she doesn't want to be recorded, but she wants to keep talking so she can steer her narrative.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me as well. Kind of a bit the same as Todd, but he wasn't saying don't record me. He was still trying to steer the narrative. But so she's one of the 4 in the foursome, just so that everyone gets that straight, that Todd was talking about. So I think it was BBB Belinda, a B word, Belinda, Brenda, Belinda. I can't remember the B word. There was another lady starting with B, and then there was her as well. So, so she was the other part of the foursome, I think.
What happened? Well, my friend David, he's like, you're gonna self job, and my landlord in Marathon, and all the people in my church in Marathon, so that you can't shuffle around the house and you're gonna live the rest of your life. Which is what it is.
It's true. Yeah. Well, that's grieving. You're grieving a loss. It was very hard.
So I went offshore and went fishing, which is I commercial fished for years.
Okay.
So I went fishing, and I got injured on the boat. Then I caused me to have this surgery, and then what happened was they split the back of my head open, so I had a strep infection that went down.
Oh.
So I had huge abscess under my brain. I didn't even know it. I thought I had a pulled muscle.
That's because you stayed at the Holiday Inn Express one day. You thought you were a doctor.
No.
Okay.
I didn't get to stay in the Holiday Inn Express.
No.
I was still in the boat working. And then when we got on shore and I, had a fever and everything, and I was get this checked out. But when I got up and went forward, I ruptured my gallbladder. Well,
you were a mess.
They saw this and ambulanced me, and then my sonograph came in afterwards. So it wasn't until actually I got all the way back to Key West, and I'm like, I think I gotta poop. And I can't. And they're like, oh my God, you've had a ruptured gallbladder this whole time. So went to my liver, my spleen, 4 surgeries. I have A negative blood, so they can only give me O negative, which I had a reaction to. And one thing after another just snowballed. So
this is blah, 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 blah to the question, how did you evade the police for 2 years? So it sounds like this is all prior to her evading the police, but we'll carry on.
I spent, 6 months in the hospital, but I certainly have not been hiding. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Congratulations on surviving all that.
I promise you, I didn't think I was going to.
It doesn't sound like it.
I really didn't think I was going to. I didn't think I was ever going to be strong again. And I'm just starting to get my strength again. But I certainly have been hiding. In fact, when I called my lawyer, I'm like, what should I do? Should I call them? I'm like, I'm like, fact of the matter is, all these things that these people are telling are lies. A lot of them, anyway. Not all of them, but a lot of the things I'm hearing are lies.
What, do you remember the guy that came and served you the paper? The guy that, Charles, you talked to Charles? Charles said that you told him you'd been hiding from the police and staying inside the house most of the time.
No, not hiding from the police.
Yeah.
Not hiding from the police at all.
Okay.
He's mistaken in that statement.
Okay.
I actually not hiding from the police.
No, you went to Marathon?
I told him
with Corey.
Well, we planned to go to Marathon.
Right, but I mean,
planned at the beginning.
But you just moved up there. You were.
I had nowhere else to live. I was told by you that I could take one trip to get my stuff out. Yep. You remember telling me that?
Yep.
And then I was now trespassing if I was returning the property.
Yep.
Right? So I prepaid my rent, got receipts to prove it.
I know that.
And now I'm kicked out. Okay. So I ended up living in this trailer with no electric, no water, no nothing for months. I absolutely was not hiding from police. What I told Charles Meyer was that on a daily basis, before I walk out the door, I think, what's going to happen? I mean, I don't know all these people that Paula knows.
Okay.
And I don't know who she's really protecting and what they're going to do, because Crystal Dinklecker told me, she said, don't go nowhere by yourself. She's really got an injury. Robert Frost, 2 weeks before this happened, told me, Paula said she's going to get you. Now, everybody wants to take Paula as this weak because she's so frail and fragile looking. She's a biker chick. She's not frail or fragile by any means. She's manipulative. She's convincing. Bullshit. Stop doing the shit you're doing and you won't be in the situation you're in.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true.
Okay. So there she goes, victim blaming again. This is something that Ty was sensitive about, people talking about Paula like this. It doesn't matter what put her in that situation. She didn't deserve to have a throat slit. So that's what this lady seems to be, well, whatever, you deserved it.
Yeah, she's calling her a biker chick and being very derogatory toward her.
Yeah. So I got, looking through Ty's files here, I've got Charles Myers' death in custody. That's who she's talking about when she's talking about Charles. I'm going to check the dates that this is in this period that she's supposedly hiding, or if it was before or after. So I might go down that rabbit hole next, just to check her story there.
Okay, so you...
I was absolutely not hiding from the police.
Okay.
In fact, when I contacted my lawyer, which is quite some time back, I asked him, I was like, what do I do? He's like, well, they haven't come looking for you, have they? Not so far as I know. I said, when I was in the hospital, 2 notices came, but I thought it was about my truck, because my truck got towed.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure, because it's from Monroe County. I'm like, maybe it's from the state attorney. Now, Colleen Dunn told Richard G. verbatim from what he told me. She said, oh, don't worry, I'm going to get her for all the things she's got away with in her life.
Who's Richard G? Who is that?
Years ago, we had a domestic case, all right? We had lived together for like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Right, he's a lobster fisherman. At the end of lobster season, we had 4 months rent, which is time that they're off. He literally left with the 4 months rent, and I'm marinating steaks, and he's supposed to bring home cigarettes and beer, and we're going to Fort Zach, and we're going to barbecue, and he's going to drop the rent off the landlord, get cigarettes, and come home. And he never came home. So, yeah, I got that. I know how to pick him. So, then we got into a domestic, and I broke my ankle. So, I went to Sammy's house.
He never came home. Wow. And then we got into a domestic. Obviously, he came home then. I don't know that we really care about any more of her life story, do we? We've only got 23. We got 9 minutes left of that. Do we want to move on to the next part of this story without listening to the rest of her rubbish?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not going to say anything of substance here.
No, it's just her life story. I will listen to that last 10 minutes and come back to it later on another show if we have to. Let's just do a quick, when did this Charles Myers dude pass away? He's the missing bystander. For the full story, Charles Myers died while being restrained by a group of Key West police officers. Let's have a look what date we're looking at. This is in the blue paper from Key West. Oops, that page cannot be found. Okay. It doesn't tell me what date. Full story. Let's see. Nope, that page cannot be found. All right, we're going to have to look into when he suffocated.
Why is she bringing that up?
I don't know. This is part of it going off the radar. She's saying that's part of the reason she went off the radar. So she was like grieving, and then she got, I know, into some sort of accident. So she got a job on a fishing boat, then got into some sort of accident. Like, I want to check the dates because it feels to me like there's a big gap between when she fell off the radar and then all this stuff started going down.
So is she just making up excuses why she's being reclusive?
Exactly, why she fell off the radar, essentially. I can't find anything else on this guy. All right, Super Sleuths, we need to find, I don't know if it's Myers or Emmett. Oh, hang on, shit. Emmett. Hang on. This person here. He's over here getting arrested. By the looks of him. Let me tell you.
It's not good here.
All right, I don't think we need to watch that all the way through. This is a George Floyd situation here. Let me just check the dates. Super Sleuths. Looking up. EIMERS. Charles Imers or Myers. Anyone? I have nothing. Oh. It's a lot harder for me to do searches on American because I actually have to say that I'm looking in America. Charles EIMERS Key West. See what happens. Okay. It tells me it was a death in custody. And it was in 2019. The Key West newspaper is, oh, hang on. 20. So he reached a $900,000 settlement in 2015. He died 6 days after police faced him down on Thanksgiving 2013. This is all completely different dates. So clearly has nothing to do with it going underground. So we're talking 2017 for the date that she goes underground and drops off the radar. So clearly his death has nothing to do with it. So that's
shocking.
That's ruled out. Now, the only thing that happened in 2019 was that the story was republished in 2019. The cop involved in death in custody case was arrested and charged with a misdemeanor in 2019. So we got 4th of November 2019. And this interview with her was the 21st of, it was actually just before that. So September, October, November. Yeah, so this is a couple of months before that cop. So that's all bogus. Essentially a bogus story. I don't know that anyone could probably check her hospital records to see if, all the other shit she said was true. I would say that if anybody could, it would be the cops, and if they got that information, it would be protected because of HIPAA or something along those lines, is my guess. So let's go to the next witness. Do we want to hear more about how Todd's story changes over time? Do we want to hear Paula's deposition? It's 20 minutes, 18 minutes of Paula's deposition, where she states more than 10 times it was not Tyrone. Let's see what else we got here. Franklin Tyrone gets arrested. We'll get into his depositions. Okay, where's Travis? Travis admits. Hang on, where Travis actually does confess here somewhere of sorts. We call this a so he confesses, and then Phelps offers him a proffer to implicate Tyrone, but he does confess first. Hitcher and Phelps ties interview. Where are we? Sorry, guys. It's not all in order. So just give me a sec to find the next sort of time sequence. But we do have Michael Alexander interview from Tom Thumb. Paula's hospital interview. So I think maybe that was played in court. Travis showing the Tom Thumb video. Travis learns he's not going home. It's in this section here about Travis. Confesses. All right, let me just do a search on confess. See what we got. Because I know multiple people confess to stuff, right? We've got a Rory Wilson confession. We know he confessed. Other witness interviews. Geez, that didn't really narrow it down much. He tells Captain Phelps tells Rory Wilson that Ty did it. So we watched that yesterday. Let's go to Paula's hospital video. This is the night of. So we saw her. We saw her get put in the ambulance. Okay, what do we got here? Sorry, guys. I should be watching. Depot. Someone wants Paula's depot. Radio. CBS News says it was Thanksgiving morning 2013. Yes, thank you, guys. Much appreciated. All right, Depot. You guys are a little bit behind me, so I probably already went and done it by the time you guys had heard me ask for it, so I apologize for that. So this is Paula's hospital interview that night.
I can't wash my hands because.
Yeah, we're gonna clean all that up for you.
I kind of feel a bit bad now because I did so much editing to protect her identity. Now I'm showing her identity, so I probably shouldn't have done that after last night's effort. But I mean, obviously at the crime scene, everything was just really gory, so I was specifically trying to keep the gore out of it. So.
Hi.
My friend's dead.
Huh?
My friend's dead. They said my friend's dead.
Who called you?
My friend Todd.
Your friend Todd?
He was at the house.
He was at the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's dead. He's dead. Can I go see him?
Not right now, okay?
What happened to him? I know they jumped on him and knocked him down the steps, but Todd said they stabbed him. Did they stab him too?
I don't know. I'm here to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay?
Hi.
So just for reference, when she was put in the ambulance, she thought the person who was dead was Roger. It sounds like Todd's told her it's Matt, but I don't know if it's clicked to her that it's Matt yet. She just still thinks Roger's missing.
I'm Paula.
I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this.
Okay, I don't know the one. The one that I do know, the one that was on top of me and the one that stabbed me. He goes by the name of Detroit. Big black guy.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big like you, big. Big, taller than you, but big.
Okay,
You know,
stocky, muscular,
stocky,
fat?
Stocky, big.
Stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he had
How
been,
much taller?
I don't know.
I
don't know, maybe about this much tall. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so about
okay.
6 foot?
He had been at the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something with Matt. I don't know, because I was upstairs. He's a friend of Anastasia Clay.
Okay.
Anastasia had kept saying she was going to have somebody come and beat me up, steal my money. I don't know how much money. She kept saying this. She tried to have Crystal Dinklocker do it. She asked Melissa Damas to do it. Matt put a 15-day notice on her door yesterday.
Okay.
And but April's the one that brought him to the house originally. April,
Okay.
as in Anastasia, same name.
Okay.
She knows him. All I know is his nickname is Detroit.
Alright, his nickname's Detroit.
He lives in some kind of warehouse.
Okay.
There's a warehouse somewhere on Front Street, I believe.
On Front Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he black,
He's black.
white?
Yeah, he's black.
How old is he?
In my age group, I'm 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
50, something like that. Yeah.
In his 50s?
Yeah.
Okay. Any scars, marks, tattoos?
Maybe I don't know him that well. He's April's friend, not mine.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you any
Yeah, but
scars or
nothing that I know
tattoos?
of, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Black boots. You know, like cops usually wear. He had them one tonight. He had on shorts. He had dark shorts and dark sweatshirt, dark like this. Looked like this in the dark.
Okay.
And he's had some kind of mask on, but I knew who it was. I knew it was the minute he came up there.
Okay.
Before, I don't see well in the dark, but before he even got to me, I thought he was just, you know, I don't know, because I couldn't tell at first it was even a mask because I don't see good in the dark, but I know exactly who it was. It was him.
Okay. Who described the other person?
I didn't really get a chance to see the other person because he was on top of me. The other person was smaller and littler. Maybe. Okay, smaller and littler like her. But he had something real big in his hand.
The smaller guy?
Yeah, it didn't look like a knife, but it was big, like something long and big, and maybe like a billy club or something. I don't know, but it was about this long.
Okay, was he white, black, Hispanic, male or female?
Black. And he was all dark clothing too.
And it was a male?
Yes.
Okay, so a smaller
Yeah.
black male. About how old was he?
I don't know. But I
don't
can
know?
tell you that Detroit had been downstairs in Matt's house tonight, so his fingerprints have got to be in there.
Okay.
Just pause for a second. Karen, I sent you a link if you want to jump up and you want to talk about anything. Just for the sake of filling in some space here. But while you're checking your email, we'll just continue with this.
Got to be because he hung out there tonight with Matt.
Okay, the other person. How old was
dead
he?
right now. I don't know. I mean, he's completely covered. I had a 200-pound man on top of me, and I was just catching glimpses.
Okay.
Roger is the one that you want to ask about that, but Roger left it. He lives in Point Santa Plaza somewhere. Roger Rugged. That's the one that...
Roger Luggett?
Rugged.
Rugged?
Yes, Rugged. R-U-G-G-I-C-T. He's the one that got beat up by the other guy.
Okay. And he lives in the city? Roger lives in the city?
In Point Santa Plaza, but he works at Key West Golf Course. And at this time of day, he's probably staying there. He's a maintenance. He's the lawn mowing guy.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be gentle. I'll stop if it's too much, okay? Try to breathe, okay?
I know you'll promise me I could smoke a cigarette, and I would really like one. My hand's starting to bleed again. I know you.
That's not up to me. I gotta get to your first before.
How old's Roger?
In his 60s. I think he's like 65.
Very generic general information, but like I said, something to read, so it gives you more to be aware of.
Are you going to be my seamstress tonight?
No,
No?
I'm not really working tonight.
Oh.
I'm just trying to help get people cleaned up.
Yeah.
You okay? I hear you've had a bad night, huh?
Yeah, not as my friend got killed.
Yeah, I heard. I'm sorry.
He was trying to help me. He was trying to help me.
I'm sorry.
Do you know where Roger would have gone and why he wouldn't have stayed?
Probably because he was scared to death, like the rest of us were. There was another guy there, Roosevelt, Washington. He ran away. They were all downstairs. You know, stay upstairs.
Roosevelt.
Everybody comes over and hangs out with Matt and drinks beer and plays chess and stuff.
Is Roosevelt white, black, or Hispanic?
Black.
And you said his name's Roosevelt Washington? Where's he live at?
Somewhere on Stock Island on the loading. I don't know where. He's a Matt's friend.
Okay.
Just to point out, Paula's concerned about everyone else but herself. She's upset that Matt's died, and she's worried about Roger because he's gone missing, but she knows he was beat. So I'm not getting...
Does she pass away from the stabbing wound?
No, she passes away a little bit later from, I think it's COPD. So... and
So I'm
other.
saying it doesn't seem to be like trauma care that she's getting. They don't seem too concerned about her stab wound there.
Right. Well, we do see in her deposition she's much healthier and much better for wear once she's doing her deposition, which is in 2019, I think. I just double check that. Where is Paula's deposition?
Oh, so she passes away like way after this.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, okay.
after this. Let me just check the dates. So in 2021, she's doing a deposition, so it's after that, clearly. So yeah, she
Okay.
doesn't
Just trying
die.
to get the timeline straight.
Yep. It's okay, Karen. If you haven't got time, that's all right. I just thought I'd send you a link anyway, in case you wanted to. So you don't have to. You can do your housework. It's okay. So yeah. So So I'm getting a completely different vibe from Paula. She's concerned about everybody else. The last person she's like crying in a soup over is herself. So, which is total opposite to what we're getting from Anathea, right?
Well, plus she clearly names Detroit as as her assailant.
Yeah, exactly. And we still don't get a description of her for the other guy. So it's not Paula that says that was Tyrone. But more on top of that, when she finally does meet Tyrone face to face, she's definitely it wasn't Tyrone. So
I don't know what I was saying. I just lost my train of thought. I forget.
Okay.
Can I see Matt?
No, ma'am.
Did he get stabbed? He told me he got stabbed.
I honestly, I don't know.
Matt, I mean, my Todd came up the stairs. Todd came up the stairs. He said, and he said he stopped. He tried to stop the guy from stabbing Matt, and Todd got stabbed in the hand. I don't know. I'm having a hard time thinking here.
Okay. So, where were you when this all started?
Upstairs, where I stay.
Upstairs?
Stay up on the top deck.
Okay, where was Matt?
Assuming downstairs.
Okay.
I can't see him on the top deck. There's 3 flights of stairs, and Matt wouldn't get me a door.
Okay.
So, and I kept saying that I need a door.
Okay.
Can I just get butterfly bandages instead of stitches? I don't want stitches.
That's up to the doc.
Because I'm a wuss.
me too. I hate needles.
So explain to me exactly what happened, okay?
I came running up the stairs. I could hear somebody coming up. I turned around. The guy came over and jumped on me. Started beating on me, saying, "Where's your purse? Where's your purse? Where's your purse?"
Okay. Did he get your purse?
Yes.
Okay, describe your purse for me, okay?
Well, I think I got my black backpack, too. My little change purse. It's just like a pink, and it's got little witches on it.
Okay.
Vinyl. And my backpack is black. But I seen the other guy with that. But like I said, I couldn't really get a good glimpse of the other guy. I don't know him, but I do know the one guy was this guy they called Detroit.
Okay.
And he had been downstairs earlier hanging out with us.
What about the other guy? Had you ever seen him before?
I told you that 3 times. I don't know who it is. I didn't see his face because he had a mask on,
okay.
And I could barely see him because I had a 200-pound gorilla on the top of me beating the shit out of him. I had no clue about this other guy, none.
Okay.
He never talked, didn't say a word. This other one kept talking. That's another reason why I knew who it was.
Okay.
And he kept saying, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." He told me he was going to kill me if I didn't give him my purse. The purse had $27 in it.
Anything else in there? What about in your backpack?
My wallet, I think. It's got my ID in it, and I'm supposed to fly home for Christmas. I had some jewelry in my backpack, but nothing much, some change. My keys, and somebody found my keys down the road. They already called me and told me they got my keys.
Where down the road? Which way down the
I
road?
don't know. I didn't ask him.
Who found your keys?
Cosmo, my old boyfriend, and I called and asked him to come over and help me. But the people took off in a car. I heard a car start. And go that
You heard?
way.
Does Detroit have a car?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I don't know him that well. He's not my friend. He's April. Anthony Clay can tell you everything you need to know about this guy. I don't barely know him. All I know is he was the one that did it.
Okay, so you heard a car start. What did the car sound like?
Oh my God, man, it just sounded like a car. It just sounded like a car. It wasn't overly loud or anything. I just heard a car start, and that was all. It might not even been theirs. It might have been somebody coming from CVS. In my mind, it was they went down the steps, and then I heard a car.
Let's see this one first, because I want you to hold that there.
I don't know.
Okay.
I literally haven't asked Ty if he had a car at the time, but I don't think he did. I think the only person out of the three who had a car was Travis. It was a black truck, basically.
Okay, I'm going to give you a break, okay? They're going to clean you up, and I'm going to be back, okay?
You can come back, but I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you. I don't...
Well, listen.
Ooh.
I'm going to get that one.
Okay, I didn't know that was there.
Listen. I know you're upset.
Uh-huh.
But you want us to catch the person who did this to your friend, right?
Anything that I don't know.
I understand that, and you've been very helpful, okay? Just while they're cleaning you up, just and see if you can just think of anything, okay?
Yeah, but I can't.
Okay.
Let's go in Matt's house and find something. Todd will tell you where this guy was sitting. Can't you go get fingerprints or something like that?
We're going to do all of that,
Anastasia / April Clay knows this man. All I know is he had said before he lives in some kind of warehouse.
Okay, and you think it's on Front Street?
I think it's Front Street, but is there any warehouses on Front Street?
Honestly, I haven't worked on Stock Island in a very long time, so I don't know. Okay?
I didn't know about that one. I grabbed the knife. I tried grabbing the knife. I probably shouldn't have. It was sharp. It was sharp knife. It wasn't big. But
Can you describe it? The knife?
It was jagged. I could feel jagged. And to me, I think it was only like about that long.
Okay.
But it was sharp. It was
Okay.
sharp. You would get...
Slightly different size to the one that Roger pointed out. Roger made it a much bigger knife, but he was also smacked in the back of the head and knocked to the ground, told to lay down, so maybe he didn't get to see it. I feel like Paula got the better view of the knife out of everyone, but there's something she mentions there about her backpack. So what happens is they go looking for her backpack, and I have that footage up next as to where they found her backpack. This tab here.
CVS and all
Okay.
that. And then one of his friends asked me if I could help him out to do some work. So I said, well, we got some work. And I asked these ladies if you can stay here temporarily until we finish the work. He came, put all his stuff inside, and then the same day, the detective came and arrested him.
That same day?
The same day. So he didn't ever leave here. So what I did is I put all his stuff in the truck, and I have to put it away because they're coming with furniture and all that, so I put it right in my house. I put the truck there with his stuff. His girlfriend is supposed to come and pick it up. But the lady who owns the house came and started cleaning, and then they found a purse stuck to the AC unit, the handle.
Okay.
And then, unfortunately, she touched it, and we touched it to see what the purse is doing there. And then inside, it's a card that says Belmonte. So I thought it sounds familiar with the case.
Okay.
And then that's the purse there. The
Sure.
only
Yeah, show me what you got.
And
So just in case you missed before I turned the volume up, it would have been hard to hear. He basically said that he was asked to help this guy move in, and then the person who then he got arrested that day, and so the person who he was moving in with had all his stuff there, so he went to grab all the stuff, and then the cleaners came along and found the purse and the backpack. Well, he's only mentioned the purse so far, so.
Hello. Good. How are you?
Good. Cleaning the AC, and then I said the right thing to do is just call you guys. That's the third right there.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I guess I'll put my part in. Martin's been helping me with the house because I live in North Carolina, and I come down in like every 3 weeks, but we're moving in for, I should say, for about 3 or 4 months before we start renting.
Okay.
And I was changing the air filter yesterday, and I'm going, and I was just here a few weeks ago. There's a purse under here. It was thrown in the closet in the return.
Okay. Almost like it was hidden there, or like it went there
Like
after?
it wasn't there before.
Okay. And that's where this person was staying at?
Well, you tell me, because I was in North Carolina.
Okay.
I called her to ask her for permission for one of the guys gonna work to stay here temporarily and finish the
roof. You were doing the roof together, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the same day that he was supposed to sleep here, somebody came and got it, and then I think it was a detective or something got arrested.
Came and arrested him that day.
So he didn't have a chance to take anything. So I told everything away.
But that was still in the same room that he was staying in?
She found that in that room.
Okay. Do both of you have IDs, driver's licenses? Let me just take a look in the bag. What was in here? Everything that was in there still there?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't hardly any because I went, well, it's got to be some ID. Now, I have punched it.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I didn't, but it's that one right there.
Yeah, I'll see if we have anything here that relates or is of value. If there is,
It looked like it.
okay, yeah. If there is, then we'll take it. If not, then you can put it with the rest of the stuff that.
Just throw it away.
Yeah, just it depends on what's in.
But it is some card there with
It's
the
this
name.
here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at the names involved and everything and just see what we got.
Trying to figure out if it was the cleaning lady, if it was the cleaning lady, and the one that had the purse. I mean,
I thought that's maybe it was, but
yes.
Yeah, well, it's better safe than sorry because you never know if something else is involved with it.
Martin always tries to do the right thing.
North Carolina, 310886687.
So I just fast forwarded that a bit so we don't see their IDs. Don't need to be doxing anyone.
310886687. Is that for you? Here's yours.
Thank you.
Yep.
The more we move through this evidence, the closer we get to Rory's not getting out of this. He's definitely in this. His girlfriend April looks like she's implicated.
to these two, and then I'll be back, okay? Yep.
Obviously, he's found some ID in there. Yep, that's Paula. So there we go. He found the backpack, and this is connected to Rory. So Rory isn't getting out of this, even though he's been tricked to think that he might be if he points a finger at somebody else. So,
So Rory was living in that house?
He just moved in. He was just moving his stuff in when the cops came to arrest him. So from what I understand, Travis disappeared, Anathea disappeared, and Rory kind of half disappeared, but they knew where he was. This is where they found him, essentially. But as far as I understand, it was like 20 days or something, if I remember correctly, before they found Travis. Travis's boss has hidden his car, the one with all the truck with all the scratches over it, and he's disappeared. But Rory's, I think, the first one that they get their hands on, basically. And it's obvious reason why. Pretty much everyone says this black guy did most of the damage, so they track him down first. So to move on from that one, we got Paula's backpack. Now, they go back to Rory's apartment where April is staying. Let's go here. There's just a couple of seconds of video, but they go back to April's apartment at the warehouse, I think this is. So I think we get to see what the back of the warehouse looks like. Well, that was slick. They're in there and out pretty quick. Let's go to what was in the bag. Another short video checking the trash bag. There we go. That's the one we want. Very quick video again.
Rolling? All right, good evening. It's Detective Brady, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, along with Detective Condi. It's approximately 9 o'clock p.m. This was the trash bag recovered at 6475 2nd Street, Stock Island. And as you can see, it was previously tied up when I grabbed it from the address.
Hang on, let's add Karen to, oops, hang on, come on.
Detective Brady, Monroe County.
Karen, how are you?
Hey, okay, I shut off all my other devices so that hopefully this stream doesn't cut out.
You've met Scott before? Karen, Scott.
Yeah. Hi, Scott.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. Dreary England, doing laundry.
It's in the morning there, isn't it?
10 to 9.
Right. So it's nearly 8 p.m. here, and it's, I think, like 3 or 4 in the morning there, Scott.
Almost 4 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I know. Aussie's addictive.
Yep.
So they tell me.
Hi, chat.
Right. So
I can't see the chat though. Can you see the chat if you're on StreamYard?
yeah, so over to the right, you're on a computer, aren't you, or a laptop?
I'm on my phone.
Well, you're gonna have a bit of fun trying to find it that way. So you might have to pop it out from the stream, perhaps. But usually there's a little chat icon to the right. It's the last one. So you see, I don't know what you see at your end, but yeah. So it's usually to the right of all of us. Whoops, she just swiped herself out.
Yeah, it's tough when you're on a link on a phone
Right.
to look at the chat.
Yeah. Pain in the ass, but maybe she come back on your laptop, Karen. All right, we'll just quickly look at this. This is about to end anyway. Oh, come on. You're going to show us what's in there. Hang on. Here we go.
That knocked me out when I tried to push a chat button.
Oops. Sorry, bum
No,
stick.
it was me. It knocked me out.
Yep. I gave you those directions, but all right, so what's in this bag? I mean, we get to see the bag. And I know that Ty told me that that's the bloody clothes in that bag, but I can't see the video. The bag retrieval. Yeah, I don't actually see what's in the bag at any stage.
Yeah, well, it's pretty damning that they find the wallet and everything, right? The purse.
So they found the purse that was in Rory's new apartment. They found the bag of bloody clothes that was in April's apartment, at the back of April's apartment. April was the one who said that April was the one that said it was Ty who took those clothes off, and that she saw.
Yeah, and they didn't look, right? They didn't ask for a room or anything.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but Ty didn't really hang around with Rory. Is that my understanding?
No, he didn't. He didn't know. He knew of them because of
the warehouse.
Right. A lot of people who got devastated in hurricane, I think it was Irma. Am I right? Irma? That they essentially, all ended up at this same place. He knew of Rory previously. They both work on roofs. So they were both repairing roofs or something for that after the hurricane. So he knew of Rory. They worked on one job together or something. But not that was it. He didn't know him well at all. So, did you just drop out again? Hang on, wait.
Yeah, I did. I think I pushed another button that dropped me out.
Dang it.
I'll stop pushing buttons.
Yeah, just
It's not easy sometimes.
He didn't really know Rory. He just had worked on a job site with him once before. So, and then they all ended up at the warehouse. So they had stayed at the warehouse at different times. I think this is in yesterday's stream, by the way, just to get those details exactly right.
I watched that stream.
Right. So he talked about that early in the piece, how he ended up at the warehouse, but then he left the warehouse. So then, so the connection of Rory still at the warehouse was only through April, the pregnant girlfriend. So,
pardon me.
Is it? I accidentally found the the clothes. Do I have? Oh, yep, that's the right one. I did. I found opening the bag of clothes. So they're knocking on April's door. April, it's the sheriff's office.
From the sheriff's office.
Button pressing.
No, it just did it on its own now.
Oh dear.
Oh God.
Sounds like you've got just as good internet connection as we have over here.
Oh, it's terrible. Even if I go on the connection itself, it's better because it's better on my phone, to be fair.
Yeah.
April's the sheriff's office.
So she don't want to answer at all. I wonder how long they try for.
Saw that. I watched you twist the over a little bit.
We're not letting that baby sleep.
They mean business. They got a ladder.
This one right here. Just unlock it. They don't have guns, do they? They're not gonna shoot me, are they? He's doing both of them.
Thank you, April.
No power.
Travis. Shit, there. Hey Travis, it's the sheriff's office. Can you talk? Okay, you got pants on, buddy? Okay. Travis? Yeah. We got. Well, I got a ladder with me. Is it okay if I bring a ladder up?
We've got a ladder.
Is there no electricity? Why don't they turn the lights on?
Yeah, well, there is no electricity. That's the thing. So, from what I understand, this is very shortly after the hurricane. So I'm not entirely sure if these are just like really cheap apartments that have no power connected to them,
Right.
or if these are apartments that have no power still because of the hurricane. So, but as I understood it, these were, so the Treehouse was like bottom of the range, bottom dweller pricing, which was still quite expensive from what Tyrone was complaining.
$300 a week.
Right. And then this level here is sort of like kind of a step up from the Treehouse dwellers, and this one's in the thousand. Whoops, we just lost her again. Come back, lady. So yeah, this one's in the thousands range, but 1,000 to 1,500, I think he said.
And I want to look.
Go for it.
But I need you to sign this consent saying that you need permission to look. And then Scott, I need you to do this thing, okay?
Who checked this room? We did that.
I think this video was shown in trial.
Right. Sorry about that. Hang on. Sneeze. Excuse me. It's
I didn't say
the
that.
guy at the
I
station
remember that.
gave his consent, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, just open a couple of them.
Yeah.
Here, starting here.
Here you go, Karen. Here's the hint. Someone who knows how to do it on their phone.
Change the chat. Turn your phone side. Oh. I'm afraid to do anything.
We'll bring you back if it pops you out again.
Traditionally,
Sideways didn't do
should be able to see all the way around it.
So, spoiler, Scott, what do they find? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't. I just remember seeing this video.
Right.
I don't know if they find him hiding in the ceiling or something. I forget.
Hey, I'll go get my computer to see if that makes a difference and see if it
Yeah,
helps to be connected.
you'll be able to see the chat with the computer for sure. But no one's really
Okay.
chatting now. But
Nobody's.
I think I'll put everyone to sleep.
What's in here? Want a second look?
Nope. I think.
Okay, clear. I can see the whole way.
Yeah.
Except maybe that back corner. Yeah, just that back corner.
I normally do. I normally have a padlock. This was one of the articles that I reported. It was laying there on the ground. I paid $350 for it. I was very, very upset that it was gone, but very happy I found it.
Did you find it? Karen, did you find the chat button?
I don't think she's here. There she is.
I'm sorry, I'm in my office trying to unplug everything. And I'm
Okay.
just a minute.
I've got some Cedrin and some That's where I was. It's so moldy.
I know they find the knife somewhere. Because they did DNA testing on it.
Maybe that's what it was.
How
The
far down
knife.
could you have seen?
There's a beam.
Yeah.
That's the outside literally because we have like it. Yeah. There's a hole, you see the hole? Oh, yeah, right there. So it rains and it comes in every little crack and crevice that it can come in there too.
Because these are nice hardwood floors.
That's Travis.
I don't know, it's much, I'm getting the hell out of here, honestly. I don't find it nice at all. I've found little cracks.
Yeah, see that? That's Travis right there.
Because these are nice hardwood floors. They look like 95, stay fine.
I don't know, it's much, I'm getting the hell out of here, honestly. I don't find it nice at all. I've found it to be a hole in hell.
I got a leak right there. I can see your flashlights on the other side.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Walk in, I haven't been in there yet. Go in there and smell the floor. Just walk in there and smell. The mildew in there is horrible.
In case you missed it, this is a judge that owns it's part ownership of this ramshackle building that we're looking at here. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's really bad.
It again. Man, you guys are out late, man. Y'all got to ever sleep?
No.
No, no. I tell you what, I said goodbye to sleep when I joined the Army. I know how it is. Hurry up and wait.
Where's Trooper Paul when you need him?
Get up whenever you're told.
Travis, where does Ty stay when he's here?
He was in that room right there.
The one I'm in?
No. This one.
Where you found the flask?
Where I found my flask, yeah.
You think he took it?
I don't know.
You
No,
hope he
honestly.
didn't?
No, honestly, I think it was the CJ and Michelle couple.
Really?
That were actually.
They left, right?
Well, I saw them at court today.
What?
They were at court. I pulled one of the bailiffs to the side and was like, I think these are the other two suspects in my case. Now, we can't do anything unless they want us. And
Wow.
I'm in court, and I went ahead and
Sorry, David?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you saying? Hang on.
What he did.
They left, right?
Well, I saw them at the CJ and Michelle couple.
Really?
That were actually.
They left, right?
Well, I saw them at court today.
What?
They were at court. I pulled one of the bailiffs to the side and was like, I think these are the other two suspects in my case. Now, we can't do anything unless they want us. And
Wow.
I'm in court, and I went ahead and
Sorry, David?
Yeah.
CJ and Michelle, he said that they were
The other two suspects? Is that what he said?
Yeah. So maybe he's got more than one case.
Yeah, he must be talking about something else.
I don't know.
What did you get? I contacted you.
Oh, you were the one who contacted me today for.
Yes, and I got throwing stuff.
Oh, you do?
Not tools though, it's cooking.
They muted it on us. All right, let me see what else we got. CJ and Michelle. I don't know who they are. Well, I find the next one. Anything you got to say about summarizing what we've seen so far, Scotty?
I just remember that video you just showed. I remember that being in the trial. I believe Ty introduced it pro se.
Right.
That would be one of those things where you need him to explain what's going on there.
Right, why he was doing it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, here's another Paula interview. I've got to find a deposition.
Just nervous.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me get the volume fixed here. Where is it? All right.
Well, it makes no sense because they're all in jail, but every time we talk about
It's normal though.
Is it?
It is. Unfortunately.
Sucks.
Just do me a favor, take a couple deep breaths before we
Yeah,
even
it just
talk,
took some
alright?
longer.
Just relax for a minute. Let's talk about something else. Like, how's everything else going? What have you been up to?
It's okay.
Good.
This is 2018.
Okay, so my backpack. Do you know where that is? Are you not answering?
It's
or?
in property, yes. And I
Okay.
will see about getting it back to you. If they need to keep it in there, but
I just wondered.
yeah, no, it's in property.
Okay, I had written down on a piece of paper things I wanted to ask you. Quick change of subject. Crystal Dinklocker?
Yes.
The one that died, was that heroin?
Obviously we don't know until we get the toxicology back, so
I heard it was heroin from Doreen.
it wouldn't surprise me to say that.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
And are you allowed to tell me anything about Todd?
About what he's locked up on, or?
Well, no, I know what he's locked up for a car, but he's involved in this more than...
I don't have proof of that, no.
Okay.
I'd be lying if I said some of his behavior wasn't a little off to me, but,
Florida, Yankee 3-7.
you know, in a situation like this, one thing that I've learned too, is his odd behavior may very well be guilt from the fact that he let his friend go up there by himself first before he went up. So, and then he turned around and ran in there. So he may have feelings of guilt in that.
And he should have known, apparently he said there was 2 people stabbed. How would he have known that?
Oh no, he came down, and I think he made the assumption that you, like, I guess he thought you were dead as well, and I think his mind raced to conclusion of that. I don't think that was anywhere that
Okay.
didn't.
And then the mask. I had confusion with the mask because, see, I think some of the things that he told me are different than some of the things that he told me.
Okay, what did he tell you? We'll go from there. That might help.
He told me that, okay, when he went up the stairs, he thought they were punching Matt.
Yep.
You know, they were doing this, and he said, so he started going after the guy, and he said that the guy that stabbed Matt had this, like, mask on that had purple things coming out of it, like 4, like purple things, like a cat mask.
Okay.
Which apparently now is the mask that the driver dude was wearing, supposedly.
There was the driver was supposedly wearing a mask?
This is what Todd tells me. But I also know that, Matt, I heard that car door shut, or truck, or whatever it was, and then the vehicle go away. So the dude had to have been out of the vehicle, I assume. And when you had asked me originally to start looking for the mask, and I kept asking Todd, and he finally said, no, just send him a picture of anything.
Okay, I just worked something out, Scott.
Yeah.
The video where we were watching between the boats for the car to come in, and then the two guys got out of the car, and then one guy come back to the car. You know those videos?
Yes.
That's the CCTV that they said was above the building behind the boats. I just worked out which one it is, and that's what she was just referring to there. That's where the car was. So the car was literally out the front of their place.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Karen's having trouble with she's got no mic. Don't. Yeah, so you'll have to go out again, close the browser, open the browser, come back in again, and then it will ask you again for the mic. That's how I would fix that problem. And I'll bring you back in.
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes.
Yeah.
You just have to back out of the link and come back in, and then everything's fine.
But I'll bring you back in again. You can pop.
And okay, this is the next question. Did Detroit also stab Matt? Okay, because that's what one of the articles said. I'm more calmer now.
I don't think so. I really don't. The information we had doesn't lead us to believe that anyways.
Okay.
So, tell me how you came across the picture of Rory.
I got on all 3 of the guys' Facebooks because someone had told me that, was it Tyrone or was it Detroit? No, that Detroit had gotten out of jail, but he was let out of jail and then he got rearrested. And remember, I called you or texted you or something and asked. So I just got on their Facebooks, and you know these pictures. Oh, Mr. Legal Money, and I just every time I see him, I was like, you fucking pig. And I just started scrolling through because it makes me sick looking at him, and he's all all these fancy clothes and shit. And then I got to that picture, and I was like, holy shit. And I turned it off real quick, and then a couple days later, I was at Rogers, and I said, Roger, I'm going to show you something. And I pulled it up, and then I showed him, and he said, oh yeah, that's it. But he had it up more.
Up to the eyes?
Yeah, like it was pulled up more.
And did he have that blue on top?
No, just the mask.
Alright, and I'm going to show you a picture now. Tell me if this is the one. Are you okay?
Yeah. And see, when I say I looked up and saw them, like, if you get like a certain view of that, you can almost see what I'm talking about when I say the little circle things, like where the teeth would have been. That's it.
That's it, and these are the circle things you're talking about right there.
Well, I can't see because your phone's a little bit.
Sorry, but you're talking about right there on the end.
No, it's like in where his mouth is.
Okay.
It's more faded now than it is there.
But that's the picture you were talking about?
Yep.
And that's what he was wearing
and
tonight.
it was pulled up, it was pulled up.
So it was pulled up to right here, just below the eyes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And that's what he was wearing that night.
I don't like any kind of masks anymore.
How confident I used that's the exact same kind of mask, 100%, 90%.
And see, I remember telling you guys, like, he had something all the way over his head, but I actually never saw his eyes.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I never saw his eyes because when he came up, at first, at one point, I told you I didn't realize at first he was wearing a mask, but I never really seen his eyes because he was on top of me.
Right.
And I couldn't see.
Yep.
And that makes me sick too. When I think about him, the first thing that comes to my mind is him, like, just on me. Not so, and then I think about him cutting me, but him being on top of me just.
Relax again, take a couple deep breaths, all right?
Yeah.
I know it's very difficult.
And when I got on Tyrone's Facebook, he's got a picture there. And it's a different picture than what he had before. And it's dated like November 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. I should probably stay off of their Facebooks, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
For your own well-being.
Okay.
Besides what we've already talked about, is there anything else that you can think of that you want to tell me? And you can always call me, but if there's anything you want to record it,
no, just that I had, had some inconsistencies about Todd. Oh, and another thing, apparently when Todd, look, we're right there, huh? When Todd went back into the yard, he said to Ben, because, like, I didn't know this till the next day or a couple of days later, Ben had come outside in his underwear with a baseball bat.
Yep.
But apparently, Todd, I was almost calling him that, Todd went back in the yard and said, did the other two leave? Well, why would he say that?
Right.
And you're absolutely positive it was Tyrone, huh? You're positive. I just keep thinking it's the other one.
Will you, first off, tell me your full name and date of birth real quick.
Okay. Paula Jean Belmont.
Date of birth?
12/29/1963.
And you swear and affirm everything we just talked about is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Thank you.
Interesting, right? She'd started saying something about Ty then, and then he just cut her off and said, you shouldn't be on Facebook. So let's go to, hang on, let's get Karen back up here. She's having some way huge trouble here. You right there? Shall we throw you a anchor? I think she's still trying to get a mic working, actually. All right. Karen, in the settings icon, if you're on your computer now, in the settings icon is where your audio settings are. You can check that your audio is set to the correct audio input and audio output in the settings icon. Can't figure out your mic. So just check in the settings. So in the screen right now, underneath of us, there's a settings. It's a little cogwheel settings button. Try going in there and then into audio and fiddle around with your audio mic. See if you've got the right mic set up. Sometimes if you have an external mic that you record through, you can get confused which one it's using at any given time. So, but I mean, it gets confused anyway, right, Scott?
Yeah.
Let's get Paula's.
Well, she switched to a laptop.
She has, yeah.
Yeah.
So she can see the chat.
Well, it might not even be the restream link. It might be a setting on the laptop itself for her microphone.
That's true. If you're on Windows, you could have a look in your audio settings first in Windows. Make sure that's correct, and then check your audio settings match in the little cog icon here in Restream. So we got another video to come up while you're still fiddling around with that. So let's switch to that. So this is in 2021. So what we just saw is 2018. Paula has improved markedly from that point, like health-wise. But clearly she's still suffering from heart issues. So, because I think it's not long after this that she passes away. So,
Mm.
um,
Yeah, she didn't look healthy at all.
right. So this is a pretty long interview. So we'll try and get through it. We'll try and speed through, but I really just want the parts where she's like saying it definitely wasn't tight. I hear it's like more than 10.
Very welcome.
Ms. Belmont, just because of some of the issues that have gone on in this case, I want to make sure that we're clear here. You're here of your own free will, and you haven't been threatened or coerced in any way or offered any compensation for your interview today, have you? Will to be able to hear that?
Yes, I want justice for Tyrone.
Absolutely. Ms. Belmont, being the surviving victim of this case, would you like to recount a little for us your recollection of the night that the murder occurred and that you were attacked?
Okay. I was up the stairs with my friends in the treehouse, which is more like a triple tiered deck with a little overhang, and we were hanging out when two people came barreling up the stairs. One jumped on me immediately, slit my neck, telling me that if I didn't give him the money, he was going to kill me. As he was beating me, I was kicking on the floor, the floorboards, yelling for help, and continued.
I think I can hear you, Karen.
Yes, I think I have it.
You got it.
I got it. And I can see the chat.
And you can see the chat. Yay. All right. So introduction of Paula's interview, or I think this is her deposition. She says she wants justice for Tyrone, interestingly enough. So
Continue to yell for help. And as the two people that were there, the one I didn't really get to see because this other person was at my friend, holding a knife to my friend's throat, doing this to him to be quiet. As these two people were going down the stairs, my landlord Matthew came up the stairs, and Rory Detroit Wilson, the one who slit my neck, started to take off his mask, and Matthew saw it, and that's when he got stabbed and murdered.
Okay, so before Matthew approached and there was an incident with Matthew, Detroit or Rory Wilson is holding you down and had cut you.
Yes. Cut me with his left hand and was beating me with his right hand, punching the hell out of me.
And there's a second assailant that's there, and he's holding a knife to your friend. And that friend is
Yes.
Roger?
Yes. Now, I didn't know this at the time because I really couldn't see much past Detroit because he's a very big man.
Okay, so there were two assailants. One of them, you know for a fact, is Detroit. And he is attacking you. And then the other assailant is kind of dealing with your friend Roger and telling him to be quiet.
Didn't tell him, but shushed him like that. He didn't speak while he was up top of the stairs.
Okay. And then your landlord Matthew starts coming towards up the stairs?
Yes.
And at that point, both assailants leave you?
No, one was already going down, and like Matthew walked past him to come up. That was the person, I guess he had his head turned or whatever. I'm not sure because I couldn't see that. But as Rory was the one facing Matt when Matt was turning the corner to come up to me. So there was essentially one in front of Matthew, one behind Matthew.
And is Detroit or Rory, is he the one who attacked Matthew?
Yes.
So Detroit attacked both you and Matthew?
Yes.
Okay. And the second assailant, the first assailant, Rory Detroit, you know it was Rory Detroit, and he's a black man, correct?
Yes.
And Tyrone Tucker's a white man?
Yes.
Different body plan, different body build, different locomotion, everything.
Width-wise, height-wise, walking-wise, everything.
In the second assailant, I'm not sure that he's been 100% positively identified. Some people think it might be this guy Travis. Some people are claiming it's Tyrone. But you know Tyrone, correct?
The police are the ones that claim it's Tyrone.
Okay.
And other idiots in the street. But, well, Detroit and Travis say it's Tyrone, too. After they use Tyrone as an alibi.
whoops, mute button. It's counsel for Tyrone questioning her. So you have to remember that Ty had counsel up until a certain point, and then he went pro se. So this is while he still had counsel. So far as I know, he had counsel right up until at least status conferences. So I know there was a woman called Higgins representing him at status conferences. So when we get him back, we'll get to the point of where he switched over and how we got sort of at the end of our stream yesterday why he did it, but we'll get back to that point. At this stage, it is his counsel that is questioning her, and that's, I think this is her deposition.
Yeah, I forget why he ended up pro se.
So yesterday when we were discussing it, it was about streamlining things. It was taking too long to do things with counsel. And so if he went pro se, he could remove the middleman, all the appointments and the time that they have to fit you in, and that might only be an hour a week. And so you could be a year getting to the point of some particular thing. So it felt like from the conversation I had with him yesterday, it was to streamline the process to get things happening quicker. So one of the things that we talked about offline was the little trick that they have wound into. I'm not sure if it's just Florida, but they have like a little trick wound into taking defense, public defense. So if you're indigent and you sign the form for public defense, you're kind of also waiving your right to a speedy trial because public defenders don't have time to do the speedy trial bit. So there's something
They're backlogged.
Yeah, there's something wound into taking a public defender that drags it all out for longer. So you're in jail for that whole time, obviously. So for him, it was streamlining the process and getting things happening quicker. So, and it sounds like, sorry,
we don't have a speedy trial. We just have a reasonable trial time period.
Right, reasonable. So, and Australia's under Westminster.
Who determines what's reasonable?
Yeah, well, when the Crown is backlogged for a year,
basically the Crown.
You committed.
It's essentially the Crown that decides what's reasonable, right, Karen?
CPS. The only thing, I mean, her testimony from the time police saw her on the scene and in hospital has not really changed, except for, if I'm right, the money that was in her purse. I think, didn't we hear 200 and then it was 1,000 or something?
Yeah, see, I don't know. I haven't heard her actually say how much was in her purse yet.
Yeah, she did at the hospital.
No, well, that very initial interview, she said there was like only $24 in her purse, and then she didn't really say what was in her backpack as far as cash.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
so that's the thing.
You're right. At the hospital, she said another amount, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The hospital interview when she has the slash in her neck.
Right. Yeah. And then was it Ty that said?
Oh, you've cut out. Ty, it wasn't Ty. It was actually Phelps who laid all the charges. Said she put it down to $1,000 cash,
right. Yeah.
and drugs.
So
well, she initially might have been trying to conceal or hide the money.
Yeah.
That she had.
Right.
Yeah.
She did
for whatever various possible reasons.
Right.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And both of them were arrested. Then they made Tyrone an accomplice. Originally, Tyrone was their alibi.
Originally, they said Tyrone was their alibi. Tyrone's not there. We were with Tyrone to give themselves cover for not being there.
Each one of them separately said that until they both got caught, and then they turned Tyrone into the next assailant when there was only two people there.
Okay, so the second assailant, we'll assume or say for right now that it's likely Travis, but it could be Tyrone. How do you know that the second assailant was not Tyrone?
No, it's not Tyrone. It didn't match Tyrone's height or frame. I saw half of his body from the back. It's not him width-wise. It's not him height-wise. When Matthew went tumbling down the stairs, I heard the other person say, I think he's dead, or I think we killed him. It was not Tyrone's voice. I know Tyrone's voice.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tyrone has a very, very distinctive voice. I've spoken with him several times. And you might not have been very closely associated with Tyrone before this, but you knew Tyrone enough to recognize his voice.
Exactly. Correct. Exactly.
In your recollection...
I actually didn't even remember his name. Was Tyrone. I don't think that's how I met him. But I know him enough that no, it was not his voice. It was not his size. Like I said, even though I only saw the back part of this person.
And you feel...
That it wasn't...
And you feel confident that it was not Tyrone?
Yes, absolutely. And I have said that from day one, or night one, however you want to phrase it.
So after the incident, the police interviewed you. How did the interview go?
My next question would be, have you heard Travis's voice? And ask her about Travis's voice. So you kind of missed the boat there.
True.
Pretty much the way they decided they wanted it to go.
Did you feel that they tried to influence your testimony or get you to change your testimony or add something to your testimony?
Like every time I tried to stick up for Tyrone, I was just shushed aside. The subject would be changed. Oh no, Paul, it didn't happen like this. You don't know Tyrone like we know Tyrone. He's manipulative. He's evil. They tell me he's got this really bad criminal record. As far as I know of, I don't even think he has a criminal record.
And I'll just add there, we did a little looky see, and he doesn't have a criminal record aside of this, obviously, but he doesn't.
I'm trying to remember the trial. Did the jury ever get to see this deposition? Because I thought she started off like from a hospital bed, and then it didn't go well.
Right, in the hospital.
Did the jury get to see this in lieu of that?
So in the hospital, that wasn't a deposition. That was a body cam of the cop asking her questions. So I think they got that far, but I don't know that they got her deposition in. So I have to ask.
I wish this trial was fresher in my memory because I watched so much of it, but I get it all confused now.
Yeah. So while she's giving this testimony, I will do a quick search and see what I can find for you about her in trial, okay?
But every time I tried to stick up for him, the more I stood up for him, the more I got kicked to the curb, I guess you would say.
Did you feel that the way they were interrogating you in their investigation was improper, as if they weren't listening to what you were telling them, but were trying to insert their own facts that they wanted into the case?
Well, yes, even down to day one, a drug deal gone bad. That was a crock of shit. There was never no prior drug deal that day gone bad. I don't know where all that came from. The same place everything else that their lies have come from. Tyrone happened to be staying in that warehouse that night, and that's how he got roped into it.
I've read the transcripts in a lot, and there's so much going on, and it seems very clear for me there's a lot of improper things happening. I'd like to assume that it was malicious, but I don't know that, but it seems very clear that it's improper. So I want to ask you another question. When the police, so Matthew's been killed, you've been cut.
Before he gets to that question, the hospital footage was actually when she was suffering from COPD, I think. That's
what I was saying, Aussie. If I remember the trial, they literally zoomed her in like live from the hospital to testify.
Right.
And it wasn't going well at all.
I do have a couple of minutes of it, so we'll flip over to that when we're done with this bit so you can see.
There's a robbery and there's people injured. The police come to the scene that night and it's a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that they properly collected all the evidence that was there?
Oh, hell no. The blanket that I was attacked on wasn't even taken. For starters, there was blood everywhere all over that blanket. I was sliced on that blanket. I was beaten on that blanket. It was still on the bed, covered in blood the next day.
So you've been following this case quite intently, correct?
Oh, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry. I said you've been following this case since the beginning very intently, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, do you feel that there's been other mishandling of evidence or improper collection of evidence or gathering of evidence?
Of course there has. In the real world, it wouldn't happen like this.
I agree. I noticed in the deposition transcript, the lead detective picture, he admitted that he had a sustained IA against him for, I believe it was 178 counts of mishandling evidence in this case. I'm not even sure how you have 178 pieces of evidence if you're saying they didn't collect the evidence, but that's what he admitted to. I don't know if it was several counts per piece or what, but that just seemed absolutely just unfathomable to me that it would go that way.
It made no sense.
But Paul, is there anything else that you would like to say about this case, or that you feel in your heart that you want people to know?
I want people to know that I feel that Penny Phillips, Colleen Dunn, all of them that are lying and try to frame Tyrone, I feel that they should go to jail for the same amount of time that Tyrone sat in jail.
So you're the surviving victim. You're alleging and basically telling me you swear that, I know you're not under oath here, but I think when we spoke before, you said that you swear on your life that it was not Tyrone.
Yes, on my life, which I almost lost. No, it was not.
And as you said before, your big motivation here is that you know Tyrone is innocent and you want that to be heard. So
yes, and if Matthew was alive, he would fight for Tyrone too, because that's the type of person that Matthew was. I don't want to see anyone in jail that doesn't belong in jail.
And being that you're so adamant that Tyrone was innocent, and you're so adamant that you want it to be heard that Tyrone was innocent, have you and Tyrone spoken recently?
No, we're not allowed to. I had tried to reach out to Tyrone, and reached out to Lauren, who I didn't know, for the plain and simple fact that once Tyrone was let out on bond at that ridiculous price, I was worried that Tyrone was getting in trouble for me being the person who he got charged with for tampering with a witness, because inadvertently me and Tyrone accidentally had lunch together. Like, we met up at McDonald's before Tyrone was arrested. Rory had already been arrested and Tyrone hadn't, and I happened to walk into McDonald's and he was in the back corner because he had just been released from being questioned, and he came up to me, and I mean, literally, we went outside because I was bawling, telling my story, crying on his shoulder. I got sidetracked.
Okay. We're talking about the no contact order, and you meet up with Tyrone.
Okay, yes. So then later on, when I find out that Tyrone got arrested, it said for witness tampering, and I was upset, thinking that he was in trouble for talking to me. So I reached out to Lauren, reached out to Tyrone, the Free Franklin Tucker page. I did get a response from Lauren on Facebook. I called. Now at this point, Colleen Dunn had been kicked to the curb like she belongs, and the new prosecutor. I contacted the prosecutor and said I want to be able to Facebook and message back and forth with Lauren. Judge Jones issued a no contact order, which I'm trying to get lifted. I wrote a letter. Apparently you have to have a motion filed, but I now have a lawyer to help me so I don't get railroaded for doing things like what I'm doing now, talking to you, because that frame everybody down here as far as this case is concerned.
I'm sure of that, but I want you to know, I strongly believe, I'm not an attorney, I cannot give legal advice, but you have a First Amendment right to speak. I'm the media. You have a right to speech, press, and petition. If anything happens to you...
Oh, it's not his lawyer. There you go. It's the media speaking with her. I don't know which media.
That's what I said to myself just now, too.
Yeah, I didn't know. So, TH interview. Which media is that? TH interview.
She was a very intelligent woman, well spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems to have cleaned her act up a bit, right? So, I mean, in all fairness, so did
Physically, health wise, she was a mess, but
right. So did
she had her faculties about her.
right.
If you have any retaliation or anything negative, please let me know immediately. You have all my contact information. I will find attorneys to hop on this if your attorney needs help.
Thank you.
So you said the judge had issued the no contact order. Do you know if the state had requested that?
No, I don't know. The only reason I found out about it was because Lauren told me. Lauren was worried that they were going to get in trouble for me trying to reach out to them through Facebook, which is why I got in touch with the state attorney, the new state attorney. So I don't know the details of it. I do know I'm trying to get it dropped because I would like to talk to Tyrone. Basically, I want to tell Tyrone I'm sorry for everything he's been through.
So you know the judge issued the order, but you don't know if the judge did that on his own or somebody had requested it.
I think he did it on his own because it's not just Tyrone. It's also against the other two.
Okay.
It's all three of them. Detroit.
And you didn't want this contact order, correct? And you did not want this contact order, and you've hired an attorney to get it removed. Is that correct?
Well, I actually got an attorney, a pro bono attorney.
Oh, God bless.
That would help me. I didn't ask for it. I wanted. I mean, the other two were in prison jail where they need to be. I don't want nothing to do with them. But like I said, Tyrone was my friend. Tyrone still is my friend, even though we're not allowed to speak. But I want to be able to speak to him. I want to be actually able to speak to Lauren instead of just. I'm gonna meet him. I want to meet Lauren. I would like to go out and give Tyrone a hug and just literally, like I said, apologize to him for the nightmare that he's been going through.
Oops, muted. Karen just asked me a question. The date of this interview, is this after the trial? I believe this is before the trial. So the time that she ran into him was just after he got arrested and released again, after they questioned him. And then
So we've got her being interviewed by a media person.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't this be witness intimidation if Turtle Boy got charged with asking questions?
Right. So
Strange.
yeah, well, it's Florida too, so different state, but at the same time, so just putting the dates together, she's talking about Lauren, which is who Tyrone married while he was in jail or just after he got out of jail. So this is a different period of time, again, from when he was questioned about the case, and then they met up at the McDonald's accidentally, and then again, well, she's saying now she's trying to get in contact with him, trying to get the RO lifted. Then I think the trial starts in 2020. Hang on, let me look at these dates again. Pretty sure the trial starts again in 2022 or 3 and continues through.
We haven't answered. No. Michelle's got.
Okay, Michelle's saying the TH stands for True Homestead. That's who's doing the interview. Thank you, Michelle. Clever girl. That's why we've got crowdsourced investigations here.
Lauren's an angel, and Ty's been put through a nightmare. I just wish all of us that go through these nightmares could have angels like Lauren. She's a force of nature I have absolute respect for.
Without Lauren, Tyrone would probably die in jail, in prison, because...
Miss Belmont, before I hop off here, I want to ask you one more thing. Now, you mentioned the witness tampering or witness intimidation. I know witness tampering or tampering with a witness was one of the charges levied against Tyrone. But
yeah, and that proved to be bullshit also.
Now, I agree it's likely bovine excrement. Where I'm trying to go at with this, though, is whether Tyrone, if somehow or another he did tamper with another witness, it was another witness. It absolutely was not you. Is that correct?
Absolutely no, not me. It was supposedly Rory's Detroit's wife.
Okay, but Tyrone or Lauren or nobody other than police have ever asked you to change your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. The police never really asked me to change my testimony. They just tried to sway me. Like at one point, Matt Pitcher almost had me questioning, like, well, could this really have been? But no, there was nothing that would make me say it was Tyrone. And I'm in a weird situation because two of them I'm going against and the one I'm sticking up for. So it's kind of confusing for the defense attorney. Yes, but that's the way it is.
So you're not just somebody who doesn't want anybody to ever be punished. People who are guilty and committed murder or robbery, you absolutely believe should be sitting in jail.
Oh, yeah.
But you believe an innocent man should never sit in jail the same way I do.
If I thought Tyrone did it, he can rot in hell like the other two as far as I'm concerned. But Tyrone didn't do it.
Miss Belmont.
And I'm going to fight just as much as I can for him because he deserves to have somebody stick up for him instead of the crooked Bubba system down here.
Miss Belmont, I really want to thank you so much. I can't thank you enough with words for sitting down and speaking with me and speaking with my audience. We've been following this case for a while, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, of pages. And when you go through it, it's beyond obvious of the issues, but it's hard to describe or get anybody to follow reading 500 pages. I think your words will really help a lot of readers understand what's going on and how egregious the conduct or misconduct of the state's attorney's office and the sheriff's office has been in this case.
Yes, sir. And I certainly hope it helps Tyrone.
Again, we thank you so much. If you need anything from me or you have any questions, please feel free to contact.
Drop out.
I don't know. So the incident took place on the 17th of November, 2017.
Yeah, exactly. Like this took a long time to get to trial.
Yeah, and then the December 16th, 2014, he pleads guilty to robbery with a deadly weapon.
No, he pled no contest.
Yeah, well, that's what the news reported.
Right, but he pled his pleading was no contest, not the same.
Yeah.
And the reason he pled no contest is because the part of the deal that he made with them was to drop all the murder charges, everything else, and the only one that they weren't prepared to drop was the robbery one. So he left that there, made the deal. Now he's out, and he can now clear his name through a civil trial. So in a civil trial, he can bring all of the evidence that we're now looking at that was they refused to bring in during criminal trial. And I think
we say no contest means that the evidence, could look like you did it. So
no, well, in America, that's an Alfred. In America,
it's an Alfred plea in America.
Right. This is different again. This is not an Alfred plea. This is a deal for no contest. He's not going to contest. If they try to take him to trial again, he won't contest the robbery charges. That means that they let him out of jail. That was part of the deal. Drop all the other charges. He had like 8 charges against him. Drop all the other charges. I'll let you have no contest, but not guilty, like not an Alfred plea. And now he's free to sue them in civil court and clear his name. So there's 2 ways you can clear your name once you get this far in America. One of them is through it's a very expensive process through the courts. And I believe what was the name of that case? The brother.
Well, when you look at he was potentially was going to serve a 30-year sentence compared to
300. 300.
Sorry. Oh, it says 30-year sentence.
For the 8 charges.
For the one. Yeah.
Yeah. For the 8 charges, it was added up to 310 years.
Yeah,
Well, plus if he didn't take that deal, he would have been continually jailed until the next trial, right?
Exactly,
And
and
then,
they're going to
so
keep
who
taking
wouldn't?
it back to trial.
Yeah, so he'd already spent, it says 910 days incarcerated, and he got credit for that, which meant he was released. I mean, who
Right.
would want to take that risk when you've got everything set up against you? You know?
Right. So I think he's sitting in a good position. Like I think he did make the right. You've got to put yourself in that position. 310 years to continue on with the same shenanigans and be basically boxed in as to what you can present at trial. The only other way out of that is to do a civil case where you can clear your name, or you can do this other expensive procedure up through the courts to have your name, to have yourself, it's not exonerated, there's another word for it, I can't think of it, but it's very expensive. I know, I can only know of one case that's been exonerated that way through the courts, and it was that boy who was accused of murdering his sister. I'm trying to think of the name of the case. It's on the tip of my tongue, but there's only one that I know has actually made it, that far through the courts. Any others that I know of have been done through the civil courts. So I kind of think he's on the right path. He's thinking with his brain. He can get out of prison. He can get most of the charges dropped. And now all he's got to fight in a civil case is the robbery. I think he's going to be fine.
Right.
Yeah, they have different levels of proving the case, like 50, we call it 51%.
Yeah. So in a criminal case, it's beyond,
Evidence.
right. In a
Yeah.
criminal case, it's beyond reasonable doubt. And in a civil case, it's preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah.
Correct. And they don't have the same level of what you can bring or can't bring into evidence as well. There's also different weights that they give evidence to in a civil trial. So a lot of
But when he pled no contest to the robbery, and they basically said, okay, time served, awaiting trial, that's your punishment.
no, not awaiting trial, time served and no trial, and we'll drop all the other charges.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering if the DA can say, well, he's a convicted robber and he did his time, and obviously we still think he committed the murders, blah blah blah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I'd have concerns. I'd have concerns with taking a civil case when you've pled no contest, because the court would ask you, are you sure of what you're doing? Are you
Yeah.
under duress? So
No,
I'm a bit confused with going
it's
through the
different.
civil process.
It's different to pleading guilty. It's not the same as pleading guilty. It's two completely different things. No
Fair enough.
contest. No contest means I'm not going to fight you in the criminal courts. That's all
Yeah.
it means. It doesn't mean I'm guilty. It doesn't mean you probably got more evidence against me than, I can disprove. It means no contest. Like I won't contest it. Here's the charges. I'm not contesting those charges. But that's only temporary. If he gets to clear his name in the civil courts, it is only temporary. And now he can prove his innocence in civil court.
Okay.
So it's different. So if it was an Alfred plea, I think that there's actually a certain level of you're accepting guilt, but only because you can't disprove the evidence or something like that. I think that would rule you out for a civil case. But
And like in Massachusetts, a lot of times first offenders or first offense OUIs or minor crimes, they have what they call a quaff, or continued without a finding.
yeah,
And you're often advised by your defense attorney to take the quaff, continued without a finding, for a year. But technically, it's basically you're pleading guilty, but the punishment is you're on probation for a year, and if you don't get in trouble or you don't mess up your probation, it kind of like goes away. Like a very slap on the wrist type of thing.
Well, here's a good.
But technically, you're basically admitting to the facts. You're basically pleading guilty, but they're giving you like that one-time mulligan.
The defendant will be sentenced, but they won't admit guilt. That's what I get from Googling it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They
Well,
won't.
I mean,
admit
every
guilt.
state is different. That's all.
They won't defend it. That's what I get. They won't defend it.
Yeah.
And they won't admit guilt, and they accept the charge as a punishment, as if guilty.
Right. And as far as civil liability goes, it says that the defendant won't be admitting to a tort or a criminal activity that could be used against him in a civil case. That's the defendant, not the prosecution. So, and then the waiver of rights, the defendant waives the right to a trial. So, they just did that. They went straight to here's your sentence. And prosecutors, as a prior conviction, prosecutors can treat the plea as a prior conviction, but he doesn't have any priors. So the benefits are you avoid trial, the defendant avoids the hassle of a trial, possible lesser sentence, the defendant may receive a lesser sentence, saves time and money, the defendant avoids the lengthy case deliberation. Before pleading, consult with a criminal defense attorney, obviously. Consider the facts of your case, including any possible defenses. Consider the consequences of your plea, including both direct and indirect consequences. And at this point, the only consequence is that he can sue them. So, and he's got plenty of grounds to sue them on, because all of his civil rights claims up to this point are valid claims. He's not been able to bring them to in front of any judge yet. So he still has a whole bunch of civil rights violations to bring forth.
Well, I wonder if he's civilly suing for wrongful conviction or something.
Not wrongful conviction.
I don't really get what he's suing for.
Okay.
In the civil.
Okay, I'll get to that. It's
that he might have to explain that, because
it's malicious prosecution.
Yeah.
I think it boils.
Malicious, yeah.
That's what I.
Suing for malicious prosecution makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And also his pleading no contest in Florida sounds more advantageous than taking continuance without a finding in Massachusetts.
Right. So,
depends
essentially,
on the state.
We haven't got to the malicious prosecution side of this yet. We're still at the what happened at the start and how did it even get brought up that Ty was even involved. But we haven't even got to the receipts he's got on the malicious prosecution side goes way into way detailed. This is going to take us weeks to cover. Just it's huge. Like I said at the beginning yesterday, this is like an onion. You peel away one layer, you add another layer, and then you peel that layer and you're at another layer.
And then the benefit is he's already got the one officer was fired, right? For setting him up. So that's good evidence as well, isn't it?
Correct. And he's also got a complaint, I think like an AI investigation that he tried to get kicked off against the Colleen Dunn, who Paula just mentioned. Paula said, she got kicked to the curb. She was the previous prosecutor. So I think he's got complaints against her as well. Those are civil rights complaints, but he's also got malicious prosecution against the state itself because of how they went about this to try and frame him. Then he's also got evidence that witnesses he was going to call during the trial, the judge actually brought them in front of him and somehow banished them to another state or something. I can't even remember. I can't even remember how it worked, but because we haven't got to that layer of the onion yet, I can't speak to how deep that goes, but that's something that he and Lauren dug up about. I think it was 2 witnesses that they had for trial that they went before the judge for something else, and he went, well, he just banished them to another state. You're not allowed to come back to this state. So that ruled them out, being able to testify for Ty. So there's the judge involved in, weird shit. There's
weird.
There's also witness intimidation by the cops, I think, and the and Phelps. Paula, bless her soul, calls her Phillips. When she's saying Phillips, she's talking about Phelps.
Right.
But there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sounds crazy. So if you're going to be an exculpatory witness for a defendant in Florida, you can get banished to another state by a judge in Florida.
Right.
Sounds crazy.
Don't ask me how that works. Like I said, when
Love to hear that story.
Yeah. Right. Two witnesses apparently, or it might have been more, but 2 that, if I remember correctly, it was 2 that we spoke of, that Ty spoke of specifically. But like I said, we haven't gone down that rabbit hole. We've brushed over a lot of this stuff's surface. There's a lot I haven't dug into because I wanted him to come and dig into it with us, and then when we've got questions, we can ask him those questions. So, but yeah, so I think he does have I think he has a great case for malicious prosecution.
That's what that sounds great.
No, I mean, I think his chess move of, pleading no contest, gained him his freedom.
Yep, so he can work
for now, and then he can work from there. I mean, he was basically cornered. I mean, it looks like the only logical choice he could have made.
Right, and otherwise it's just rot in jail until
exactly.
happens, so for sure. All right, so let me pull up Paula's deposition. Sorry, Paula's appearance. Oh my God, how did I lose that? Hang on. Paula's appearance in court. Let's press the. Oh, how do I do this? Hang on a second. Oh, how do I share this one? Hang on. Share tab.
Yeah, I do remember this in the trial when he was trying to get her to testify from a hospital bed.
Yeah. Oh my God, really? Hang on a second. I need to do this without doxing anyone.
And I was watching this trial in real time, and the anti-Ty people were like horrified. Like, how is he going to make this woman testify on her deathbed? They made a big deal out of this.
Right. Let me go this way. Paula Belmonte. Testimony. I think it's court TV. I don't want to do it off Facebook because I've got family and stuff. I don't want to dox anyone. It's through Facebook. Where are you? Oh, you know what? It probably couldn't be on. Yeah, it probably couldn't be on court TV because she was so sick when she testified. They would call that graphic. I don't know. You know how they are. Hang on. I'm not finding it on court TV.
I watched the trial on Broken Baker, and he showed it. I don't know what his feed was coming from at the time.
Right. I'm not seeing it in. I am not seeing it in any of the results on YouTube. So I got friggin' everybody except. Okay, Paula Belmonte. Let me add Treehouse. Treehouse testimony. See, or they just put all the focus on Ty representing himself. Like nobody's really. Oh my God. Right, let me see how I can sort this out so I don't dox anyone. Let's close all of those.
Well, you can do it without, just do sound.
Let me work this out. I think we can do it this way. Okay. Oh, you bitch. Let's have a go at this now.
I'm on the trial highlights of Court TV to try to see, but
I got it.
See if
I got it. I think we can do it this way. Rightio.
One thing I want to say to this Mr. Mansfield, you make me sick. Absolutely make me sick.
Paula, hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey.
She's tearing strips off of the prosecution. He can't get her to quieten down.
I'm afraid we're going to have to pause here because... Hold on, I'm going to pause it. Hold on, pause it. Hold on. Hold on, I got this. I got it. There we go. Paula, you got to listen to me, okay? We're going to approach the bench here a second. Just a...
Yeah, she's terrible.
This is unbelievable happening inside of this courtroom. And it's not just the fault of the defendant who's representing himself. Here's a photo of Paula Belmont last weekend when the defense tried to get the court to put her on out of order earlier this week because he knew her health was declining. One of our Court TV producers interviewed her over the phone. I didn't record it, but said that even though she was hard to understand, that she was open to talk and they were able to understand what she's saying. There are so many things that are not happening right now. An objection by the defendant, getting this witness deemed unavailable because you can't hear her, she can't hear them, and she's babbling on in a way that's prejudicial to his case. That would be...
Anyway.
Oh my God, Court TV. Oh.
Yeah.
Makes me sick.
So that's what happened to
You
Paul.
see how they twist things? They're trying to make Ty look awful for like forcing this dying woman to testify on his behalf. You see how they twist it?
Yeah. So thank you, Megan. We actually have Ty on. He's just not here tonight. But if you want to watch last night, we did have him on. And we will have him on again. He's stepping us through this entire story. He's with us for as long as we need him, or he needs us rather, to get the word out there. So we will have more of Ty. But if you want to watch Ty speaking for himself, we start from the absolute very top in our show yesterday while we were talking with him. So this is...
Just when I couldn't hate Court TV anymore.
Right.
This just sparked some more hatred into Court TV.
Like, she wants to be able to speak, but obviously she is angry as hell with the prosecution. They have prevented her from reaching out to Ty.
I mean, Ty was trying to get her to calm down because she's just on there like screaming at the prosecution, "You're all dirty, you're all corrupt." And he's like, "Calm down."
Right, poor girl.
But Court TV takes all that and twists it 180 degrees.
Right.
And tries to sensationalize it and make Ty look terrible.
Right.
Because he's dragging this dying woman on a Zoom into his court.
She wanted...
they twist it so badly. It makes me angry.
Yeah, she absolutely wanted to do that. I mean, that was her last dying wish, was to exonerate Ty. She wanted to do that. So completely disgusted with the way they treated that. And you can imagine that a lot of the other channels who were watching that, especially restreaming Court TV, probably weren't all that favorable towards Ty. We were talking about this earlier, I think, Scott, was it you? I'm sure it was you and I just mentioned this a little while back.
Well, I mean, like I said, I watched this trial gavel to gavel on Broken Baker, not every day, but
Right.
even on Baker's channel, you know, people in the chat and maybe even Baker or Jamie, they were kind of like a little horrified that Ty was like forcing her to testify from her deathbed.
No,
But a lot of people weren't understanding, you know, the dynamics of what was going on there.
Yeah.
First of all, Ty's looked upon poorly because he's a bombacious pro se defendant, gallivanting around the court, pretending to be a lawyer. You know, the anti-Ty people, court TV included. And then when he's trying to get her to testify, which is her dying wish, literally, they're going to make a mockery of it, like on court TV, and try to make Ty look bad. But that's not what's going on.
Right. Exactly. It was her dying wish. Beyond everything else, that's what she wanted, was to be instrumental in clearing Ty's name. And he was, I don't think she gave him much of a choice. Let's put it that way, whether or not she was going to be testifying for him. But there is that ick factor when you have a pro se cross-examining a victim, when the victim is testifying for the state. But this victim wanted to testify for him. So this didn't have that ick factor. This was definitely Paula wanted to testify and he wanted to make it happen for her.
So did she ever testify in the trial?
That's all she got.
Oh.
I think
no, the prosecution went sidebar and must have said to the judge, "This is outrageous," and it went off the rails. But I think after that, I think when she wasn't allowed to testify live on Zoom from her deathbed, I think some video of hers was added in later. That's why I don't have full memory of the trial.
Right.
Yeah.
There might be people that know better, that maybe some of her previous deposition,
right. So I got
or videos were put in lieu of the fact that they couldn't finish this live.
Right. I got some more of her, like right after she was released from hospital. I've got other interviews where the detectives go to visit her in the car and try and twist things around in the car, like talking to her over a period of years. So we can just continue with those so that that way you get the picture that she wanted to do this. This was not Ty manipulating anyone. She wanted to do this. So let's keep going with this one's the day the night she was put in hospital, the bandages were all up, blah blah blah. They let her out, and I think this is the day after. So
met trespass, we met trespass because she keeps coming up and down. She was sleeping in the house, so cracking chicken. April's more. Nobody wants April there. She goes in the back a lot. April's in the very back. Okay, I'm up on the third floor. April's in the back. Anyway, okay, so there's that. We put the 15-day notice on her door yesterday. I was a witness, and Todd was a witness. And I took some pictures of that, hanging that up. Because she says she told Crystal that he's going to have to pay for her to move. And I don't know. Ow.
That's the second mention of Crystal. So Todd mentioned Crystal. He just said, I'd been trying to bang her for months or something. So there is a Crystal in this. And so remember when Travis said CJ and Michelle? We might be talking about Crystal. I don't know. CJ might be Crystal.
Just April and her crap. She goes to April creates a lot of drama in a relationship, talk a lot of shit. Anyway, this Detroit guy was originally brought to the house by April Barner. She brings all kinds of people there to have sex with them. Prostitutes. There's always people going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And so this Chris guy, and I keep wanting to say Chris. I don't know why I say that, because he was originally with this guy, Chris, this Detroit guy. And even though I just want to call him Chris, that's not his name. This Detroit guy just keeps coming around. He was there the other night and wanted to stop by and drink a beer, wanted to use my phone. I told him no. I was walking home from Tom Thumb, and he was out in front of the house, like almost like he was waiting for me. Really, seriously, because I took a long way around from Tom Thumb, and he came out of like CVS parking lot. But Matt had said that Matt had seen him outside, and he wanted to come upstairs and wait for me, and Matt told him no. And then when I ran into, I didn't know that Matt had really said that. When I ran into him, I told him that I was going in and laying down. I didn't want the company. And he asked to use my phone, and I told him no. Anyway, that was the last I seen him until today.
Okay. And what happened today?
Well, his handmaid came running up the stairs and jumped on top of me and put this knife in my neck, and he kept saying, "Give me your purse, give me your purse." And he kept telling me, every time I try and yell, he punched me, smacked me, and hit me. He told me he's going to kill me. Give me your purse, give me your purse. And at one point I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it. I just couldn't find it because he was throwing things around and everything. And then finally found it. It was on the ground. It only had like $27, and it was on the ground by my little table. But this whole time I was asking Roger to help me, but see, I couldn't really see what was going on with Roger. All I know is he wasn't moving. And I guess he wasn't moving because this guy had this big thing. Can I get this so you know what, you wouldn't come see me at the hospital, leave me alone, I'm busy, I don't want to talk to you right now, okay? I'm upset with these people, and they call for help, they don't want to help me. It's just this thing, and I don't know what it was, I don't know what it was, it was just big, because they were big. And I guess that's why Roger wasn't moving now. Roger said that he had a knife held to his throat also, but like I said, I don't know, and I didn't see. All I know, they finally found my purse, and I told them that it was there. And the guys, both of them kept looking, and I guess that was the point in time that Matt was coming up the steps. Because I actually saw Matt, and then I saw them both go, and then I heard all this commotion, and then I don't know. He might have came back up the stairs, and I don't know. But I heard something. I heard somebody say, "I think he's dead." I don't know who that was. I don't know if that was Todd, because now apparently Todd came up trying to help Matt, and that's when Todd got stabbed. That's when Todd got stabbed because the guy came after Todd also.
Okay.
So I don't know who said is he dead. I don't know who said that. It might have been as far as EMTs. I don't know. I'm kind of fuzzy on that one. I don't know, but I do know it was this Detroit guy. I can tell you that.
Who was punching you?
This Detroit guy. He's the only one who put it. Nobody else heard me except this Detroit guy.
Okay, what was
the big one?
What was the other guy doing?
He was at Roger, and Roger wasn't moving. I kept saying, "Roger, help!" But apparently he had a knife at Roger's throat, like Detroit had at my throat.
Okay.
But I couldn't figure out why Roger wasn't doing anything, and apparently that's why Roger wasn't, because he had a knife pulled on him. And he's asking him for his wallet. I don't know if he lost his wallet or not. I don't.
Are you having reception troubles there, Scott? You good?
No, my internet shut down. It's back on. I'm good.
It's doing weird shit on you. Welcome to Starlink. Keep your
No, it's weird. Anytime between 3 and 5 a.m. every night, my internet shuts down for 10 minutes.
Right.
It's like a maintenance thing they do, I guess.
Yep.
But I'm good.
Pretty much the same time for over here as well.
I don't know if he gave it to them because he left, and I don't know why he left. I don't know why Roger took off. I don't know.
Okay. Did you fight back?
Oh, yes. That's why my hand's cut.
Okay. Did you How did you fight back?
Well, I don't know, maybe it wasn't really fighting back, maybe it was just trying to protect myself. You know, like I tried to pull the knife off my neck. I didn't really like punch him or anything. No, I couldn't. I had just no chance to. Only thing that I say that was fighting back, and I guess it wasn't. No, I tried to keep the knife from going any more into my neck.
Okay.
Because it was hurting me, you know. It was just digging in there. It was hurting.
So that he'll be under control.
When I try and like pull away from him, that's when he punched me.
Okay. Which hand was he holding the knife in?
This one. This one.
Okay.
Wait. No, I don't know. You gotta think about this. How I was laying and how he was on top of me. I really do think it was the left one. I don't know. To me, it seems like it was his left one.
Okay.
Just by the way, like he was on top of me and everything, it seems to me it was his left one. But when I saw the glove, you know, see, I don't remember. I'm getting confused.
Just looking at the time here, this is after she's let out of hospital that night. They're interviewing her.
Yeah.
Just,
she'd be still in shock as well.
Absolutely.
Remember?
Okay. It's okay. What color were the gloves?
Black. They were black. They weren't brand new black either. You could tell that they were used. They were, you know, they just weren't brand new black.
Okay. Were they leather, cloth?
They looked like leather, but they weren't shiny.
Okay.
That's good information that they had gloves.
Hello? Hey. No, I need you later. Well, you know, some friends that you have. You try to ask your girlfriend, you think really you would stab me in my neck like I want anything to do with you, you jerk? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Oh, it just pisses me off, man. Once they go, I look at me bike lights. That was his excuse. I said, tell him, please, that you come to the hospital if you could stop. Lazy. I would have been right there if it was one of my people. I would have been right there whether bike lights or not. You know?
I understand.
I think it was, I really do think it was the left that he was getting me with the knife with.
Okay. Where was the knife at when he was punching you?
Still on my neck.
Okay. How were you on the ground?
It wasn't on the ground, it was on the bed.
You were on your bed?
Yeah.
How were you on the bed?
Well, it's like a chase lounge, and then just kind of like leaning back, and he just came running full force at me.
Okay.
Mom, leave me alone. Forget it. I don't need nowhere. We're nothing for you people. Leave me alone.
Is that your friend that you were saying you might be able to stay with?
I'm not staying there. I mean, he didn't tell me yes the first time. He's got issues. If you can't say yes without a reason, then forget you. I'm sleeping in. Sorry. Sleeping piece of cardboard. I don't care. I don't need somebody that's got to have a reason why. He said, if somebody called me and told me you got killed. Well, if you think I'm in that kind of shape that I got killed, you got a question why I might need to stay at your house. I don't want to stay there. I'll sleep in a garbage can first.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh. She just got out of hospital. She can't stay at the crime scene because he's still processing it. And it's like, yeah, we got questions why you need to stay with us. That's a bit harsh.
Anyway, go ahead. I'm going to go, though. I'm tired.
I know. Did Detroit get hurt anywhere during all this?
No. He might have tripped. I think at one point, well, I don't know, Roger was sitting on a brick, like, first he was on the chair, but then he had this brick on him, you know, like this big old brick. And I'm getting confused with that. Forget that was the other night when Roger was there. Roger was in the chair and they knocked him off the chair.
They knocked Roger out of the chair at your house?
Yeah.
Like upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my house is upstairs. I mean, you know, where I stay is upstairs. I'm getting really confused, just even regular talking.
Okay.
Right, let me talk to the
Okay.
Want something to drink?
I would love something there. Like
water?
Anything. Water, yeah.
Okay.
Please.
they're like a suspect. This is what they do to suspects.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Couldn't worry about me before, don't worry about me now. Forget my number, forget it. She didn't want to come over. Oh,
No.
I'm gonna get in trouble. Get in trouble for what? Probably because she's drunk. Anybody got an excuse? They're off my list. I'm very unforgiving.
I see.
I'm the consulate. You know. I don't even call, it's very rare that I can call anybody for anything. And if I'm calling somebody for something that I really need it, right? And they want to make up excuses, they can go to hell. Can we go home yet?
You're not gonna be able to go to your house yet.
I know, but can you take me somewhere?
Where do you wanna go?
I'm going to my friend Dan's.
To your friend Dan's?
Yes, he's gay and he's fine.
Where's your friend Dan?
He's like this and this.
This and this?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a big challenge.
Okay. Alright, that, I can definitely do that. I do have one thing to ask of you, is we were hoping to scrape, not like hurt you or anything,
Okay.
but
Yeah, no
take
problem.
underneath your fingernails.
Yeah, no problem. I
to
don't think
see-
there's any DNA there from him, but you, go ahead, and then we can go.
Look,
I
I don't do that.
Oh.
That's not my thing. It's gonna be the crime scene person. And I'll call right now to see, ooh, be careful. You okay?
I didn't really realize I was there. That hurt. Yeah.
They've just cleaned all the blood off her hands. Now they're talking about taking DNA. It's like, Jesus, do things the right way around, like while she's covered in blood, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Fuck, that hurt. Fuck.
And don't, you need to be,
There's a bump there?
oh, your whole side of your face is bruised, Paula. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And I'm gonna lay down.
You're gonna have to, I don't know.
What was
You're gonna have
next
to
for him? Waterboarder?
Okay, so I'm gonna call and see.
Sorry, say that again.
Let's say what was next for him? Put her on a waterboard?
Yeah, right. So, well, you know, they
So
didn't.
it's like torturing the woman. I mean, she's been stabbed
I know.
in the emergency room,
She's been
and now they bring her into an interrogation room.
right. Now they want a DNA. Jesus Christ. I do have more on the DNA topic because they end up actually swabbing her mouth. So,
See if I can
Did
maybe
you ever
take you
show
over and let them do
the
that.
treehouse?
sorry?
Did you ever show the treehouse setup?
During the day, yes. When we were doing the Todd interview
Oh, okay.
with Pritchard or whatever his name is, that was through the day downstairs, and then he walked the officer around the property. Where you might have joined just after that.
Might have been
Yeah.
sleeping.
Yeah, missed that part, I think.
Right, that's right at the start. If you want to rewind,
It's basically a shed on stilts.
it's not even a
Oh,
shed.
okay.
It's not even a shed. It's 3 decks, and they're one above the other. So
And no doors. I remember her saying no doors.
no, it's just decks. Like just that's why it's called the tree house. It's like I guess if you imagine a tree growing up the middle, and then 3 decks, each
Yeah.
three levels up. So on the bottom level is where the 4 were having their foursome, and that's where Matt, the owner, lived. And then on the second level, I think is where Paula actually lived, on the middle level. But then there's the top level. I think that might be where they just like commune or whatever. I think that's the way it works. And then they were all up. They were all up on the top level when the attack happened.
And that's where the other Tina or April lived.
Now the other April lived downstairs, but way out the back in another cabin, separate from all of this. So then as you walk in the gate to the left, there's a cabin, and then behind that there's another cabin, and then behind the whole structure is another cabin. And I think actually one of those might be a caravan actually, rather than a cabin. But yeah, that's I think how it worked, something like that. So one guy was renting the caravan, or the trailer, you guys would call it, the trailer, and then nobody was in the shower toilet cabin, those were vacant. It looked like they were vacant. But then the April chick had been kicked out either the week before or a few days before or the day before. We got different stories from different people. She'd already been kicked out. Yeah, and then there was Paula up on the middle deck. So, and no one on the top. Yeah, but that they were up the top deck when they were attacked. So yeah.
Okay. That's like, I'm going to be looking at pictures, so you're not ready for that yet. I'm going to do whatever I got to do so I can get out of here, please.
Well, I don't think we have pictures of the person yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can we get this done and just...
Let me call over. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you're going to... you won't find that, but it's not a problem.
Yes, sir. Not much. No, that is not. Okay, keep us crime scene guy. All right, yeah, so that's good with you? Okay. Nope, no problem. All right, Paul, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive you over that way, okay? And then they're gonna have the guy that's doing the crime scene come out and do the fingernails real quick. No, at your house. I'm gonna drive you. We're just gonna be on the street, okay?
I don't want to go to my house. I don't want to go to my house.
No.
I don't want to go to my house. I don't want to go to my house right now. I don't want to go to the house right now.
We're gonna go to the corner, okay?
I don't want to go to the house right now.
We're not gonna go to the house, okay?
Promise?
I promise.
I don't want to go to
We're not gonna go to your house right now, okay? We're gonna go right on the corner, and he's gonna come out and do the fingernails, and then I'm gonna take you to your friend's house, okay? Alright, so you ready?
Yeah. I don't want to go to the house right now.
Grab your sheet, okay?
I don't want to go. I know I did, but I don't.
Okay.
Bloody hell, traumatized the poor girl.
I know.
Why can't you just have someone there come into that fucking room and do her nails?
Yeah, that is weird. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why does this officer have to transport her somewhere to have the fingernail scrapings done?
Right.
It's weird.
Back to the crime scene where she was just traumatized.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
It's completely bizarre.
Oh, it's probably, well, I guess probably because that's where the crime scene people are at right now.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, well, can't you
But
just...
it's no consideration for her at all. What they're putting her through.
I would be saying, can you just get your guy to duck over here and get her scrapings and then duck back?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You pull somebody off the crime scene, that's, and have them come back to the station. We have one of the victims here in the witness interrogation room.
And we still don't know where...
Don't make us drive her to you.
That's bizarre, yeah.
We still don't know where they took her to stay for the night. So she said she had a friend she could go stay with, but we don't know where they took her that night. So this is the next day. So after they had her up past midnight that night, this is the next day. Just looking for a time. This is at 2:20 p.m. the next day.
Can you tell me... One second. Tell me your full name. And your date of birth. 12/29/1963. Okay, and do you swear in front of everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? I'm going to start. He is here today as your friend, okay? I am here as a homicide detective. I'm not a narcotics detective. And today, he is a friend, okay? I am looking to catch a murderer. My interest right now is not in crack, okay? So what is most important to me right now is complete honesty. I work for you at this point, okay? I work for you and I work for Matt. Neither one of you, no matter what, deserve what happened to you by any stretch of the imagination. I don't care if you were selling a kilo of cocaine. You did not deserve to have that happen. And my goal is to get you and he justice. Okay? So, I want you to take me through from the very beginning, like earlier that day before anything even went wrong. I think Todd was there earlier. Just take me through the day.
Oh, God. Having to tell the whole story again.
Todd stays on the second floor. Todd ain't on that because Todd really has nowhere to go at the moment. And,
What about the blue trail that's in the back? Whose place is that?
that's April. April stays in the back.
Okay. Does Matt stay there sometimes too? Or?
Matt lives there.
Oh, okay. Do they used to live together in that trailer?
That's the other part.
Gotcha, okay. Who was, like when you say the second floor, just below you,
Yeah, just below me.
who was...
Just so you know, this one's Pritchard again. This is the same one that interviewed Todd out the front of the treehouse.
Todd was living there?
Todd was sleeping there.
Okay. Gotcha.
I went downstairs and played a game of chess with Matt. I wasn't feeling good. I was having a real hard time.
Okay.
Basically, I just stayed home and told me to bring me some ice. And told me to bring me Arby's. They brought me some Arby's because I haven't had Arby's.
Who'd you have this stuff?
My friend Link brought me ice.
What's his name?
Link.
Do you know his real name, or is that his
That's
last
his
name?
real name, but I don't know his last name.
Okay.
My friend JD.
Your friend
was
who?
coming down with his kids to do Key West.
I'm sorry, your friend who?
JD.
JB?
JD, and I don't know.
JD?
I don't know his name.
Okay.
I don't even just know if that's his nickname or not. I don't know his name. And he was coming down with his kids to do Key West. And had called me prior, to see if I knew any hotel prices or anything like that, which, I told him the normal answer. Half of the hotels are closed, and I don't know what prices there was, but could he drop me off a roast beef sandwich from Arby's? And he did. My friend Roger always comes over on Fridays.
Can you give me 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Danielle. Could you have meant 3rd Street instead of 3rd Ave?
No, you need to let me call him last.
Yeah, hey, I'll hit you right back. She's going to call him real quick and clarify. Alright, thanks. Bye.
You got your thing on?
Yeah. I'm going to pause as well. So
make sure that no noise happens? Or can you just put it on just so we can hear it?
This detective gets a lot of phone calls, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he can't silence his ringer when he's interviewing people.
Yep.
Seems to be his MO.
You could at least, put it on vibrate. Like, it's not like you're not with your phone.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly read over that description. This is when... okay, it's not this one where he takes for DNA. All right. Just so we know which one.
I mean, he started off saying all the right things to her. He's like, "Hey, I'm the murder cop. I'm not the narcotic cop. So if you're like hiding information because you're worried about get in trouble for dealing drugs, don't worry about that. I'm just here to figure out who tried to kill you and who killed your friend."
Yeah, and then he turns into asshole again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if she says anything,
he started off kind of saying the right things, but and I think even though she's a victim, I think that was one of the reasons that she was initially lying about the money.
Yeah.
Because she's also trying to protect herself because she's, not trusting of the police, like, oh, so if I tell you I had $1,000 in cash and I'm dealing drugs, even though I just been stabbed almost to death, you're going to arrest me. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, they're certainly treating her like a suspect of something. So,
yeah, they didn't treat her as like this little old lady from Pasadena that was attacked out of the blue.
No.
Yeah, they're treating her like, oh, wait a minute, you must be up to some shady business if this happened to you.
And this is what upset Ty the most, was that they kept treating her like a cracko, basically. And that's what upset him the most about the way they were treating her. So, and a lot of people who watched the trial were also in that frame of mind, and it upset him. And I really cut short, how much we showed of her initial testimony last night, because I didn't want to traumatize him with this. So it's good that we're getting it all out the way now, and he doesn't have to come back to this part, because it is upsetting for him. So.
No, yeah, I mean they have treated her terribly, like even the night before.
Right.
In the emergency room. Now you're brought into the interrogation room, and
right.
We have to drive you back to the crime scene so you can get samples from your fingernails. And she's like traumatized, like, I don't want to go back there. I want to go to my friend's house.
She just need to go.
And now the very next day, they got her in the back of a cruiser interrogating her again.
Right. And I think it's here that they ask her to give her DNA, like a mouth swab. I think it's this one. I'm not sure. There's couple of parts to it. So.
Cousin, where did you find the keys exactly? Behind Tom's Thumb? So if you went out my gate and took a right? No, I walked out. I went over where cops were, went about 50 feet up and underground with the keys. I know, but... In the same spot, there's a pen of tweezers on the ground. They still should be there. But we're still... Listen, we're trying to get an exact location so these detectives can look. Where?
Okay. Obviously, they muted that. So, I think that's Todd on the phone with her. But it was Todd who said the black guy went left and the white guy went right. So, if you're standing in the treehouse looking at the front gate, the white guy went right, the black guy went left. If you're Todd across the road at the CVS looking back towards it, it's the opposite way round. White guy went left, black guy went right. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, they're still looking for her keys. But Todd does end up finding her keys. Let me go to the next one in the car. This one here. That tab.
But we're still, listen, we're trying to get an exact location so these detectives can look. Where? I don't understand where. No, I'm not there. Walk me. Where Matt lived, yes. So if you went out, if you were inside of Matt's property and you went out the gate, you would have turned right? On Laurel Avenue. Okay, you told me 3rd. That's 1st Street. First, at the corner, like at the corner. Okay. Alright, the tweezers would have been mine. I had a pair of tweezers.
Who was that?
My old boyfriend.
When did he pick him up, did he say?
Last night.
Let's pick him up before we got there.
He said the tweezers were still there. He just went over to try and wipe him with them.
Yeah, I remember the tweezers.
Remember the tweezers?
officers. They would have been on. They
Yeah,
had,
we found.
they had like a pink and green thing on them. Like,
I'll get into it.
So that was her ex-boyfriend, not Todd. He picked him up the night before the other detectives arrived, apparently.
Sorry, never mind. Apparently there was some miscommunication. It was actually right in front of the scooter store where we picked other stuff up. Apparently he beat us over there and then picked up the keys. It's her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. So I'll be working on that.
they saw them last night.
All right, thanks. Bye. All right, good deal.
Okay, so I then after Matt put up the door, going up the stairs.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Back up. Everybody was over, and you asked Matt to hang up the door.
I had been asking that.
Okay.
I had been asking that because Abel brings all these tricks over, and they just float on. Probably show up. She had been threatening to get beat up.
I threatened to beat you up, you said?
April had asked Melissa Damas the week before to come up and beat me up and rob me if I had anything, and she told Crystal Dinklocker the same thing.
Okay.
No, not yesterday, but the day before, me and Matt were mad. The 15-day notice on the door, and I had to witness it.
Right.
You know, and sign it. And I took a picture of us doing it. No one knew when this shit happens. But it's her friend, this guy, it's her friend. She brought him over to her original. He'd been over there a few times before.
Okay. Tell me about this guy.
He's. I wouldn't tell you about him when I know him, or I mean,
What you know about anything you can tell me about him? What he looks like?
He's big. He's heavy. He's maybe about the size of you. Black, short hair, not bald, but just really close cut hair. He said last week that he just got out of jail for touch and strike.
For what?
Touch and strike. I was at Tom Thumb one night, walking back, and he came upon me and wanted to come over and drink a beer, and I said no. But Matt had seen him. Well, he found this out from Matt later. Matt had seen him, and he asked Matt if he could come in and drink a beer, and Matt said no, and he said, oh, I'm just going to go hang out at Paul's house. And Matt said, no, you're not. And then, when I came home, the guy wanted to come in and drink a beer, and I told him no. I said, go fuck with Matt, and Matt said, I can't come in. And he wanted to use my phone, and I told him no, so then he left. And I know it was him, even though he had a mask on last night, I knew it was him the minute I seen him. And I don't see good in the dark, but I knew it was him, and then when he talked, I knew for sure it was him.
The voice?
Yeah.
How'd you know before he talked? What are some of the things that really...
Just the size of him, just the way, the way he carried himself, I just knew.
Yeah.
If it makes any sense, I just knew. And I couldn't even see, he had like a skull mask on his face, but
Can you describe it the best you can?
Yeah, it was white black, with white, like skull, and the teeth and everything. But I didn't actually see that.
Was it cloth, plastic?
No, it was like cloth. It was like a pull-up cloth. I didn't know that until he was on top of me.
Okay.
Because I was getting ready to say, what are you doing here? And I didn't even have a chance to say that.
Right. What, did he have a knife at that point? Did you see a knife?
He jumped right on top of me and put the knife right there. And I was cut right away, but like he said, I didn't know that he cut me. I thought he was just digging it into me.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he sliced it.
Did you see it? Did you see anything about the knife? Was it?
No, it was really sharp. It was jagged. It was jagged. It wasn't straight. It wasn't straight. It felt jagged.
Okay. Was it in his right or left hand?
I believe it was his left, I think.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was his left. It just seemed to me that it was his left, by the way he was on me.
Okay.
And I know when he was punching me, I still think he was punching me with his right hand. I know he pulled me up by my hair and asked where my purse was. This is Todd. This is the other guy. Can I talk to him? This is the one that was there last night.
You can tell him if you're okay, tell him what I talked to him.
Todd.
Sorry, muted. A couple of witnesses now said steak knife. And I think she's describing a steak knife. When she says a jagged edge, I think she's talking about a steak knife.
Oh yeah, the serrated edge on the cutting edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Todd. I'm with detectives right now. Listen to me. Did you get a look at the guy that pulled off his mask? Did you get a look at him?
Hey, I already talked to him about that.
Okay. Good. Okay. I gotta go. I might know who he is. I have friends who are saying that they might know who he is.
Okay. Well, we need to know that.
So I kept telling him, I said, just let me find my purse, because I couldn't find it, I couldn't find it, and he grabbed me, pulled me out my hair, and I could say, Roger, do something, or hurt me, and I couldn't really see, because this guy was, he's just so big, overshadowing me, and Roger wasn't doing anything.
Did they touch Roger?
Yeah, they beat Roger in the head, but then this other kid that I thought was black originally, I guess just maybe because everything about him was dark. He had this thing, I still don't know what it was, but it was about this long. It was a black thing, maybe Billy Club or something, I don't know what it was. Roger said they had a knife to him too, but to me it didn't look like a knife, what I saw. It was just this thing. They had on gloves, but they weren't new gloves. They weren't new, they were like older.
Okay, that fits what Roger described, right? He said something about yay big. That fits Roger's description too, but did he say a knife? I think he did say a knife about that big. Do you remember what Roger said about when he was saying that was something yay big? So the guy that Roger said attacked him was the smaller guy, not the black guy. So no worries, Michelle. Thanks for tuning in and have fun at work tomorrow. I know that's cool to say, but good night. Yeah, so what I was confused because Roger said a knife yay big, and she just said what they had with Roger was this big, but she didn't think it was a knife, but she did actually indicate the same size. So
gloves.
Were they like work gloves, leather gloves?
They were leather gloves, but they were old and shiny because somehow I got a glimpse of them.
Gotcha.
I don't know how. Maybe we couldn't find our flashlights. And then the worst part was I had a hammer under my bed. I'd been nailing the tarp earlier, and I should have grabbed the hammer and beat him with it.
Paula, don't worry. I mean, you can't look at it that way.
And I kept yelling for somebody to come and help me, and I seen Matt come on the stairs, and
I'm sorry. It's okay, take your time.
I saw Matt come on the stairs, and he said, "What are you doing here?" Well, he must have known it was Detroit too. And this other one, I saw the other one standing there holding my backpack, and they were going like back and forth. And at this point, the big Detroit was going after Matt, and the little one went after Roger. And Roger stood up to get him, and he slammed Roger like in the, Roger fell down. And at this point, you could hear Matt like, them tumbling down the stairs, and I heard one of them say, "I think you killed him," and then I didn't hear anything.
Which one do you think it is that?
I think it was the other one.
Not the smaller one.
Yeah, I think he said, "I think you killed him," because I didn't recognize that voice.
Okay. Was Todd up there at the time when this happened?
Todd never made it up the stairs. Todd only made it to the second floor. Todd punched.
Are you positive?
I'm pretty sure.
That he only made it to the second floor?
Pretty sure. I know Todd punched the one, and...
Do you know which one he punched? Did you see him punch him?
I think the guy.
Okay.
The one that's Detroit that I was swearing my kids' lives. It was Detroit, whether they had a mask on or not. It was Detroit.
Okay.
And he said that he tried to get him off of Matt, and he stabbed him. Todd, according to Todd, he ran across the street up and just at the parking lot, call you guys, and that's when he saw the white guy come out and pull his mask off.
Right.
And that's how I knew it was a white guy. I guessed it was, and I told Danielle last night, I didn't see him. But to me, he was all black because he was in black.
Okay.
And
So they took your purse? Is that all they took?
As far as I know of, yeah.
How much money did you have?
$27.
Did you have, and that's it? You didn't have a $100 bill or anything like that?
$27. They went into Roger's wallet too. That I think is why Roger got beat. He was. I just remember Roger standing up, but I remember them saying, "Give me your wallet." And I think because Roger had a knife, and yeah, because I actually had my hand on Roger's knife to try and get it, and I had to put it down because at that point they were coming back. This was after the split hit with Matt. And that must have been why they were hitting Roger. I'm a little blurry with that. I know Roger had pulled his knife out. I know Roger pulled his knife out, put my hands on it, and I set it down when they were coming back after me.
Okay.
But he's only got a little knife.
Do you think of a reason? I know you talked about April. Anybody else? Any reason?
April. No, it's the only reason, April.
Okay. I know Paul had checked to see if you had anything. Not Paul. I know Todd had checked to see if you had anything that night. Who else had called you to try to find out if you were?
One of April's friends, and I told him no.
One of April's friends checked to see?
Black guy, and I told him no.
Oh, black guy?
That black guy, that black guy Detroit.
Had called you that night?
Anything.
Is that your phone? You mind if I look through it?
Detroit's number, I don't know how he didn't come by. I don't think so.
Oh, he didn't call you, he just stopped by?
Oh, yeah, and I told him to get the fuck out. Like, I think I'd been telling him.
What time do you think that was?
Late, daytime.
Okay. Can I see your phone for 1 second? Okay, learn how to work your phone is even more complicated.
It's a stupid phone. They still call friends of mine to come everybody to come stay there. Or I asked them to come to the hospital with me. And one was like, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. Well, I don't have any bike lights. Stupid people.
Where we were at? No. Just because obviously we went through everything.
This guy had said last week that he just gotten out of jail. But Danielle asked me not to look.
Okay. Please don't. Please don't.
I haven't.
Okay.
Why is that important though?
Because basically at some point we'll probably do a lineup with you, and if you've already looked at pictures, that voids out it. It's no good. Okay. Again, this is not a narcotics investigation. Had you called anybody to re-up that night? Nobody at all. Alright. What was your plan to re-up? Because obviously.
Nothing. We were just sitting there. I didn't feel good. We were just sitting there.
Okay.
I was laying down. You know?
Yep.
Just laying there. I have lung problems.
Right.
And I was just sitting there. I was actually thinking about going to sleep.
Okay. Did anybody discuss money with you that they may have thought you had money for whatever reason?
April told all of them I always had a ton of money, which I don't.
Okay.
You know? April had told Crystal. Dinklager had come up and told me this.
Who had?
Crystal Dinklager. It was April, another one of April's friends that she brings over there.
Was Crystal at over? Let me try that again. Was Crystal over there at all that night?
Yesterday, yeah.
What about Roosevelt? Was he over there yesterday?
Yeah, Roosevelt's call.
Okay.
This is Todd.
You can answer. Talk to him for a minute.
Hello? Yeah, I'm just with the detectives. I'm fine, but I'm busy with them. Where are you? Where are you? I'm back downtown again already. Okay. So, Elizabeth was coming there and, see, okay. We went through the whole property, we went through the whole thing, and, we're good. Alright, I didn't even know Belinda was there. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, bye. Okay, I don't know who Belinda is.
You don't?
No. And see, I thought that this guy was downstairs, and so I lied to Danielle about that. I thought that this Detroit guy was downstairs with Matt playing chess.
Yeah.
Apparently it wasn't. Apparently they were having a free-for-all downstairs.
Right.
That's Belinda chick.
What made you think that he was downstairs playing chess with Matt?
I don't know. Just voices, I guess. Maybe it was Roosevelt's voice.
But they were in the trailer, right? Not in the little...
Yeah, I don't go downstairs much. I just stay upstairs.
Okay.
Myself, I just thought he was there for some reason.
Okay. What about Roger and this whole thing?
Roger just sits upstairs.
Okay.
I don't know why he left. Maybe, I don't know. I guess he was just scared.
Right.
You know, getting beat on. But he would have had to go right past Matt. He would have had to walk past Matt to go.
Yeah. If you think of anything, why somebody might have done this besides, what's her name? April.
April's treacherous, devious bitch.
April's a treacherous, devious bitch, man. Good on ya, girl. Okay, I want to move to Roosevelt, see what his testimony is. Let me just switch tabs for you. So the volume seems okay on this tab. So Roosevelt is part of the foursome going on downstairs when they're attacked. So he took off as soon as he heard all the commotion, and Matt ran out, and then Todd ran out. He took off.
Is there a fellow that you? Roosevelt, real quick, can you tell me your full name?
Roosevelt Washington.
And your date of birth, please?
19th of June, 1960.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, say those two.
19th of June, 1960.
Alright, and you swear to find everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your
Do I
knowledge?
need to get a lawyer here or something?
No. Everybody here in cuffs or anything, right? You're free to go at any time. I just want to talk to you.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Alright. I just need to know about Saturday. Obviously, I'm trying to help some people here. So tell me about Saturday.
All I know about Saturday is that Matthew, a couple other friends, we was downstairs. And Matthew heard loud noises upstairs. And she heard Paulo yelling or something, so Matthew left, went out. And next thing I know, I went over to the CBS to get a six-pack of beer. I didn't know what was going on there. So when I come back, this other guy come running out there talking about, they dead. I said, who dead? I don't see, he said they ain't moving. I forgot his name, white guy,
Todd?
I forgot his name. And so, that's for the
Dude, you went slops. You at least should know the first name of the dude you went slops with.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's as far as I know. He said there was some black guy up there, upstairs. So, I don't.
Also, he said he went to the CVS to get beer, whereas Todd's already said he sent him off to get drugs.
I don't know. But there's a black guy that used to come around there and they just call him Detroit, or something like that.
Do you know who Detroit is?
Huh?
Do you know who Detroit is?
I seen him come over around there a couple of times, but I think him and another black guy, they said he was strippers or something. Right?
Okay.
And that's all I know. Didn't Paula, wasn't Paula up there? Didn't she tell y'all what was going on?
Hang on. He just said Travis is a black guy.
Yeah.
Do you know who Detroit is?
Huh?
Do you know who Detroit is?
I seen him come over around there a couple of times, but I think him and another black guy, they said it was strippers or something. Right?
Okay.
And
All right, so this is 3 days afterwards. So obviously, you know, they've all got their
story straight.
Yeah, they've all got the stories from each other, and he doesn't realize Travis is a white guy.
that's all I know. Didn't Paula, wasn't Paula up there? Didn't she tell y'all what was going on?
Yeah, she's the best, but, you know, she's pretty shaken up right now. And, I mean, she just lost, I mean, everybody's pretty upset because the one person that had nothing to do with anything is now dead. You know? I mean, he's not coming back.
Yeah, that's Matt was he's one of my good friends.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was.
Do anything for you.
Mr. Washington, Captain Phelps. I want to thank you for coming down and talking with Detective Pitcher. Okay? Sorry we pulled you from the job site. We'll try to get you back as quick as we can, okay?
And if your boss, like I said, if your boss has any problems, I will pass them on to her too. She's very good at talking to people.
Actually, he's a very good friend of mine. I just come around here like every payday with some back, you know, smoke some weed and drink beer and watch movies and stuff like that, you know. But
you hurt pretty bad, huh?
I just can't believe he died. You know.
Again, he's showing grief for Matt, whereas, you know, the only person we've seen so far who doesn't really give a shit about anybody in the house has been April, or I can't even remember her name. What is it again?
Osh, yeah, Osh.
Anathea.
Anathea.
Yeah.
We need notes.
But this,
you know what's crazy about the whole thing too, is everything we've learned so far. It's his only thing in this whole thing was he went up there because he heard her needing help.
That's what we all heard her up there yelling and hollering. And Paula always does that, so it really didn't, you know, didn't sound an alarm or nothing like that, you know, because she's always up there yelling. She had a dog up there, some dog up there she was training or something, and, you know, she was yelling. I mean, it really didn't have a sound alarm, nothing like that, but
Did he say she's always yelling?
Something like that. He was just too
Tell me about Matthew.
friendly.
I don't know too much
tough
about
with people. I told him, you need to get rid of that bitch up there. You need to get rid of that bitch back there in the back there. You know?
But we're keeping that bitch, those two bitches down here that we're porking right now.
God. And he's got the train whistle going for his alarm. His phone.
There's one girl back there named April, living in the back there, and then Paula's living upstairs. Well, he was, you know, he just going up there checking to see what the girl's okay. Yes.
Didn't deserve that, huh?
But further what the guy, I forgot, there's another guy there, but he comes out and tells me that there was a big black guy out there or something. You know, and I think that was, I think that was the one they called Detroit, the one that was stripper. But y'all ever get him? No?
Not yet.
Well, he's probably long gone out of town now.
I don't know. You never know. But we gotta find out who he is to get him, you know?
Then don't Paula know who he is?
I mean, she knows him as Detroit.
I don't know his name. I know.
So, just because obviously we've talked to other people too. Who were you with? You were with Matthew before this happened, right?
Yeah, we was all downstairs before this happened.
Okay. Who's all of us? Can you give me those names?
Belinda, Matt, me, and I can't recall the guy's name.
The white guy?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't recall his name. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't.
That's fine.
But Paula know, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I've talked to him. I think I know who you're talking about. Keep in mind that I've already talked to him for length. I've talked to Paula in length. I'm not a narcotics detective. I don't do that. If you read my business card, I'm major crimes. All right.
Yeah.
I work things like homicides. That's what I'm doing right now, and that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But in order for me to be able to solve this, I need complete honesty. I can't have
And
people.
what?
I need complete honesty.
I told you what.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just telling you. Like people have a tendency to leave little details out because they're scared about that and things.
No, it's just, like I say, we smoke weed, we do all this up there, but I think Paula really had, I don't know, Paula be bringing some strange people around that place, and that's why I was telling him, Matt, to get rid of her. You know? And, it's just, it's just innocent in this whole thing.
Completely. I mean, what's sad is there's probably going to be several people that are going to help themselves out, but they may or may not. Because to me, and what I know so far, I think this was only supposed to be a robbery. So I think this was only supposed to be a robbery. And that's all.
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Right.
You know. I don't know nothing about that.
And poor Matt, don't know.
Okay, after the nice lady I spoke to there, one of my forklift is, this guy, he was trying to give me a sweatshirt that had blood on it.
No, we're back.
This is his like.
What happened there? We're into a new... Are we into a new video, Ozzy? Okay. I don't know what's happened. Okay, we're into Vince Pacifico. Interview of 11/17/2017. I think she's pointing it out. Can anybody else hear?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. It's like sign language, but through the internet.
Muted. I'm sorry. I just went and gave a whole spiel. This is
Okay.
This video is from the night of the crime and features an interview with Michael Alexander. Alexander was actually at the scene of the crime and can be seen being told to leave by Deputy Moller's camera. When he left, he apparently went to Tom Thumb and encountered a man trying to get rid of a bloody sweatshirt. So that's what we're looking at.
Okay.
I did read all of that, but I had the freaking mute button on. It's like,
Yeah.
no, no, not Starling. Stupid.
Oh, I got a phone call. Just a minute. Just
All right.
a minute.
No goldfish. Stupidity, not Starlink.
Okay, after a nice lady I spoke to there, one of my forklift days.
Okay, so he was the one who said he came to work on his forklift earlier on in the day. So he owns the forklift that's out by Mola's car when she's talking with everyone.
This guy, he was trying to give me a sweatshirt that had blood on it. This is his license tag number.
Okay. And we just met. I'm Deputy Pacifico. It's Deputy Paul. And you are?
Michael Alexander.
All right.
I guess I should have told you
11:25 to
this
12:02.
earlier, but I
Are you
sure
available to
didn't
come to
wanna
Tom
give
Thumb?
him no shit.
Right.
I'm not involved in this. I've got my forklift out there and I'm working on it.
How long have you been staying under that trailer there?
I've been working on my forklift for about 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay.
Yes, sir. Is my stuff gone? My nut stuff? Is it
What's that?
gone?
Oh no, your stuff is
Can you respond to Tom Thumb for 11:25?
I'll help you out all I can, but I sure would like to keep a low profile.
Yeah,
sir.
Did you see what happened? Just saw that here.
No, all I did was hear.
2226.
I saw nothing.
25 copy Florida.
But Paula,
Is it a 1 or an I?
it's IGL.
India Golf Lima Bravo 37 IGL B37 Florida.
The guy was acting really funny.
What do you look
Saw me
like?
wearing a fucking sweatshirt.
What do you look like?
Short cropped hair on both sides.
White, black?
Similar to this gentleman.
White or black?
White, Spanish descent, I believe.
Copy 2227. For the 25, expect on a brown
Silver.
Kia flagged as a sexual predator, Mr. Kenneth Morrell.
That was in the area?
In a hurry.
Alright, I'm out with a subject that Tom Thumb said that vehicle came in here and tried to give him a bloody sweatshirt. Investigating for it now.
Give me one. He sees me wearing one. I said, thank you, but no thank you.
And have you ever seen him before?
Kia flagged as a sexual predator.
In the area?
In a hurry.
Alright, I'm out with a subject that Tom Thumb said that vehicle came in here and tried to give him a bloody sweatshirt. Investigating for it now.
Give me one. He sees me wearing one. I said, thank you, but no thank you.
And have you ever seen him before?
2227.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's a local.
He's a local over there.
Okay. You have your ID with you, by chance?
And he knows what the hell's going on there. You know, he's very frequent visitor there.
Right. Do you ever hang out in there, or you just stay
No,
on?
no.
Okay.
I've never been inside the compound because I know what goes on.
Yeah. And just
so
tell
do y'all.
just tell us what goes on.
Sir.
Just it's okay. We're all grown men here. 11:25, copy Florida ID.
Drive.
Alpha 425 559 53 3270. Well, we're not concerned about trespassing.
This is your witness there, Tom Thumb?
Possible witness. Okay, so was this guy alone in the car?
Yes. Yes.
No. No. And you thought it was strange enough that you wrote down the tag?
Somebody tries to hand you a sweatshirt when you're wearing one with blood on it. Doesn't that seem a little strange?
It sure does, sir.
But
Hey, how you going? We talked before. How you doing, sir?
how's seeing you?
Good. It's flu season. It's fist fuck, huh?
I got you. Sorry. Okay.
But the car isn't here, though, right?
The car isn't here. This is the tag.
1125.
125.
This subject is not valid. Status is clear. Last M&I entry is from the 2017 bike stop that Mr. Roger Rugged was part of.
So you know Roger Rugged?
If that's
25
another
copy.
victim.
Right.
Disregard that.
How's Pamela, sir?
Who? Hello.
Her name is.
You just got here? Okay.
Thank you.
470. Who's the unit that's out there?
Her name is.
Did you see what
1125,
happened
can you
at
copy
the
a correction?
treehouse?
No, sir.
1202, copy the correction. I'm out with 1125 at Tom Thumb.
I did not
And break
see.
to 470. You might want to have somebody come over.
This is really hard on the ears because everything coming through his body camera is really, really freaking loud. But this guy is talking real soft, and it's killing my ears. Is it killing yours? Is it doing the roo on your ears? Or am I the only one left here? God.
Speak to this gentleman if you need to, or if you want us to get a statement.
Hang on to this.
What's his name?
Alexander, what's your name again?
Michael.
Michael.
Alexander.
And you know Rugged?
No, sir. What is one of the victims?
Yeah.
And Pamela, how is she? She's my friend. That's the reason I'm doing what I can.
I don't know.
He's calling Paula Pamela. She's my friend, but I don't know her name.
As of September 2016, Mr. Alexander is a registered convicted felon.
So we're going to give a pass on the trespass tonight. How's that?
Thank you for that, sir. But
Copy that. The RO of the vehicle we ran, no. What was that information?
Reference to
Nick
Kia,
says
the
I'm always
owner
welcome
is a
here.
Kenneth
I come every day
Alfonso
about
Morel,
the
flagged as
coffee.
a sexual predator out of
But,
Patterson Avenue.
I got trespassed.
Copy. A white man or a black man?
Yikes.
So when that vehicle left, which way did it go?
Hispanic male, date of birth 4
Down here
1174.
on the right. Go on.
Copy that.
Right here. Right hand turn.
Also verify ID, possible imposter
I
using
didn't
this
want the
name as Yelp.
sweatshirt.
So we got several descriptions of from people of the white guy. This guy says he's got short hair either side, but it's longer through the middle. And we saw the photographs of Ty through this period. He was short all the way. And then, like, literally crew cut. And then Travis is the one who has the short at the sides and the longer down the middle. So it sounds like Travis tried to give this sex offender here the bloody shirt, is what it sounds like.
Copy. Thank you.
And I got them to get the manager roll down here.
Can you advise us why with Alexander or Mr. Morel?
She's a friend of mine. Is she gonna be okay?
So what did you see over there?
Sir, it's like I said.
I mean, you obviously know something happened over there, and I understand your reluctantness, all right? But you know what happened over there. I would appreciate it if you told us.
Rolling?
Yes,
Sure.
I'm rolling.
But I can tell
They're your friends, so we want to know what you know.
Okay, all I know is what I heard, sir.
What did you hear?
From underneath an 18-wheeler where I was sleeping.
So you're sleeping right next door when this happened.
Very close, yes.
Okay.
I heard help, help, help 3 times.
Okay.
I stood up to see what was going on, to see if there's something I could do.
Who said help, help, help?
It was a male voice.
Male voice.
It sounded like Matt.
Sounded like Matt.
Proprietor of the property.
Okay.
It's interesting. Sorry. Who was that? Is that you, Scotty? Hello? Everyone's gone. It's interesting that They all heard someone yell out help, and then they all fled. So you've got a guy downstairs with a baseball bat. You got Maddie. You got Todd. That's 3. Then you've got Roosevelt. That's 4. You got this guy. That's 5. And I think another guy again fled from downstairs. So that's 6 guys. So you got 6 guys who heard either Paula or Matt call out for help, and nobody helped them. They all fled. And they I don't know, 6 guys could have like sorted this out, don't you think? I don't know. I would have thought. Jesus.
Okay.
Or at least rung 911 because they heard someone calling out for help.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then I heard screaming.
Mm-hmm.
2 girls, 2 separate voices.
Okay.
April and Paula.
Okay.
Screaming, you know. So I didn't know what to do. I'll be honest with you. I was a little bit scared.
That's understandable.
So I didn't know what the hell to do.
So what happened then?
Well, I sat there and watched the squad cars pull up, the lights and stuff, and I figured it was best to stay the hell out of the way and stay out of it.
Okay. Who did you see leaving after all the help and all that? Who did you see leaving?
Nice gentleman that was here that tried to give me the sweatshirt.
You saw him leaving the scene over there.
He left.
And then you saw him here.
Yes, sir. Yes. He doesn't know me, but
he doesn't.
Why would he give you the shirt?
I was wearing a sweatshirt and he tried to give me one. That's kind of.
So you saw him there and you saw him here.
Trashed it.
And that, I don't know what that is. Is that what he tried to give you?
I can't see the other side. The one he tried to give me looked blue, sir.
Okay, well, we'll find out.
But,
Let's just, I'll just guard this.
Yeah.
So the detective get over here. So then what happened?
A little bit. I came on out and started talking to a friend. His name is Ben. He is a resident there on the property.
The cat is.
And he was telling me what happened, and I felt really bad because Paula.
What did he tell you happened?
Yeah, gonna wake me up.
He told me that there was an assault, a stabbing, and 2 friends of ours were in the hospital. Matt, the owner, and Paula. She's a nice girl. I like her.
Okay.
She has a problem, which y'all, I'm pretty sure, are familiar with because they talk she's a CI, but that's not my business.
Yeah, I don't know that. Just assume I don't know anything.
Okay. Can you assume the same with me?
Well, but you do know something. You seem to be the smartest one here. So the guy that tried to give you
not
this
Phi Beta
sweatshirt
Kappa.
is, well, right now I'd take 2. All right? So the guy that tried to give you the sweatshirt is the guy that you saw leave over there and the guy that told you what went down. What did he tell you?
You mean you're talking Ben now?
Yeah.
I'm confused a little bit. Okay.
Over there at the scene.
Ben told me Ben is just a resident there. You understand? Just lives there, and he was all pissed off because they told him he could not come back in the place.
I didn't see anything on the video. There's nobody standing out here, nothing going on when we showed up or when we pulled up. So.
Can we see who threw that in there?
Oh.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, I mean, you better ask her.
Well, I got to stay with him.
Yeah, well, Jenna needs me over there. They need a printer. They need a color printer.
Okay. Can you just ask her to reel back to who threw the sweatshirt in here? And I have to stay here and guard that and stay with him.
So you think you might be able to step around the corner so I don't get a bad reputation?
Listen, I have to stay here and watch this trash can.
That's Todd going into the store right there, the Tom Thumb. So, like, everybody's all over the freaking joint. They didn't exactly hold anybody down. This guy has just told us that the sweater that he's guarding is not the sweater that Travis tried to get him to take. So,
And who's the older man talking?
the older man is the one who owns the forklift. So, in the earlier video when we first see Paula getting taken out to the ambulance, and you see the cop car, and then behind that you see the forklift. That's his forklift.
Oh, okay.
He's a convicted sex offender, essentially.
Oh my God, they're all there.
He's walking through here, through this parking lot, and Travis tries to give him a bloody sweater. So that's why they're interviewing him. Travis.
That's interesting.
He doesn't know that his name's Travis. He just described Travis. He didn't describe Ty. He described Travis. So the obvious distinction between them is that Ty has a pretty distinguished beard by that stage.
Right. And he doesn't describe a beard.
And he doesn't describe a beard. No, he just says the short sides and then long through the middle. So that's Travis. That's absolutely Travis. So let me get those pictures up on the screen for you, if I can.
See, I'm going to sign off.
Yeah.
I'm just going to listen to you guys in the background until I pass out. Tired.
Oh, good.
We'll sing you a lullaby to get you to sleep.
Yep. Sounds good.
I don't know how you're doing it. Whenever I do a couple of all-nighters, I sleep for a week after that.
No, stay away.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye. Thanks, Scott.
Bye. Yep.
Now I'll have to be Scott now because he always gives great commentary. Yeah. Yeah. So they aren't just letting people walk around without, stopping everybody.
Exactly. Let me get Blue. Let me get this 3 arrested so I can get the picture up to show you. Here's the photograph of the 3. Share screen.
And then the top is later found in a garbage bag, right? Is that the whole idea?
No, Travis's clothes. He's trying to give this guy his sweater, but Rory's clothes are found in a trash bag at the back of his girlfriend's place.
Right. Okay. Oh, there's Travis. Okay.
That's Travis. No description of this beard, but if you look at Ty, that would have been the very essence of, when you first
description.
You would be saying, oh, definitely a beard, and then to the hair, because the beard's the most noticeable thing about him, right? Nobody sees anyone with a beard. They describe this guy with the short sides and long through the middle. They describe this guy. So, and that's Travis.
And just thinking, but if Ty was there with that great big long beard, you would think Paula would have grabbed the beard, like it would be hanging under.
Well, the one that was attacking Paula was Rory. So Rory was on top of her, attacking her. So she didn't get near Travis. Travis was
on the second floor.
No, Travis was beating on her friend,
Matt.
No, the other friend that's still missing at this stage. What's his name again? Roger.
Roger.
Travis is beat. So her and Roger are upstairs, right on the top floor.
Right.
Rory jumps on top of her, starts bashing her. Travis is holding Roger back so he can't help her. And then Travis beats Roger a couple more times and gets him to lay down on the floor and stay there while Rory's trying to get the purse. And
Right. And then somehow Matt runs up because he hears everything.
Right. And then
And we assume it's Travis that's running down, and
I think it's Travis who actually maybe stabs Matt. I'm not sure. But see, I don't know which one of these two stabbed Matt. It sounds to me like either Travis did as Matt was passing him, because I heard Paula saying there was one point she looked over, Travis was behind Matt and Rory was in front of him. And she says Rory stabbed Matt. Then we get to Todd's story. That Todd says he sees Travis stabbing Matt.
Right. That's what's confusing me.
Right. So we've got two different stories. Todd seems to, I don't know, people are upset and they're traumatized, so I don't know how much to put in it. But, I mean, clearly no beard has been mentioned at any stage right now. We have a black guy and a white guy with short sides and long down the middle who tried to give this bloody sweatshirt to this sex offender on the street. So that's all we've got so far.
So he says.
So he says. As he seems like the cops told him to go away. He was at the scene earlier, and Mola says, "Who are you?" And he goes, "Well, I just came to fix my forklift." And she says, "Well, rack off." So he does. That's when he
could be upset.
Sorry?
He could be upset. He could be upset too if he was told to get lost.
Right. That's when he comes over here and Travis tries to give him the sweater. So that's what I'm getting out of all of this.
A pissed off resident who knows everything that's happening at the crack house. We call it the Treehouse, but and he was pissed off because they wouldn't even let him go back in his place.
So right now he's talking about Ben. Ben lives in the trailer, and he was like, this guy saying he lives there, he knows everything that goes on in that trap house. But when they were talking to Ben, he's like, I got no idea what goes on in that trap house, so I just stay away from it all. So we're not getting straight stories pretty much from anyone at this stage, but they do have a sweater here by this bin that they're guarding, so we'll find out about that.
Okay. I didn't speak with him.
Oh, okay. He's a resident here. It's just a sad.
Sir, can you go in or go away, one or the other?
Okay, I'm sorry, my girlfriend's with the...
Go in or go away, one or the other. Thank you. You want to start from the beginning?
Yeah, give me
anyway.
1 second. But the fast part of it, he said he tried to get him all bloody sweater.
I don't remember saying the age.
Sweater and it
Sorry.
started the other stuff coming out.
I just don't remember saying the age.
I'll let you take care of that one. Okay. And I don't even know if it's related, but it seems kind of odd that he's saying trying to hand him a blue sweater that's bluish gray, and it's in the trash bag right near him.
So we have.
I'm turning this over to you. You guys don't need anything over here anymore, right? Nope.
No. We're trying to rewind the video to see who put that in there.
Perfect. Excellent.
So this man here is very cooperative and very willing to help. He has a trespass warning from Tom Thumb, but that is being waived tonight.
Perfect.
And he is getting a get out of everything free card for the moment. Right? And listen, I will not forget your cooperation. So this is a very good man here, and I would appreciate if you told him everything.
I will not remember your cooperation, is what he was about to say. Oops. Freudian slip there.
Everything you told me.
All right, sir. And then you all can compare it and know it's the truth. Okay?
We only want to know the truth.
That's it. That's it. But the wave part, sir.
Sir, what was your name?
Alex Alexander?
I put him in the call.
I'm waiting to
And
find
you have
out.
that piece of paper that you showed me?
I'm waiting to find out who put the sweater in the trash.
Tag number?
Yeah, you give it
Did
to him?
it come out clean?
I don't know what it came out to, sir, but I asked you to hang on to it so you can give it to him. He's the expert, and he thought that this occurrence was odd enough. He wrote down
Good job.
Shit. I'm sorry.
I said good job on writing it down.
I'm not trying to
No,
do that.
smart.
The girl's a friend of mine, so call and it's the right thing to do. We both know that.
Okay. Sir, my sergeant's telling me to go to my car.
Absolutely.
Okay? Thank you for being here for us. And I'm going to discontinue my body cam to conserve battery right now. You're on, sir?
Yep. Talk to me, that'd be
Thank you.
awesome. All right.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Clearly, we don't find out what's in that trash. Let's see what else is on here. I think we've just about. So we've done Roosevelt. We spoke with Ben. Interview with. He spoke with Lonnie. Lonnie spoke to Rory and Anathea. We can do that one tomorrow. I think this is a completely different layer of the onion. So, and then there's some ones that I know that Travis will want. That Ty will want to save for talking with him about, because it's part of the police corruption. So I think we're probably covered as much as we can for tonight. So yeah, who put the sweater there? Exactly, Karen. I don't know. It's odd that he mentioned a sweater and there's one in the bin. It is odd, and we don't find out anything about the sweater. Like I said, it'd be good to have Ty here to ask these questions, but we don't. So that's where we're at. So I guess what we can do now is just go through. Well, we can read through this article because this kind of introduces us to a lot of the discrepancies that have come up that we've talked about so far. So let me share this article. Hang on. Where are we? Let me get the buttons in the right place. All right. Share screen. It's still early there for you, isn't it, Karen?
Yeah. It's it's going on noon.
Right.
How are you faring? Are you
20 to 11, so I'm good. I'll be chopping all of this up into separate videos later, so we've got some sort of organization about it. So it doesn't matter if I'm doing everything all at once or whatever, because it just gives me more material to post separately as separate videos. So, all right, we got this on the screen. We do. We're good to go. So I'll just make it bigger so everyone can see it with me. Well, too big. There we go. So obviously this is going into, and this, I think this platform here is where Matt was murdered. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think it was that platform. I'm not sure.
Where he landed, maybe.
Yeah, there should be more. There should be more blood. There's only a couple of drops there, which might be back this way a little bit, I think. So, okay, there's a new ripple in the Treehouse murder case in March. In a March 8th, 2021 deposition, the lead detective claims his boss at the sheriff's office had coached witnesses and used fabricated evidence in building a murder case against Franklin Tyrone Tucker. On the 17th, hang on, before we go there, let's have a look what this full depot of Matthew Pitcher. So he's claiming he's the one who's actually given them the evidence that Phelps. All right. So you know how we were talking just before about whether or not he's got a good case of malicious prosecution. This is going to be one of his witnesses. So how many pages is this? 441. Yeah, we won't be reading that.
No.
Essentially, yeah, he's testifying to that his boss, which I presume is Phelps, had coached witnesses and used fabricated evidence. So on November 17, 2017, two masked men attacked 53-year-old Paula Belmont, who lived on the roof of Matthew Bonnet's treehouse. One of them put a knife to her throat and demanded money. Belmont screamed at the top of her lungs. He cut a 7-inch gash in her throat. Alerted by the screaming, Bonnet ran upstairs. The two assailants went after him, and he was stabbed multiple times. According to state prosecutors, Ty Tucker is the Treehouse murderer. We just listened to all the witnesses say it was a black guy.
Yeah.
According to state prosecutors, Ty Tucker is the Treehouse murderer. His roommate in a deserted warehouse, Rory Wilson, said he did it. The black guy that everyone said did it. A woman named April Walker saw him get rid of his bloody clothes the night of the murder, and after his arrest, you mean the ones found at April's own apartment? He confessed to his cellmate named Jackson. Jackson said Tucker admitted to having stabbed 59-year-old Bonnet. He was so shocked by Tucker's apparent lack of remorse that he spontaneously reported the confession to the sheriff's deputies. He actually took a plea deal. If I say this, how much time can I get off? And they actually let him out to give them. That was what they gave him. We'll let you out of jail. We'll come to that because this is part of the corruption that went on. How they got
and the wallet and everything was found in someone else's property, right? In Tory.
Rory's possession.
Rory, not Tory.
Yeah. At least this has been the prosecutor's official story. The problem with that version of the facts is that there are two victims who did survive the assault, Paula Belmonte and Todd O'Quinn, and they both knew Ty Tucker and both insist to this day that he wasn't there. I must have told the detective probably around 10 times that it was not Tucker, said Paula in her September 28, 2020 deposition. Did she know what Tucker looked like? They were friends. The two had breakfast together 3 or 4 days after the incident. So when Paula told that story, she walked into McDonald's, I think she said, and she recognized Tucker. And then Tucker came over and started talking to her. So he recognized her. I don't think they were on first name basis, but they knew who each other were. Around the treehouse, people have their own theory of what happened. Of course they do. A feud between the two women had caused the death of an innocent man, old Matthew Bonnet. The women are Paula Belmonte and Anathea Clay, both believed to be informants for the sheriff's office. A number of people came forward to detectives, including Paula, saying Anathea organized the heist, which turned into murder. The status of the treehouse itself is somewhat of a mystery. Every member of law enforcement who responded to the murder that night seemed to know that Paula Belmonte was dealing drugs in her makeshift apartment on the treehouse roof. Yet we found no record of drug arrests at that location for 9-month period just prior to the night of the murder. Interesting, right? So
Yeah.
there is some evidence that they were doing some kind of operation from that location, and they had several CIs in there. That's why I was trying to find earlier what the codes were that he was using when the cop said, hey, we've got a 6 something in here, like, is that our 6 something? Like, one of them was a CI. A confirmed confidential informant told the Blue Paper that the sheriff's office had been working the treehouse. Some puzzling details have emerged. A marked $100 bill was found flopping around the scene that night. An officer is heard saying, "Oh, it's mine. You checked serial numbers. If it ends in 27, it's mine. 27A," something like that. The number ended with 72A. On a recording of an open mic at the Detectives Bureau, Captain Penny Phelps is heard warning the other detectives, "I hope Todd can ID him, otherwise, Jesus Christ, we are all in trouble." Him was Ty Tucker. Phelps does not elaborate further on what kind of trouble was lurking over all of them. She started this from on the scene. Her first conversation on the scene is, "Don't put my name on that or I'll break your kneecaps." That's what she said to Mola at the scene. She walked in there. She said, have you got a incident number?" She said, "No." She said, "Yeah, you better get an incident number or something like that, but and don't put my name on that or I'll break your kneecaps." Something like that, she said. So I didn't realize some of that was off the screen for you.
Yeah.
Let me try and make sure it's all on the screen. Matthew Pitcher, the lead detective in the case, was recently deposed by Tucker's attorney, Cara Higgins. Higgins asked questions about the controlled by gone bad theory and why there was a sheriff's cruiser parked across the street around the time of the murder. Detective Pitcher denied knowing anything about a drug operation that night. However, some of Pitcher's responses do raise questions as to the integrity of the investigation, whether innocent man living at the Cott's homeless shelter at the time of his arrest was somehow turned into the Treehouse murderer. The Fantasy Fest photo. This is what the detective decided proved that Ty was the murderer. This is his Halloween costume, essentially. She found it on Facebook. According to Detective Pitcher, Captain Phelps decided to arrest Tucker for Bonnet's murder after she found that he looked the part in a Fantasy Fest photo. Cara Higgins. So this is, at the time, this is Ty's counsel, and I believe she was also counsel up to status conferences, which I think I have something on the status conference saga, but I'll come to that in a minute. Cara Higgins. So we're not going to pay out on Higgins now, all right? This is a good Higgins.
Right.
And did she show you a picture of Ty Tucker in makeup holding a toy knife? Picture, yes. She pulled it off his Facebook page, yes? Yes. And it was a recent picture from Fantasy Fest, right? Yes. Fantasy Fest in the Keys is at the end of October. Yeah. And what did the picture show? Just his face and him holding a knife. A fake knife? Right. A plastic knife. As far as I could tell, yes. And he had makeup on his face, right? Yes. And it wasn't a mask? No. So Danielle Malone and Penny Phelps make a big to-do over his Facebook post, don't they? I don't recall if it was a big to-do, but definitely they were excited about it. They were excited because he wore a costume on Halloween, right? Yes. Okay, so based on that information, they determined that he's a suspect, right? I believe that played into it, yes. Played into what? You didn't have anything else. Correct. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with them developing him as a suspect because of a picture on a Facebook page from Halloween? I would not say suspect, a person of interest because of the fact that he'd also been walking with Rory the next day. Note, Rory Wilson is a co-defendant who was recognised by Paula Belmont and Todd O'Quinn as one of the aggressors. Tucker was seen with Rory 2 days after the murder at Metro PCS paying his phone bill. So Tucker told that story yesterday. I'm not sure whether we were actually live when he told that story, but he did go to pay his phone bill, and when he came out, Rory was there. So now we've got CCTV of you two together. And it wasn't that they went there together or even left together. It's just they ran into each other when he was paying his phone bill. Are you aware that Danielle Malone testified under oath that she had not seen that picture nor showed it to anyone? She wasn't aware of it until months after Ty was arrested. I did not know that. Because that is a lie, isn't it? She showed me a picture. During the deposition, Detective Pitcher revealed that before finding the infamous Facebook photo, the investigators had no evidence against Tucker. Higgins, okay, at that point, when you are executing a search warrant, the only information that you have about Ty Tucker is that he walked to the store with Rory Wilson to pay his cell phone bill and that he dressed up on Halloween. Correct. And again, you had no evidence, right? Correct. Nothing. Correct. So he was guilty by association? He was. And he became a person of interest or suspect because of the association. Do you think Penny Phelps acted properly throughout this investigation? Answer, no. Obviously, she was released for one thing. Released meaning fired, obviously. Detective Pitcher said it's for a jury to decide whether Tucker was involved and whether he is the murderer. But Pitcher also claims that Captain Phelps coached and directed most of the testimony for the prosecution. Robert Rory Wilson's testimony. It didn't matter to Paula Belmont that her attacker wore a mask, though through his body language and the sound of his voice, she recognized him instantly. Rory Wilson, a black man known as Detroit. She reported it to detectives that very night. Captain Phelps, however, was pursuing a different angle. In a recorded interview, Captain Phelps tells Rory Wilson that she believes he is a good, decent man and a victim of the murderer, Ty Tucker. We watched that yesterday. You might not have seen that interview, Karen, but yeah, that she did say that to Rory. Using the whole, read technique, you can get out of this. You can get out of this if you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So Phelps. So hang on. So you didn't do it, and I know you didn't do it, but I know Ty did, and I also know this, Rory. You were there, and there's that two sides to the piece of paper, and and you get this one chance to tell us your side of the story, Rory. One chance. We watched that yesterday, so we know what that's all about. And he swore up and down that he was with Travis, and that's what should have been the clencher for Phelps. She should have gone, oh, he wasn't with Ty, he was with Travis. Let's go check out Travis and see if he matches some of the descriptions that the witnesses have given us. Because at this stage, they still don't have a beard.
Yeah, that's odd. When
Well,
did they interview Travis? Or is he the one missing?
Travis, he goes missing for several days, actually.
Right.
Travis
Yeah.
does. So let me just squeeze through. I'll tell you when. Travis's first interview was. I don't know that these are in date order, to be honest. Let me just have a squeeze. They actually question Travis after. So they bring Tyrone in like that night, I think. They do like freaking 30 interviews with him. I don't know. They do quite a few, but Travis they don't catch until, where are we? 22nd, 20. I think it's 22nd. 21st is still Tyrone. So yeah, I don't think they picked Travis up until much later. So what Ty told me was that Travis got his boss to hide his car, which is the black truck with all the scratches from being broken into.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went underground, basically, just disappeared, essentially. And I think we come to the 22nd before they actually find him again, looking at all of these. So let me pop. Where's that? I just spotted that freaking interview, and now I've lost it again. I need to put this up on the screen. This is Todd O'Quinn here. This is Todd O'Quinn giving the description of who he saw. So let's come back to that. Anyway, so Travis still hasn't been caught at the point that they're interviewing Rory. But Rory swears up and down he was with Travis. At that point, the recording stops, or the tape was later edited. Nobody seems to be able to answer why there are 3 minutes missing in the recording. Did Captain Phelps make some promises to secure Rory's testimony against Tucker? When the recording resumed, Rory had a change of heart. He now endorses Tyrone did it, the Tyrone did it version. He just doesn't want to be known as a snitch. Cara Higgins, it's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Higgins asked Detective Pitcher what happened to the missing 3 minutes. Question: what happened during those missing seconds or minutes? That I don't recall. I don't know, I should say. Make up your mind. Did you ever look for it? I believe that IT was asked to see if they could come up with it. Did they find it? No. Okay, prior to Captain Phelps coming into the room, did Rory Wilson make any incriminating statements about Ty Tucker? No. No. So Captain Phelps comes in and she tells him what to say, doesn't she? She gives him a path to go down, right? And she tells him what to say, right? Yes. Were you concerned that she was feeding Rory Wilson a story? Yes, I did not care for the interview. So those statements are taken from the deposition, and like I said, it's 400 pages. We don't need to read the full thing.
No.
In case somebody does, though, I might put the full depo of Matthew Pitcher. It's Pitcher, not Pritcher. There you go, Pitcher. I'll put a link for the full depo for anyone who wants to read it. But that was extracted from the deposition. April Walker's testimony. So she is Rory's pregnant girlfriend. April Walker told Captain Phelps that on the night of the murder, she saw Tucker getting rid of some clothes. At the time, April Walker was pregnant with Rory Wilson's son. Rory confessed to being at the Treehouse, but at her deposition, Walker said Rory was home with her the entire night watching TV and making spaghetti. Of course she did. She also said Rory was not violent. That was not true either. Police had previously responded to a domestic violence complaint against Rory at their place at the warehouse. Again, Detective Pitcher appears uneasy with Captain Phelps' interview of the witness. So, question must be Higgins. I am asking you based on your observations watching the video of Captain Phelps confronting April Walker. Was Captain Phelps asking her questions, or was Captain Phelps telling her what to say? In my opinion, telling her what to say. Shall we look at that? Let me see how long it is. I think we've got that. Let me look at that. April. Oh, shit. I put that in the wrong search box. Oh. Let's try again. April. Let's put it in that search box. April Walker interview on the 21st. So this is right after the search warrant execution. Let me see if I got anything earlier than that. Let's have a look. So essentially, as soon as they grabbed that bag, clothes from behind her apartment, this is the interview. But it's 40 minutes.
Oh.
It's a big one. We might have to save that one for tomorrow night. Let me just see what I can work out from it. At the time of the crime, April Walker was Rory Wilson's pregnant girlfriend. She's interviewed with in a squad car by Captain Penny Phelps right after the search warrant execution on Rory's apartment. Despite there being no evidence supporting Franklin Tyrone Tucker as a suspect, and evidence that April has been an accessory, obviously the clothes at her apartment, Phelps goes ahead and tells April that Ty committed the crime. So this is on the 21st. So this is like 17th it happened, right?
Yep, 17th.
So this is
At
4
night.
days. This is 4 days later. She decides she must know who Ty is. Someone's told her Ty in this period, right? She didn't just come up with Ty in a vacuum. I don't know. I'm still not getting where she came up with Ty from any of this. It seems like it's a vacuum. Someone had to have mentioned him, but we don't get any witnesses saying Ty. Where are we? So I'm asking for your opinion if you're alarmed by that as lead detective in this case. Are you personally alarmed by that behavior? Yes, it was very concerning. April Walker hates Ty Tucker. How does she even know Ty Tucker? Oh, he said something about. Wait. I know what happened there. She knows Ty Tucker. So, remember when Ty was saying he ended up after the storm, after Hurricane Irma, he ended up going there and staying there at the warehouse, but then he left because he didn't get along with her. That's why she hates Ty Tucker.
Yeah.
So she hates him, yeah, correct. Penny Phelps was telling her what to say the second that she met her, correct? Yes, she was coaching her. Do you believe that Penny Phelps manufactured evidence in this case? Yes, I believe she led some of the witnesses down a road. So you can see his malicious prosecution taking a pretty good turn right now, can't you?
Yeah, for sure.
John Travis Johnson's testimony. So you heard someone say John Johnson earlier. Seemed like they were introducing, yet another party, but that is actually Travis.
Right.
Travis Johnson. Sorry.
Sorry, he was missing for a few days.
Right. I forget who said John Johnson. I think it might have been Todd. I can't remember now. Or
yeah,
I think
Todd was the one in the police station trying to say Travis was a dark person, right?
No, that's Roosevelt. No, Todd's the one. Todd's the one in the white skivvy with the bit of blood on his sleeve. Todd,
Oh my god.
Todd,
So many to keep track of.
Yeah, you didn't. You came in just after we finished, Todd, because you were asking me about the treehouse through the daylight, what it looked like.
Right.
That was the Todd interview. But yeah, he said John Johnson, I think. But it was actually Travis, right?
Right.
Travis is in competition with Ty for the other guy part, the other masked man who was with Rory Wilson during the treehouse invasion and presumed to be white. So far, they've got a white guy, and they found his Fantasy Fest photos, so they don't actually have any other evidence yet. Captain Phelps interviews Travis like she did Rory, giving him the story she wants to hear before Travis even opens his mouth. Phelps began by apologizing to Travis because she was very, very upset. She claimed that she had just learned that Tucker, the murderer, had threatened to kill April Walker and her baby.
What?
Of course she did. She then proceeds to tell Travis that he's a good man caught in a bad situation. Again, this is read technique. Not sure how much of this she can actually be held liable for. Definitely malicious prosecution in creating facts that didn't exist. But of course, lying to someone while she's interviewing them and using the read technique on them is actually legal.
Scary, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just having a wet my mouth moment.
Yeah.
She then proceeds to tell Travis that he's a good man caught in a bad situation. All he did was drive Rory and Ty to the treehouse and then he left. You're gone. You don't know what they did in that treehouse. And even that's a lie, because even if he did just drive the getaway truck, he's still liable for accessory. So finally, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's right. If pre-planned. Could be conspiracy, right? He's part of it.
Right. See, this is what I thought they had charged Ty for. I thought way back before I even looked into this, I thought they had charged Ty for being the getaway driver. That's what I thought. And it turns out, no, they're putting the actual murder on him. Even after everyone has said, no, he didn't do the murder. Finally, she asked Travis, so tell us what happened. And Travis responded, you just said it. Indeed, he did. I haven't played through Travis's testimony yet. We'll do that tomorrow. The problem with this version of the extent of Travis's involvement is that a few weeks later, Paula's black backpack, which was stolen during the attack, would be found in the house in Big Pine where Travis was living when he was arrested 5 days after the murder. Oh, it was Travis that moved
Travis's place, not Rory's.
Damn, that's bad.
That makes more sense now.
That makes, well, not just makes more sense, but that puts Travis right in the doghouse.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's bizarre.
And they found nothing associated to Ty. The bag had been shoved inside an air conditioning duct. That was Travis. See, the guy that was telling that story, he didn't actually say who. Didn't say the name. He just said, oh, the guy came, he got arrested. They didn't actually say which guy. So I was assuming Rory, but it's Travis.
Yeah.
Okay. Neem Jackson, the cellmate's testimony. So I've already told you, Neem basically got let out of jail, essentially. So we're going to let him tell that story because this is the nuts and bolts of the malicious prosecution. So where the case is now. Since then, Phelps has been fired for ordering a subordinate to act like a white supremacist when questioning black suspect Rory Wilson. Whoa. I believe it too. I wouldn't put it past her because she threatened to kneecap someone when she first arrived on the scene. FDLE's DNA testing shows that Rory's, Paula's, and Bonnet's DNA are on the knife, believed to be the murder weapon, and on a mask found near the treehouse, and that Ty Tucker's DNA has not been found on any evidence linked to the case. In a text to Phelps, Dunn called the lab results the crappy FDLE report. This sounds like Karen Reid case.
I know. It does, really.
We don't like that report. It doesn't support our theory. Bloody hell. Dunn was reprimanded for... Do you want to read some? Can you see it enough to read some?
I can't really see it on my screen. Jeez.
Okay.
And parts of it are missing on the other side.
Oh, really? I thought I had that fixed. It's all right. I'll keep going. There's only one more paragraph. Dunn was reprimanded for prosecutorial misconduct in another capital case. Prosecutorial misconduct. That's the prosecutor. She was removed from the Treehouse case and resigned from the state attorney's office. I don't know, I'm sure she got a pension for that. Just prior to being barred from practicing law for 1 year by the Florida Supreme Court in January of 2020. Judge Jones released Tucker on $2 million bond nearly 2 years after his arrest in November of 2019. He's now under house arrest.
And he told us that part.
Mm-hmm.
When that happened.
Yeah. So there you go. That's where we are at. So this is the next sort of step that we'll take with Tucker. We've got through most of the distressing parts that for Tyrone anyway, as far as Paula is concerned. And I think that even the distressing testimony when she was ripping it up the bloody prosecutor in court, I think that was going to be a distressing time for him too. So it's all very...
And Travis doesn't have a beard.
And Travis doesn't have a beard, exactly.
And the bag was found stuffed in his air conditioning. That's pretty damning.
Right. You know, Phelps should have been taking a completely different approach than as that come up, right? Like
Yeah.
the victim, Paula, her stuff is found hidden where Travis has just moved to.
Right. That's bizarre. Now, what date was that? Because we watched the video on that. Right? So
Yep, let me have a look. What date was that? Was blah, 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 blah. Let me go back to my history. The bag. The date was
I'll write it. Should I write it in the chat so we know?
December. So 6th of December is when this says the 2017.
December what? 2017.
Yep.
Okay, I wrote it in the chat. Found bag. Yeah, so when did they charge Ty? And
Ty was charged. Hang on. Let's go to this one. Oh, we are on that one. Ty was charged on November 17th.
So before they found this evidence.
The 3 men have been arrested in the fatal stabbing. Oh, occurred on. Hang on. No. Wait. 3 men were arrested. This is published in November. This is 24th of November. So within days. This week, so around the week of 24th of November is when.
But still before the bag was found.
Correct. As soon as they found the bag, they should have had him out of jail. They would have been like, right, you're free. It's Travis.
Yeah.
Police say the stabbing was related to a crack cocaine deal and occurred during the robbery of a Treehouse resident. Blah, blah, blah. I read this last night, so we don't necessarily need to read it again. No. But yeah, so it was the week of the 24th. So 7th to the 24th, it was that very week of the murders that he was arrested. So yeah, interesting, right? Interesting all around. Let me just quickly look at what else I need to knock over tonight so that
you can make your little clips.
Yeah. What else have we got in here? Let's go back. All right, tell me what you think I haven't covered. Like, what questions have you got left?
Yeah, so now that's making a lot more sense to me, that bag was found in Travis's place. And does Travis have a vehicle? Is he the one with the black?
Correct. It's the black truck with the scratches on it. So Ty tells us that before all this happened, like only a day or two before all of this happened, someone had broken into Travis's car and looted it, I guess, and scratched it all up.
And when Paula says, so she really believes that it was Tori that slashed her, right? And then
Rory.
Rory. I keep saying Troy. And Rory, so that's the person with the knife, but she thinks the other person had a knife as well?
She wasn't sure if it was a knife or a billy club. I think she said billy club or something. She wasn't sure which one it was, but
well, that's a billy club then. If I would think that's bigger than a knife, isn't it?
Travis's interview.
What's a billy club?
A billy club. It's what your police carry.
Yeah, but that sounds like a completely different thing than a knife, right?
Right. Well, she said she wasn't sure that it was so big, but when we listened to Roger, He thought it was a knife. But
Right.
we got a close up of it. He was close up with it. It was being held against him. So I'm going to go with Roger's description of it.
Yeah. So if it was a billy club, then we would think it would be kept with him in his truck, right?
Probably, yeah. But at this point, his truck's hidden. His boss has hidden the truck. So we have. I have Sergeant, whatever he is, Pacifico actually runs into Travis that night. It looks like 2100 hours that night. And then the next date we got is 23rd, 2nd. Hang on, Kallenberger interviews him on the 21st. So that's the next one that we've got. It's a 6.
And how do we know? Do we know how Matt died? Was it from a knife wound, or was it from being pushed and fallen, or a head wound?
He died from the stab wounds.
So then that means he must have had a knife, because wasn't Rory busy with? Doesn't she say that the other person comes down the stairs? Or yeah,
I feel like she said Roger was still being held captive, I guess.
Yeah.
When Matt came up the stairs, so it could have been Travis.
Yes, that's what we're thinking. So if it was a knife, then we have to assume it. Then it wasn't.
Oh my God, there is Tom Thumb video. They did find the video. All right, this is just 2 minutes. We can do this one.
Okay.
This is.
Are you following my thinking? If he was killed by a knife,
yes,
she's saying that somebody ran. That's when they
stabbed Matt. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So Rory stabs her while Travis is stabbing Matt.
Right. So he had to have had a knife.
That's the way it sounds to me. Yes. So I got the Tom Thumb. There is actually the sweater at the Tom Thumb. We were like,
oh, you found it?
Yeah, I've actually got the cops showing Travis the Tom Thumb video. So let's go to that.
Because it cut off before.
Yeah, right. So we don't actually get to see it in here, but they are going to show it to him to ask him, is that you? Obviously it is.
How many hats you have? 2? What colors?
This and black.
That one and black.
Is that you, Tom Thumb?
With a black hat?
No, that is not me.
Yeah, it is.
I can't tell, but that does not look like me at all.
So you're wearing those shorts, right?
No, not these shorts. I was wearing an actual pair of camouflage shorts. They're a little bit longer. Same belt that I got on. Pull it up again. That is not me.
Sure, Travis.
Nope, that is not me.
Christian, this is the Tom Thumb, so I thought that's
Right.
why I was hoping.
Yeah, no.
So we can validate your story, because he's wearing a red hat,
Well,
obviously.
this hat, most of the time, this is the hat that I wear when I work. Because it stinks, it's dirty, you know what I mean?
Is that what you're looking at?
I have a black hat that I wear whenever I'm out.
So he's wearing the red hat at the Tom Thumb.
They pick him up.
All right, wait a second. Let me go back to this other footage. Wait a second. What color's the hat in this footage? Hang on, let me find it. Oh, shit, where the fuck did that go?
Oh, so that's Travis there.
That's Travis. Yep.
Okay, so that's the 11th of the 22nd. 22nd, because remember we said he went missing or something.
22nd of November, that one is.
Yeah, so, and
22nd.
it happened on the 17th.
Right.
So they must have found him within that week.
Okay, let's look at, we'll come back to this. We'll finish that. Let me just pop this back up and see if we can tell. Hang on.
I'm sure Ty has thought of all these angles.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
We could find out from because there was two guys walking, right?
There we go. Travis goes both directions, so but here we go. Can't really tell what color hat.
Oh, they're so small I can't even see them.
It's a black
But
hat.
they're black shorts. It looks like black. Can you slow it down?
I can.
And can you blow it up? Or make it bigger, larger?
I'll have a go. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Let's go slower. Let's go 0.25 for speed.
Okay.
No, I can't go bigger.
I wonder if there's a way I can make my screen bigger. Oh, okay. So are we thinking he's the one on the left?
The white guy on the left, and Rory's the black guy on the. Sorry, Rory's the black guy on the left, and he's the white guy on the right.
Because there's a distinct walk. Remember how we've looked at other cases and you
Does
can
he look
tell
like
by
he's wearing camos?
Yeah, I mean it is lighter, isn't it? It's not as dark as black.
Yeah. It looks like it could be
But he's got a certain stride, doesn't he?
Yep.
So I wonder if they've got any other ones of him walking.
We got him walking the other way in this one. Hang on.
Oh, and they know it's him?
Well, we know it's him.
Oh, okay. But I mean, to compare.
The cops are still trying to say that this is Ty.
Tyrone.
Yeah, that looks like camo shorts, doesn't it?
It's so small, but yeah.
Definitely not a red hat. Definitely a black hat.
Yeah, but that would be his going out hat.
Right, but he went home in between because he went back. He went back home and then he went to the store with Ty, acting like nothing had even happened. So obviously picked up another hat because by the time he's over at the store at the Tom Thumb, he's wearing a red hat.
And what about the shoes? Do they look? Because they look pretty. Go back, rewind. It looks like you can almost see this like he's wearing socks and shoes, isn't it?
Let's get it here.
Like because it's darker. I mean, I don't know. Can I make my screen more? Maybe I need to make mine.
I'm looking as big as I can. It's very, very low quality too. So.
Oh, okay. Because I thought, is there a way I can make my screen like 1080p or whatever? But okay. Oh wow, it's so hard to see. But dark shoes anyway, isn't it? It's dark shoes.
Black shoes. It could be camo bottoms and a black top.
Yeah.
So
and muscle shirt. It's not like because you can see almost all of his arm, right?
It's a t-shirt, but I think that he's already planned in the clothes at this stage because he was wearing a skivvy to cover tats and shit.
Oh, I just made it bigger. How did I do that? Oh yeah, I see now. Yeah, it is. It is. Looks like it's got a little bit of a sleeve. Okay.
Yeah. Let me just see what Rory's wearing. Yeah, Rory's definitely wearing a long sleeve shirt. So
yeah.
It's Rory's shirt he's trying to ditch.
It was just clear, right?
See, I think Rory's wearing long sleeves there. That's what that looks like to me.
It does look like it. Well,
Okay, so let's go back to denying that it's even him.
Being around people, you know what I mean? This one stinks. I've had it for a long time.
Yeah. Little hair here.
Where? Because this hat stays in my truck.
Were you wearing a hat when you went to Tom Thumb?
I think I was. I think I might have been. I might not have been.
I think I might have been, and I'm not.
Did he just admit that he was at Tom Thumb?
Yeah.
I was there, but that's not me in that picture.
I
That's not
wasn't
me.
wearing a hat. Maybe I was. Maybe I wasn't. Can't make it up. Oh
It's
my
not,
goodness.
make this shit up. And unlike the cops, that the cops are just buying this all the way down the line. Nah, this is definitely a setup.
Yeah, but it looks like they, as soon as they tried to influence Rory, right? That's when it all changed. Plus, by having a Facebook photo, it helped their case, didn't it? So they were. It looked like they were just trying to get the most evidence to fit their what they think happened.
Yeah. They also offered Travis a proffer. So that basically means, you know, we heard about the proffer in the Karen Reid case. So they offer him a proffer, and in that proffer they say, you can have. Actually, I need to listen to it. It's only a couple of minutes. Let's put the proffer up. What was the proffer? It's only 6 minutes. So, what did they offer him? So this is essentially, we'll let you get off everything if you testify to whatever. But it's part of isn't it part of the Fifth Amendment? Like, you don't have to incriminate yourself or something. I don't know. Let's just listen to what she offers first.
Oh, there he is.
It's Miranda warning. All right. She does the Miranda warning. We can skip that.
I'm going to show you a photograph, and I'm going to put it up here so the little camera gets a picture of that. And then let's take a look at that and tell me how you know about this mask.
That is the mask that Rory Wilson came out of, or came from his apartment to the upstairs apartment with, that he was going to put on.
Okay, when is the first time that you have ever seen that mask?
Right before we departed.
Okay, and departed meaning where were you getting ready to go?
To the Treehouse.
Okay, and it was Rory Wilson that you saw wearing that mask?
Yes, ma'am.
After you saw Rory Wilson wearing that mask, did you ever see that mask again?
Only after I saw the photographs of it, after I recovered it.
So you saw him, he's going to the treehouse, he's wearing the mask, you never see the mask again until we show you photographs of the mask?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to show you another picture. Travis, this picture is a picture of what looks to be a black backpack. Tell me how you know about this black backpack.
That is the black backpack that I saw Tucker with in his hand. It was when I left the site. It was with him whenever he came into the apartment.
It's the one that you hid in the air conditioning. Like, look at her. She's just taking it. Yep. Tell us about this bag.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared and ended up in my belongings on the 22nd of November, I believe. And that's when I panicked.
Oh, there's all the answers.
Okay, when you say you saw Travis when he left the site, Tucker, what are you talking about when you say leaving the site?
Even she knows it's fucking Travis. Like,
she keeps saying Tucker.
She's got the names mixed up. Tucker
is Ty.
Right.
And she keeps saying, because she wants it to be Ty so bad, she keeps just saying it.
She keeps saying Travis because she knows it's fucking Travis. It's all about Freudian slips.
When we were at the treehouse, I noticed he had something in his hand when he was coming towards the truck, and I drove away
and left him running with it. And then when he showed up at the apartment, he's had that.
He had that?
Yes.
Did he say anything about that backpack to you?
There wasn't very much conversation about it, no. It's just that he was looking through it, took out some cards, took out some things. I didn't really get a good look at them, but they were inside of it whenever I found it.
And when you were back at the apartment, which what we refer to as the warehouse, were you upstairs in the area that you were staying in?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw that backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next time you saw the backpack was where?
In my trunk at the house that I'd moved to in Big Pine.
Okay, and by trunk, what do you mean by trunk?
It's a foot locker, about 2.5 by 3.5 by 18 inches deep.
How did it get from the foot locker into the air conditioning, dude?
So I wonder when his boss saved, remember he said he hid the car. Do you think he took something out of, would he have put it in the Foot Locker?
I would say so. I mean,
somebody did.
Somebody did. And the fact is they didn't find Ty's DNA on that bag. I don't even know if they tested it, but that's what I would have done. Yeah. I'm a smart person though. I'm not a detective.
See, at any Marine store.
And before you went to that house in Big Pine, where did you have that Foot Locker?
That Foot Locker was stored upstairs in a closet. Right, I don't know if you're familiar where I was whenever you came in. I was sitting on it whenever you guys came in that second time.
Was that Foot Locker ever locked when it was in the...
No, I didn't have it locked.
Oh, you were sitting on it so they wouldn't search it.
So he's trying... Oh my
It's
goodness.
so fucking obvious. Why were you sitting on the Foot Locker?
So what? Rory gave it to him and he's sitting on it.
He's saying Tucker gave it to him. That's what he's doing here, so that they've got a proffer to offer him. Like, we'll let you off of this if you say that, basically.
Okay.
So anybody would have had access to the Foot Locker. So now you go to Big Pine, you open up the Foot Locker, and you see the backpack.
Yep.
Do you recognize it as the backpack that Ty had?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What are your thoughts and feelings about finding that backpack now in your trunk?
I was, to say the least, sickened, panic-stricken, and felt like I was being set up.
Who did you think was trying to set you up?
Either one of them. Yeah,
By either one of them, who do you mean?
Rory Wilson or Tucker.
And set you up for what?
Whatever it was that they did.
Okay.
Because by this time I
Look at
knew
her,
that
she's
there was...
shaking her head.
She's
She's like real excited. Yeah, keep going, keep going. It's
yeah. She's pretty.
She's like salivating almost.
She's pretty fucking obvious.
Murder involved, so.
Travis, what did you do with the backpack when you found it in your trunk? What did you do with it?
I took it and I threw it in the air conditioner closet.
Talk to me about what made you do that.
You ever got something in your hands and just didn't want it in your hands anymore? And I found the closest thing I could to where I was at, and I opened the door and I just threw it in.
And
I
just
was
threw it
like,
in.
yeah, just threw it in, get it out of my sight, get it out of mind.
Okay.
Out of sight, out of mind, except...
Oh.
Go on.
Why wouldn't you call police and say, I just found this,
Yeah, exactly. So the proffer is like, if you had a hand in a crime, but you turn something else over, we'll let you off for that crime, incriminating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So long as you testify that to this thing. So
knife.
Here we go.
Travis had. I'm going to show it again. I'm going to put this up in front of the camera so it gets a little view of that.
We haven't found out where the knife was. We're about to find out that he obviously got caught with the knife. So let's have a listen.
Have you ever seen this knife in this photograph before?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me about that knife.
That knife was found in CJ's room. There was a dresser, drawers left in there.
CJ. Remember he said CJ and Michelle. So when they were searching his apartment, he said CJ and Michelle, he saw them at the courthouse. And I was like, who's CJ and Michelle? Now he's saying CJ had the knife.
He just sounds so guilty.
Doesn't he?
And Tyrone found it in there. And that was a knife he had when...
Tyrone was couch surfing, but he's in everybody's stuff, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
When we left,
When you left, where?
the house went to the treehouse.
We went to the treehouse. So Tyrone had that knife.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, other than being in the area where CJ stayed, have you ever seen them with that knife out and about prior to the night?
No.
Were you ever part of knife throwing things in the apartment where they would take knives and throw them at like the dartboard on the wall?
I did. I was throwing some of my knives.
Okay.
Yeah, because I had a rather extensive knife collection.
Oh, you did you?
But Ty has a plastic knife.
Oh my God. Just to reiterate what it said on that arrest article, the DNA found on the knife didn't match Tyrone. The DNA on the knife matched, hang on, let me go back to where the DNA is mentioned again. Find DNA. The DNA shows that Rory's, Paula's, and Bonet's DNA are on the knife, but Ty Tucker's is not on the knife. So there you go, in the crappy FDLE report. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, I did do that.
Did you ever see Rory throw knives at the...
No.
What about Tyrone?
No.
Anybody else in the apartment ever throw knives at the wall?
No, it was just me.
Could people have thrown knives at the wall and you not been able to see it?
Sure.
Not be there when it happened?
Definitely.
Okay.
I need another look at this knife because I don't think it's the knife. That's not the knife. Okay.
That's a pretty long knife.
That's the big sucker that was being held. Look.
Travis had... I'm going to show it again. I'm going to put this up in front.
That's the big knife that... what's his name? Roger said that he was being held with, and Paula thought was a billy club.
Oh, okay, because that is quite. It looks big, doesn't it?
It does, but when you look at that knife, oh my God, this is hilarious. Let me go back. This is why she was salivating.
She was.
Look. Oops.
Oh.
That's why she thought it was a great find. It's not the same knife. Obviously, this is a plastic knife. I mean, you can see that it's plastic. But that's why she was salivating over that knife. It doesn't look anything like the one she's holding up. She's such a moron. Yeah. Such a freaking moron. Anyway.
And that was a knife he had when we left.
Could people have thrown knives at the wall and you not been able to see it?
Sure.
Not be there when it happened?
Definitely.
Okay. Definitely. And this was the knife that you saw Tyrone leave the warehouse with when you went over to the treehouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever see that knife again after that night?
No.
Until today? Or until you saw pictures of it?
Right, that's the first picture I've ever seen of it.
So today's the very first time you've seen that knife since
Yes, ma'am.
the night of the treehouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. McCarthy, do you have anything?
No, I have nothing.
I got nothing, man. I got nothing.
I like how she shakes her head when she's wanting an answer, like in the affirmative.
Yeah. Oh my God. Phelps is so dodgy. Exactly. Totally agreed. All right. We are nearly 10 hours in. We have 1 hour left before we beat Scotty's live stream record. Oh my God, I went to sleep and now I'm up getting ready for work and you're still here. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, how many times have I gone to sleep and I wake up and you guys are still on?
Right.
Oh my God. I say it.
There was no DNA of ties found anywhere on anything at all. Correct. Not even a hair. I think the knife was found in a pot plant out the front of the treehouse the next day. I know it was found in a pot plant somewhere, but I forget where. We haven't found that footage yet of the knife, but there we go. We did find the footage where the bag was found, and it wasn't found on Tyrone. So
What a story, though. I mean, if anybody else told that story, the police wouldn't believe them, would they?
no, of course not. They just want. Oh shit! I hit the wrong one again. They just want the story that they want. They don't
Yeah.
want the truth. So let's have a look.
But I suppose he wasn't going to talk at all unless he was given this proffer.
Right. I just want to see if there's any body cam of them finding the knife. Rory Wilson's second proffer. So Rory Wilson got offered proffers as well. So in the first one, he was like, oh, they did it for a kilo. That's what the robbery was for, a kilo. And then in the second proffer, he's like, no, it wasn't a kilo. It's like,
Oh, wow.
oh my God, come on, please. It's so transparent. Yeah, I don't know that there is any body cam of where they found the knife. So, all right. I think we've covered everything up until. So, what I might do tomorrow night is just go through the interviews with Ty, and then maybe by then he'll be organized and ready to talk about the rest of it. I think he just wants to get into the nuts and bolts of what his case was about and not have to go through all this like early stuff. And I put him under a bit of pressure to go right back to the start, back to the hurricane even. So but he just had something else come up today that he had to deal with, and it might actually take him a few days to deal with it. So I mean, we can cover. He's got a lot of interviews. Like out of everybody, he was the one interviewed the most, like, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. And I'd probably like to see the one of Rory, because that was, I know you showed it when, a couple of nights ago, or what? Well,
last night, yeah.
Last night feels like a long time. But it is so obvious that he figures out, oh, if I say Ty,
they're gonna go easy on me. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But there wasn't going to be any going easy on him because he's the only one that was actually mentioned by everyone, witnesses and victims.
Mm-hmm.
So there was never going to be. He was always going to be taking, the worst of the charges. I just don't know. I just don't understand how Ty ended up with the worst of the charges. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. He ended up with I think it was 8 or 9 charges, and the other 2 only ended up with murder and robbery.
And Rory even said he went with
Travis.
Travis. And then who was the car driver again?
Travis.
Oh, right.
Travis admits he was the driver. Even in that little proffer thing there, he admits that he was the driver. So, sorry, in the interview, he admits he's the driver. So, I mean, that's half the issue. If Travis admits that he's the driver, but he's trying to say, no, I was just sitting in the truck waiting for them, or dropped them off. I think he said, I dropped them off. And they committed the crimes. Then that adds up to 3 of them.
Rory says that he just went with
He was with Travis, right? Until Phelps starts giving him ideas, obviously.
And it's yeah.
So tomorrow night, if you won't join me tomorrow, you're welcome to. But I'm gonna go through all of the early interviews with Tyrone. Some of it's hard to listen to. Some of the audio's a bit crappy, but I can fix that. But there's also he was a bit of a drinker back then, so he says freaking every second word, freaking. I think he even doubles up just like that a few times. The freaking thingo.
Well, this works a lot better on my computer for sure. It didn't cut out, does it?
No,
Not like it did on my phone.
you're definitely more stable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to join tomorrow and we'll go through
Yeah.
all Tyrone's interviews, if there's anything, because as an advocate for people doing this stuff for court and whatever, you're probably going to pick up a bit more than I'm going to. I called on Scotty because we were going through, cop testimony. I'm like, oh, they're speaking French. I need someone to decipher what they're saying here.
Yeah.
But tomorrow will definitely be, testimony kind of stuff. So maybe
it'd be easy, like a little bit more.
If you got time, but if you don't, that's fine. But it'd be appreciated. All right.
Cool.
Tomorrow.
Just send me the email because then
Sure.
I'll hopefully get it. Because with timings, I never get your time and my time.
Right. So you're probably going to come in. So what was it? So it's probably going to be like an hour into it before you wake up, right?
Well, just say hour. Like, don't say times. Just say how many hours. Like 24 hours.
Oh.
Because then I can just add it to whatever time I'm talking about now.
Yeah, cool. All right, I'll let you know.
Are you guys ahead of us now? Because it's the 14th here.
It is the 14th right now. It is just about to be the 15th in about 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. And we're at 1 o'clock, just about in 10 minutes.
Right.
So
1 p.m. in 10 minutes.
1 p.m. in 10 minutes. So that means you're how many hours ahead? Oh, wait, 12. That should be easy.
Yeah.
Is that 11 hours?
11 hours difference. There you go.
Yeah.
Something like that, but we'll work it out.
You're 11 hours ahead of us.
You said you woke up at 5 a.m., didn't you?
Yeah.
And tuned in at 5 a.m. And we were about an hour into it by 5 a.m. So what
okay, so it'd be about 4 a.m.
So if I knock it forward an hour, then that'll be about when you're waking up.
Yeah.
And then do your coffee. Like I can do, like I said, an hour without you. But if you have time, it'll be appreciated. It's good to have someone to fill in the blanks and have the discussions with that we need to have. So,
so 5 o'clock my time. You're going to start it at 5.
5 o'clock
Your
UK time.
UK.
Or something like that. We'll
figure it out.
Right. So thank you everybody who tuned in and those who came back and tuned in and are still here. But we knocked over heaps. I'm going to be cutting this down into segments so that we've got so that people who can't sit here and watch a 9-hour stream, it's going on 10 now, a 10-hour stream. I'm going to be cutting it down into 1 hour segments and uploading it for people who can't sit here for that long to make it easier to digest. But anyway, somewhere between.
I think it's brilliant the way you're doing it because it's if you were doing all this like the way I do videos, right? I do them all pre-recorded.
Yeah.
It's in some ways harder because I'm going back and forth. And this way you can do it as and when, and then just clip it all together, isn't it?
Right. So I sort of get 2 lots of views out of it as well.
Yeah.
I get the live
I see your logic because mine, I have to keep everything up. I have to keep it all saved until it's done. And
right.
It is a bit of a nightmare.
Right. But you've also got shitty internet like I do. So
yeah, that was the problem. And so the video I'm putting together, I was hoping to get it like by later today. It's another video where 2 police officers have been charged. Yeah.
Charged for what?
Manslaughter and 3rd degree. And so
it's a death in custody case.
Yeah. And it's in Canton, Ohio. So.
Another Canton. God,
another Canton. Canton, Ohio. And what I found some really interesting stuff about it. So, yeah, I'm putting that together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to me, it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yep. So, guys, Karen Cole's YouTube channel is
Legal Minded Friends.
Legal Minded Friends. I'll put it in. I'll put it in the link for you.
Yeah.
I put it in the link, put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole. There we go.
Yeah.
And
So it's definitely like, so now when I'm doing this video, right, the one I'm trying to put together,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying to figure out because with all my videos, I want to try to give just factual information, and then then the viewer can make up their own mind. So so it's like a painting, right?
yeah, right.
Uh, and I've gone back and forth in my own thoughts with this video, like with this, what I'm putting together. Are
Right.
they guilty? Are they not guilty? Are they guilty? And now I've just come to it. And then I found someone else that agrees with me with my take on it. And so that was kind of just an amazing find. I was just listening to someone else. And I thought, wow, exactly what I've come to. So I can end it with their view.
Nice. That's awesome. Well,
Yes.
death in custody is definitely an issue all over the place. Like we have
It's a real big thing, isn't it? And it's like, should police be charged? And especially because there's some new information coming out about, the George Floyd issue. And yeah,
Right.
so it all ties in together really nicely. And I thought, wow, that's
It's
amazing.
a person of color, is it? The same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why it's really hard to put together because, I want to make sure I put it together fairly without,
Yeah. Well, the disproportionate deaths in custody, it's disproportionately always cut people of color. So
yeah,
it's a good topic to cover. I like
yeah,
it.
because I don't want mine to be, I'm trying to make it about the law and the process, right? So I'm trying to put it
Right.
in such a way that it won't be a social issue. Well, it obviously will be a social issue, but I want people to look at the facts.
But
Let's keep
the law
out of
is
it.
the law, no matter where you got a person of color or a white person or
Yeah.
whatever in your custody. The law is the law. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that'll be so. And I keep, every time I think, oh yeah, I'll do it this way. Then I think, oh, maybe I should do it this. And then I ended up with a cold for a week, and that put everything aside.
As it does. Everyone's getting colds. I'm quite happy that I live in the middle of nowhere and I'm not in contact with anyone to catch cold.
Well, there is something bad going around. I was told by lots of people that there is something going around. So yeah, so I spent about 3 days sleeping, which doesn't help when you have to catch up on all your work, right? Because I still yeah. So
All right. Well, let's catch up tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll go and book it now, but I won't send you the stream link till the last minute because StreamYard messes up my time schedules, and if I try to create a StreamYard for it, it will then reset the date and the time. So
no, just do it the way you did it today.
Yeah,
because then that's fine. Then I don't get it messed up either.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, thanks everybody for joining us for this. I hope we've caught everyone up with the basic background information, and we will continue with Ty's testimony tomorrow. There's a lot of it, so it will be the whole day tomorrow as well. And then hopefully we can get back in touch with Ty for some more up-to-date information about where the case, probably getting into the court case itself. So good night everyone. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know how to sign out.
Bye.